Dawn breaks on June 22, 1941. Without warning, the German Wehrmacht unleashes the largest invasion in human history. Gunfire and artillery thunder across the vast frontier as 3 million soldiers. Thousands of tanks and waves of aircraft pour into the Soviet Union. Villages erupt in flames, columns of refugees clog the roads, and stunned defenders scramble to mount a desperate resistance. What was meant to be a lightning war soon becomes a brutal clash of wills across endless fields, forests, and cities. Tonight, we will journey through the entire Operation Barbarossa, the strategy, the battles, the suffering, and the turning tides that would change the course of World War II forever. So settle in, close your eyes, and let this story guide you through the chaos of history's most devastating campaign. In the years leading up to 1941, Adolf Hitler's mind was consumed by one vision above all others, the conquest of the East. He was not merely seeking territorial gain, nor was this expansion a pragmatic step in Germany's foreign policy. Rather, it was an ideological obsession rooted deep in the core of Nazi thought. From his earliest writings in Mein Kampf, Hitler made it clear that he regarded the vast lands of Eastern Europe, particularly the Soviet Union, as Germany's rightful living space, Lebensraum. He argued that the German people, whom he considered a superior race, required fertile soil, boundless resources, and breathing room for future generations. To Hitler, this was not optional, but an existential necessity, a matter of destiny and survival. He viewed the East as a prize that would transform Germany into a self-sufficient empire, untouchable by blockades or foreign dependency. The conquest of the Soviet Union would not only provide food from Ukraine's fields and oil from the Caucasus, but also secure the raw materials to fuel 1,000 years of German dominance. In his mind, this vision justified unprecedented cruelty and destruction, for he believed the East was inhabited by inferior peoples who must be enslaved or eliminated. Long before tanks rolled across the frontier, the war against the Soviet Union existed as a war of ideology, defined by Hitler's apocalyptic worldview. The stage was set for a conflict unlike any the world had ever seen. The roots of this obsession lay in the trauma of Germany's defeat in the First World War, which Hitler experienced firsthand as a soldier. The humiliation of the Treaty of Versailles, the loss of territory, and the economic chaos of the Weimar Republic all burned into his consciousness. But more than revenge against France or Britain, Hitler sought to overturn Germany's fate by directing its gaze eastward toward what he saw as untapped opportunity. He was deeply influenced by older German imperialist traditions, particularly the 19th century concept of Drang nach Osten, the drive to the east, which had long portrayed Eastern Europe as a frontier to be settled and dominated. Hitler absorbed these ideas and reshaped them into the racial language of National Socialism. To him, the Soviet Union was not merely a geopolitical rival, but the embodiment of two intertwined evils, Slavic inferiority and Jewish Bolshevism. This fusion of racial hatred and anti-communist ideology gave Barbarossa its apocalyptic character. The coming war would not be waged with the constraints of international law or traditional military ethics, but with the ferocity of an ideological crusade. By the late 1930s, Hitler was convinced that Germany's destiny would only be fulfilled when the Red Colossus in the east was smashed and its lands brought under German control. For him, there could be no compromise, only total war. By 1939, the opportunity for this long-dreamed campaign began to take shape, though not in the way most expected. Hitler shocked the world when he signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with Joseph Stalin, an agreement that publicly declared non-aggression, while secretly dividing Eastern Europe into spheres of influence. To outside observers, it seemed as if Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union had become unlikely partners. But for Hitler, the pact was never about genuine alliance. It was a temporary convenience, a tactical pause. It allowed him to launch his war in the West without fear of Soviet intervention, and to dismantle Poland, which he regarded as the first stepping stone toward Russia. The division of Poland in September 1939 marked the first act of cooperation between two regimes that despised each other. Hitler saw Stalin as a necessary partner, only until the moment Germany was strong enough to strike. Behind closed doors, he told his generals that the pact was no more than a breathing space, a chance to prepare the Wehrmacht for the ultimate clash. Every conquest to the west, Denmark, Norway, the Low Countries, France, was in Hitler's mind preparation for the Great War in the east. While Britain stood defiant across the Channel, his eyes increasingly turned to the horizon of Russia. Hitler's fixation on Lebensraum was not only about land, but about a racial reordering of Europe. The Nazi worldview divided humanity into hierarchies. At the top stood the Aryan race, which he believed, destined to rule, and at the bottom, the Slavs, Jews, and other groups he saw as subhuman. The conquest of the Soviet Union was imagined as a cataclysmic cleansing. Hitler envisioned the starvation of tens of millions, the destruction of cities, and the extermination of what he called the Jewish Bolshevik elite. German settlers in his mind would one day live in vast colonies stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea, while the surviving Slavic population would be reduced to slave labor. This plan was later formalized in the infamous General Plan Osti, a blueprint for mass murder and ethnic engineering. For the Wehrmacht and SS, this meant that the invasion would be accompanied by unprecedented brutality. Unlike the campaigns in the West where politics sometimes restrained violence, the war in the East would have no limits. The very language Hitler used when addressing his generals, words like annihilation, merciless, and eradication, revealed the true nature of what was coming. Barbarossa was to be not only a war for territory, but a war for the future shape of civilization itself. The Wehrmacht's generals, while cautious, were increasingly drawn into Hitler's vision. Many of them saw the Soviet Union as a military colossus with feet of clay, weakened by Stalin's purges of the officer corps in the late 1930s. Intelligence reports fed the belief that the Red Army was poorly led, badly trained, and vulnerable to a rapid German strike. The stunning victories in the West in 1940 reinforced the sense of German invincibility. Hitler promised his military leaders that a campaign in the East would be swift, perhaps lasting only a few months. He declared confidently that the Soviet Union was like a rotten house that would collapse with one good kick. For the generals, the promise of resources, oil, grain, coal, was alluring. Some even saw the destruction of the Soviet Union as a way to force Britain to surrender, stripping it of its last potential continental ally. Yet beneath their optimism lay unease, for they knew the distances were vast, the terrain unforgiving, and the Soviet population immense. Still, in the atmosphere of triumph that followed the fall of France, few dared question Hitler's destiny. They placed their trust in blitzkrieg, believing speed and shock would overcome every obstacle. The ideological dimension of the coming war was made brutally clear in the months of preparation. In March 1941, Hitler issued what became known as the Commissar Order, instructing the army to execute captured Soviet political officers on sight. This was not a military necessity, but a deliberate act of ideological warfare. The war against the Soviet Union, he declared, was to be conducted without mercy, beyond the boundaries of international law. This language shocked even some professional soldiers who had been trained in traditions of discipline and restraint. But within the Nazi system, obedience prevailed, and the orders were accepted. The SS prepared special Einsatzgruppen, mobile killing units, whose task was to follow the army into conquered territories and eliminate Jews, communists, and other undesirables. This blending of military conquest with systematic extermination made Barbarossa unique in history. It was not just about defeating an enemy army, but about remaking entire societies through mass violence. Each directive that Hitler signed, each speech he gave to his commanders, carried the same message: the East was to be destroyed so that a new German order could rise upon its ashes. The road to Barbarossa was not just military, it was genocidal. By the spring of 1941, the outlines of Operation Barbarossa had been drawn in detail. 3 great army groups would advance along vast axes: Army Group North toward Leningrad, Army Group Center toward Moscow, and Army Group South toward Ukraine. The plan called for the destruction of the Red Army in the border regions, rapid encirclements, and the capture of Soviet cities before winter could set in. Hitler and his staff believed that once the Soviet Union was struck with overwhelming force, it would disintegrate politically and militarily. To fuel this campaign, German industry poured resources into tanks, artillery, and aircraft, while millions of soldiers trained for the invasion. Logistics planners struggled with the scale of the operation, but confidence remained high. Hitler set the launch date for June 22, 1941, a symbolic echo of Napoleon's invasion of Russia in 1812, though he dismissed comparisons to the French emperor's disastrous retreat. He believed that modern mechanized warfare and the racial determination of his soldiers would guarantee success. All across Europe, from the forests of East Prussia to the plains of Romania, German divisions massed in secret. The greatest invasion force in history was about to be unleashed, all in service of Hitler's dream of an empire carved out of the East. As the world looked on, few could grasp the magnitude of what was coming. The Soviet Union, though vast, seemed vulnerable after its poor performance in the Winter War against Finland. Britain, still reeling from the Battle of Britain, hoped Hitler would turn his fury toward Russia, but few imagined the scale of destruction that lay ahead. Within Germany, propaganda framed the invasion as a preemptive strike, a necessary defense against Bolshevik aggression. Yet behind this veneer of justification, the truth was darker. Hitler was embarking on a war of annihilation unlike any in modern history. The invasion would unleash suffering on a scale the world had never seen, consuming millions of lives and entire nations. Barbarossa was not merely a military campaign, it was the opening act of a racial apocalypse envisioned in the mind of Adolf Hitler. Every road, every speech, every plan since the 1920s had been leading to this moment. It was the culmination of decades of hatred, ambition, and obsession. As June 1941 approached, the pieces of the puzzle were in place, and the path to the bloodiest front of the Second World War lay open. Hitler stood at the edge of history, preparing to gamble everything on the conquest of the East. In the summer of 1939, as the world braced for another conflict in Europe, a shocking announcement stunned diplomats and observers across the globe. Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, two regimes bound by opposing ideologies, had signed a non-aggression pact. For years, Adolf Hitler had railed against Bolshevism, denouncing communism as a Jewish conspiracy and a mortal enemy of the Aryan race. Likewise, Joseph Stalin had condemned fascism as the ultimate expression of capitalist imperialism. Yet, in a moment that defied logic, the two dictators reached across their ideological chasm and shook hands, each driven by cold calculation rather than shared conviction. Known officially as the Treaty of Non-Aggression between Germany and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, it became infamous simply as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, named after the foreign ministers who signed it. Behind the facade of peace, however, lay sinister intentions. This agreement was not a symbol of reconciliation but a cynical bargain, one that carved up Eastern Europe like a butcher's slab, setting the stage for devastation. For both men, it was a temporary truce in a greater war of conquest. And in that moment, the fate of millions was sealed by ink on a page, scrawled under the watchful gaze of two totalitarian giants. The public text of the pact promised mutual neutrality. Germany and the Soviet Union agreed not to attack one another, nor to support a third power that might do so. To an anxious world, it seemed like a safeguard against war on two fronts, an arrangement that reassured both Berlin and Moscow. Yet the real essence of the deal lay in the secret protocols, hidden from the public eye, which mapped out the dismemberment of Poland and divided spheres of influence in Eastern Europe. Stalin demanded recognition of Soviet control over the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and later Lithuania, as well as Finland, and Hitler, eager for Polish soil, acquiesced. The map drawn in that secret annex represented the cold arithmetic of empire, treating nations not as sovereign peoples but as bargaining chips. Both leaders knew that this cynical carve-up would unleash chaos, but neither cared. Hitler sought the freedom to invade Poland, without fear of Soviet interference. Stalin, meanwhile, aimed to buy time, strengthening his armies and extending Soviet frontiers westward under the guise of security. The pact was not an act of trust, it was an agreement to cooperate in duplicity, each man certain he could outwit the other in the long game. On the night of August 23, 1939, the Kremlin played host to the signing ceremony. In a chandelier-lit hall, Joachim von Ribbentrop, Hitler's suave and calculating foreign minister, sat opposite Vyacheslav Molotov, Stalin's granite-faced diplomat. Stalin himself, unusually for such occasions, was present, smiling and raising his glass in a toast to the new partnership. The atmosphere was formal, but beneath the polished surface, both sides were suspicious, wary of betrayal even as they clasped hands. German photographers captured the moment, their images later distributed as propaganda to suggest an improbable friendship between Berlin and Moscow. But the real history was written not in the clinking of glasses, but in the secret documents locked away in safes. These agreements represented the ruthless logic of two dictatorships, prepared to treat human lives as collateral in their quest for expansion. For the men at that table, diplomacy was nothing more than a temporary convenience, a pause before the storm of war. The deal was celebrated with forced smiles, but its shadow stretched long across the plains of Europe. Within a week, the pact's consequences would be felt in fire and steel, and the people of Poland would be its first victims. On September 1, 1939, Hitler unleashed his armies against Poland. The Wehrmacht rolled forward with lightning speed, tanks and Stuka dive, bombers ripping through defences in a display of brutal efficiency. To the west, Britain and France declared war in defence of Poland, but to the east, silence reigned. For 16 days, Stalin watched carefully, gauging the German advance and waiting for the moment to strike. On September 17th, the Red Army crossed the border, claiming to protect ethnic Ukrainians and Belarusians, but in reality enforcing the secret pact. Polish forces, already battered by German attacks, now faced a hopeless two-front war. Cities fell, prisoners were marched away, and the dream of Polish independence was extinguished in weeks. The pact had done its work. Hitler and Stalin congratulated one another, dividing the spoils in a joint parade at Brest-Litovsk, where German and Soviet troops stood shoulder to shoulder, saluting as flags were raised. For the world, the sight was surreal, communists and fascists marching together, not as enemies, but as partners in plunder. Poland's agony was the first and clearest demonstration of the true meaning of Molotov-Ribbentrop. The pact was not limited to Poland. Its clauses reached deep into the map of Eastern Europe, redrawing boundaries with ruthless indifference. In the Baltic states, Soviet pressure mounted swiftly. Under the shadow of the pact, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were forced to sign treaties allowing Soviet military bases on their soil. Within months, they would be fully absorbed into the Soviet Union, their independence extinguished. Finland, too, fell into Stalin's designated sphere, and when Helsinki resisted Moscow's demands, the Winter War erupted in November 1939. The Soviet assault shocked the world, revealing both the ruthlessness of Stalin's ambition and the glaring weaknesses of his army. Though the Finns fought bravely, they were eventually forced to cede territory, a bitter harvest of the pact. Meanwhile, Germany seized its own share of the bargain, solidifying control over Western Poland and preparing for further conquests. The map of Europe was being rewritten by diktat, with no concern for history, culture, or the will of its people. Each move brought Hitler and Stalin closer to a confrontation neither could yet admit, but both secretly anticipated. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was proving less a peace agreement than a blueprint for war. For Hitler, the pact was always a stepping stone. His writings in Mein Kampf left no doubt about his intentions. The Soviet Union was the ultimate prize, its lands to be conquered, its people reduced to servitude. To Hitler, the pact was useful only as a shield against premature war with the East, allowing him to focus first on France and the West. He viewed Stalin as a temporary ally, a fellow opportunist whose usefulness would expire once Germany's rear was secure. In private, Hitler never ceased to rail against Bolshevism, promising his generals that a reckoning with the Soviet Union would come. The pact, he told them, was a tactical necessity, not an ideological compromise. Stalin, however, read Hitler differently. He believed the German dictator could be managed, bought off with resources and trade agreements, kept at bay, while the Soviet Union prepared for its inevitable clash with capitalism. The miscalculation was monumental. Hitler's hatred of communism was not mere rhetoric, it was central to his worldview. And in signing the pact, Stalin had invited the wolf into the fold, thinking he could control the beast. The stage was set for betrayal. Between 1939 and 1941, the pact was more than words, it was an active collaboration. Trains laden with Soviet grain, oil, and raw materials rumbled westward, feeding the German war machine. In return, Berlin shipped industrial goods, machinery, and even weapons to Moscow. Trade agreements were signed and expanded, making the Soviet Union one of Nazi Germany's largest suppliers. German officers were even permitted to observe Soviet maneuvers, and Soviet delegations toured German factories. To the outside world, it appeared as though two ideologies had reconciled, finding common ground in mutual benefit. But beneath the surface, both sides sharpened their knives. German planners in Berlin drew up contingency plans for an invasion of the Soviet Union, while Stalin's NKVD watched German activities with growing suspicion. Each delivery of oil and grain was a gamble, feeding the Wehrmacht's engines even as they prepared to turn east. For now, both sides pretended cooperation, but the relationship was poisoned by mistrust. It was, in the truest sense, a pact with the devil, a dance with betrayal lurking at every step. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact reshaped the early years of the Second World War. It enabled Hitler to strike Poland with confidence, to crush France without fear of a Soviet stab in the back, and to extend his empire across Europe. It allowed Stalin to expand his borders, to reclaim lands lost after the First World War, and to buy time for the Soviet Union's rearmament. Yet it was a fragile illusion, destined to shatter. By the spring of 1941, Hitler's patience had worn thin, and his gaze turned eastward once more. The pact, which had once seemed unbreakable, was now a hollow shell, a prelude to the greatest invasion in history. For millions who lived under its shadow, it represented betrayal, conquest, and suffering. And for the two men who signed it, it was a calculated gamble, a wager on time and power that would end in catastrophe. When Operation Barbarossa began, the pact's true nature was revealed, not a peace, but a pause, not an alliance, but a trap. It was the prelude to annihilation, signed in ink but written in blood. In the quiet months following the fall of France, while much of Europe seemed to be catching its breath, the German High Command was already consumed with preparing for the next colossal leap into the unknown. Operation Barbarossa was not a hasty adventure, but a calculated gamble, meticulously crafted down to the last logistical detail. Hitler's generals, hardened by victories in Poland, Norway, the Low Countries, and France believed that the Wehrmacht had proven itself unstoppable. To them, the Soviet Union was a giant with feet of clay, a vast but brittle empire waiting for a decisive blow. Planning began in earnest during the summer of 1940, with Hitler, his initial directives laying out a vision of rapid annihilation. The timetable was cruelly ambitious. The Red Army was to be smashed in weeks, and Moscow was to fall before winter. This confidence was born not only of ideology, but of faith in mechanized speed and German tactical superiority. Every general and staff officer understood that surprise, speed, and overwhelming force would be the key to victory. What emerged was one of the largest and most ambitious military plans in human history. Operation Barbarossa was war on a scale never before attempted. The German plan envisioned 3 massive army groups, each tasked with a specific and vital mission across the enormous expanse of the Soviet Union. Army Group North, under Field Marshal Wilhelm Ritter von Lieb, was to thrust through the Baltic states and capture Leningrad, the symbolic cradle of Bolshevism and the gateway to the north. Army Group Center, commanded by Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, was the most powerful of the 3, with the critical mission of advancing directly toward Moscow. Army Group South, led by Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, was to smash through Ukraine, capture its fertile farmlands, and secure its vital industrial centers and oil resources. Each of these thrusts was coordinated to ensure that the Red Army would be trapped, encircled, and destroyed in gigantic cauldrons before it could retreat into the depths of the Soviet interior. The German General Staff emphasized not just speed, but encirclement, believing that Soviet forces, once pocketed, would collapse in confusion. The enormity of the plan demanded coordination across thousands of miles of front. Never before had so many divisions, tanks, artillery pieces, and aircraft been concentrated in one theater of war. The German generals believed that this tripartite structure would guarantee swift victory. The sheer scale of the operation required staggering logistical preparation, which the Wehrmacht approached with ruthless efficiency. Over 3 million German soldiers were mobilized for the invasion, supported by nearly 700,000 horses and thousands of supply vehicles. Alongside them came more than 3,500 tanks, 7,000 artillery pieces, and close to 3,000 aircraft committed to the opening strike. Rail lines across Poland were converted from Soviet broad gauge to German standard gauge in anticipation of the advancing front. Stockpiles of ammunition, fuel, and food were built up secretly in depots near the border, disguised under camouflage nets to avoid Soviet aerial detection. Maps were printed in extraordinary detail, showing every river, forest, and village across western Russia. Engineers and planners pored over bridge capacities, road conditions, and river crossing points, knowing that the vast expanses could swallow armies whole if supply faltered. Medical units, field hospitals, and prisoner-of-war camps were prepared in advance, anticipating both casualties and massive Soviet surrenders. Nothing was left to chance, at least on paper. The Wehrmacht sought to engineer a war of annihilation with the precision of a clockmaker. Yet behind the meticulous planning lay a dangerous hubris, for the timetable of conquest was astonishingly narrow. Hitler decreed that the Red Army must be destroyed within 8 to 10 weeks. The generals insisted that the campaign had to be won before the infamous Russian winter could set in, repeating endlessly the warnings from Napoleon's disastrous retreat in 1812. Every calculation was premised on the assumption that the Soviet Union would crumble quickly, unable to withstand the shock of a German blitzkrieg. Preparations did not seriously account for a protracted war, nor for the immense industrial potential of the Soviet hinterland beyond the Urals. Supply lines were designed for rapid victory, not for sustaining millions of troops across endless distances. Fuel consumption estimates were dangerously optimistic, underestimating how quickly Panzer divisions could burn through their reserves. Even the question of clothing for winter was dismissed, as no one believed the Wehrmacht would still be fighting by then. German confidence bordering on arrogance was built into every phase of planning. The idea of failure scarcely entered their minds. Army Group North was allotted 29 divisions, including 4 Panzer divisions, with the mission of cutting through the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. The goal was to isolate Leningrad, choke it into submission, and link up with Finnish forces advancing from the north. This pincer movement would strangle one of the Soviet Union's greatest cities and cut it off from the rest of the country. Hitler himself considered Leningrad a city of symbolic importance, a bastion of Bolshevik ideology that had to be destroyed. The campaign through the Baltic was expected to be swift, as German planners believed local populations would welcome them as liberators from Soviet rule. Operational maps traced the routes through Riga, Daugavpils, and Pskov, with final objectives being the encirclement of Leningrad within weeks. Behind the frontline divisions came administrative units prepared to dismantle Soviet authority and impose German control. Army Group North was also to secure vital naval bases along the Baltic, ensuring that the Soviet fleet would be bottled up and neutralized. Every step was carefully charted in anticipation of a rapid collapse. Army Group Center, the largest and most powerful of the three, was the hammer intended to strike at the very heart of the Soviet Union. With 50 divisions, including 9 Panzer divisions, it possessed the bulk of Germany's armored strength. Its immediate mission was to smash through Belarus, encircle Soviet forces near Minsk and Smolensk, and then drive headlong toward Moscow. The German High Command considered Moscow not only a political and administrative hub, but the nerve center of Soviet communications and logistics. Capturing the capital, they believed, would deal a mortal blow to Soviet resistance and perhaps topple Stalin's government. The plan called for rapid encirclements, first at Minsk, then at Smolensk, before advancing on the Moscow axis. Army Group Center also included 2 Panzer groups under Generals Heinz, Guderian, and Hermann Hoth, both renowned masters of mobile warfare. These armored spearheads were expected to achieve rapid breakthroughs, leaving slower infantry divisions to mop up pockets of resistance. The drive on Moscow was to be the centerpiece of Operation Barbarossa. Success here, German planners believed, would ensure total victory. Army Group South faced perhaps the most complex task, for its objectives spanned the vast and resource-rich territory of Ukraine. Comprising 57 divisions, including 5 Panzer divisions, it had to conquer the breadbasket of the Soviet Union, while also seizing its vital industrial hubs. Its route of advance led through Lviv, Kiev, and ultimately toward the Dnieper River and the Black Sea coast. Army Group South also had to coordinate with Hungarian, Romanian, and Slovak forces which were brought in as Germany's allies and satellites. This multinational army posed difficulties in coordination, as not all units were as well trained or equipped as the Wehrmacht. Nevertheless, the objectives were immense: the destruction of the Red Army in Ukraine, the capture of the Donbass industrial basin, and ultimately the seizure of Crimea. Hitler also attached special significance to the oil fields of the Caucasus, which lay beyond Ukraine, but were already in the German High Command's long-term vision. Thus, Army Group South was expected not only to fight, but also to prepare the ground for future resource exploitation. It was a task as vast as the land it was invading. By the spring of 1941, the final pieces of the plan were in place, and the Wehrmacht stood ready on the frontier. Millions of men, thousands of vehicles, and mountains of supplies lay poised for the greatest invasion in history. Intelligence reports assured Hitler that the Soviets were unprepared, their army disorganized and demoralized after Stalin's brutal purges of the officer corps. German officers spoke with confidence, convinced that the Red Army would collapse like France had the year before. The timetable demanded that everything move with lightning speed and detailed. Orders for each phase were distributed with exacting precision. Even the Luftwaffe had its mission clearly outlined: to destroy the Soviet Air Force on the ground within the first hours of the invasion. On the eve of Barbarossa, the German war machine seemed unstoppable, a juggernaut poised to crush its adversary. Yet beneath the surface, cracks were already present, hidden by overconfidence and flawed assumptions. Operation Barbarossa was not only a military plan, but a gamble of catastrophic proportions. It was, truly, the unthinkable made real. As German troops massed along the western frontier of the Soviet Union in the spring of 1941, warnings flowed toward Moscow with growing urgency. Soviet military intelligence, the GRU, reported unusual troop concentrations, aerial reconnaissance flights, and logistical activity that all pointed unmistakably toward preparations for invasion. In the weeks before June 22nd, German rail networks strained under the burden of moving men and material eastward, yet to Stalin, this looked like posturing rather than the herald of imminent war. Britain, too, sought to break through Stalin's wall of denial. Winston Churchill, now Prime Minister, sent repeated warnings to Moscow that German intentions were hostile, their diplomacy a mask, and their build-up a clear prelude to an attack. Yet Stalin's suspicion of Britain was almost as deep as his mistrust of Hitler. He believed Churchill's warnings were less altruism than manipulation, a ploy to drag the Soviet Union into Britain's war of survival. Stalin clung to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the secret agreement of 1939 that had bought him both territory and time. The Führer's assurances that Germany respected the Soviet sphere still lulled him into false security. Stalin's mindset, shaped by paranoia and pragmatism, led him to interpret every piece of intelligence not as truth, but as potential deception. The Soviet intelligence apparatus was not idle. It was, in fact, remarkably accurate in its assessments. Agents embedded across Europe, including the famous Richard Sorge in Tokyo, George in Tokyo sent back precise and timely reports about German strategic intentions. George's messages in May 1941 explicitly detailed that Hitler had resolved to attack the Soviet Union, naming the likely date of the assault. These reports were cross-checked by the NKVD and GRU, and their reliability rated high. Yet when such findings landed on Stalin's desk, they were met with skepticism, even outright dismissal. Stalin, whose rule had been scarred by years of purges, believed his own intelligence services were riddled with fabricators seeking to impress their masters with false alarms. He accused his officers of disinformation, of exaggerating threats to curry favor or cover their failures. The dictator's distrust blinded him to the accuracy of the intelligence he was being handed. Reports continued to accumulate, but Stalin would not allow them to shape Soviet policy. To him, the specter of war with Germany was real, but he convinced himself it would not come in 1941. One of the most extraordinary aspects of this moment in history is that Stalin possessed more forewarning than perhaps any leader in the modern age before being attacked. The Germans did not conceal their intentions well. They were, in many respects, obvious in their massive preparations. Across Poland, across East Prussia, across Romania, armies assembled in plain sight. British aerial reconnaissance confirmed these troop concentrations and passed photographs to Moscow. German deserters crossed into Soviet lines, whispering of impending offensives. Even ordinary citizens near the frontier reported strange activity, tanks hidden in forests, new roads carved through the wilderness, engineers reinforcing bridges for heavy military use. Soviet border guards filed report after report, each one highlighting that the Wehrmacht was preparing for something vast. But every time, the reports climbed the chain of command, only to be smothered by Stalin. His insistence that Hitler would not risk a two-front war until Britain was defeated. He convinced himself that Hitler, like Napoleon before him, would avoid the folly of the Russian steppe until his western flank was secure. Churchill's role in this saga adds another dramatic layer to the tragedy of ignored warnings. Having endured the blitz, and now holding Britain together through sheer will, Churchill knew firsthand the duplicity of Hitler's promises. He sent private communications to Stalin, urging him to recognize the storm gathering on his borders. In one such message, Churchill bluntly declared that a German invasion of the Soviet Union was imminent and that every day wasted in preparation would cost the Red Army dearly. But Stalin saw Britain's hand in the shadows of every word. Why, he thought, would Churchill, a man with imperial interests, suddenly become the Soviet Union's benefactor? To Stalin, the answer was simple. Britain wanted to embroil the Soviets in war to relieve pressure on its own front. His instinct, hardened by decades of political maneuvering, was to distrust any apparent generosity. So Churchill's words, rather than prompting vigilance, hardened Stalin's conviction that he was being played. In that moment, suspicion proved more dangerous than naivety. This blindness was not merely intellectual. It had dire military consequences. Soviet forces along the western frontier were ordered not to provoke the Germans lest an accidental clash provide Hitler with an excuse for war. Stalin's instructions discouraged commanders from reacting even to direct German incursions. Luftwaffe reconnaissance flights penetrated deep into Soviet airspace, photographing airfields and supply depots, yet Soviet aircraft were forbidden to shoot them down. German patrols crossed the border, sometimes clashing with Soviet units, but the Kremlin downplayed these encounters. Stalin insisted these were the actions of rogue German officers, not policy dictated from Berlin. Soviet commanders, already terrified of the purges that had decimated their ranks in the late 1930s, dared not act independently. Fear of being accused of warmongering or insubordination paralyzed initiative. Thus, on the eve of Operation Barbarossa, thousands of Soviet aircraft sat wingtip to wingtip on airfields, and divisions remained in exposed positions, ripe for destruction. It was paralysis born not of ignorance, but of willful disbelief. The diplomatic exchanges between Moscow and Berlin in early 1941 reveal the depth of Stalin's self-deception. Hitler continued to feed Stalin empty promises of friendship and cooperation. German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop assured the Soviets that the Reich respected their sphere of influence. Envoys spoke of economic agreements, increased trade, and political stability in Eastern Europe. Stalin, wary but still invested in the pact, signed new trade deals that sent Soviet grain and oil to fuel the German war machine. To Stalin, this was proof that Berlin valued the arrangement too highly to risk it. But beneath this veneer, the Wehrmacht was fine-tuning its plans for invasion. The Germans even leaked false intelligence that suggested they were preparing for operations against Britain, not Russia. Stalin embraced these lies because they confirmed his hopes. He chose the comfort of illusion over the burden of preparing for a reality he dreaded. The tragedy of these ignored warnings is best understood in human terms, for it condemned millions of Soviet soldiers and civilians to catastrophe. Had Stalin mobilized even partially, the Red Army might have avoided the colossal encirclements that followed in the summer of 1941. Entire Soviet armies were caught unprepared, their aircraft destroyed. On the ground, their supplies seized before they could be moved east. Soldiers were marched into captivity in numbers the world had never seen. Civilians fled in panic, many overtaken by the tide of German advance. All of this devastation was foreshadowed in the ignored intelligence, in the messages that lay unopened or disregarded on Stalin's desk. The voices that tried to warn him, the intelligence officers, the British diplomats, the frightened border guards, were drowned out by his own conviction that Hitler would not dare strike. The weight of his error was measured not in abstractions, but in lives lost. It is here that the stubbornness of one man intersected with the fate of millions. When the invasion finally came at dawn on June 22nd, it was not the product of surprise but of disbelief. Stalin had convinced himself so thoroughly of his own analysis that even as shells exploded across the border, he initially believed it was a provocation, not a full-scale war. Hours passed before he accepted the truth, and by then, the Red Army's frontier defenses were already in ruins. The story of ignored warnings is thus not merely a tale of intelligence failure, but of leadership paralyzed by mistrust. It illustrates the dangers of ideology clouding judgment, of suspicion triumphing over evidence. Stalin, who had built his rule on paranoia, became its victim at the most crucial moment of his nation's survival. The intelligence was sound, the signs were clear, and the warnings were persistent. Yet, in the dark corridors of the Kremlin, certainty gave way to stubborn denial. And so the Soviet Union, though vast and powerful, entered the greatest struggle of its history with its leader willfully blind to the storm breaking upon him. As the summer of 1941 approached, the Soviet Union stood as the largest territorial state in the world, yet beneath its sheer immensity lay deep fractures that threatened its survival in the face of invasion. The Red Army, swollen in size to millions of men, appeared formidable on paper, but its strength was undermined by a political system that distrusted its own officers. Stalin's Great Purge of the late 1930s had decimated the military leadership, erasing entire generations of experience through executions, imprisonments, and forced confessions. Nearly three-quarters of the senior officer corps had been swept away, including marshals, generals, and countless colonels who once carried the institutional memory of the Tsarist and early Soviet wars. In their place rose inexperienced officers who owed their positions not to ability but to loyalty to Stalin's regime. The result was a brittle structure in which orders were followed slavishly, but initiative, creativity, and adaptability, the lifeblood of modern warfare, was severely lacking. Soviet divisions were bloated on paper, yet many were under-equipped, lacking trucks, modern radios, and even sufficient rifles for their men. Morale was fragile, for soldiers served in an atmosphere of fear where any misstep could be branded as treason or cowardice. The Soviet Union, though vast, was in truth precariously unprepared for the storm that was about to break upon it. The Red Army's weakness was compounded by its vast modernization program, which was still incomplete when Germany prepared to strike. Stalin had pushed for rapid industrialization under the 5-year plans, resulting in impressive output of tanks, planes, and artillery. Yet many of these new machines were untested, plagued by mechanical flaws, or produced in numbers too small to replace the obsolete equipment still filling the ranks. The Soviet Air Force, though boasting thousands of aircraft, consisted largely of biplanes and outdated monoplanes that were no match for the sleek Messerschmitt Bf 109 seconds of the Luftwaffe. Likewise, the tank force, though it possessed the revolutionary T-34 and KV series, had only a fraction. Deployed at the front in June 1941, and crews were often poorly trained in their use. Logistics lagged even further behind. Fuel, spare parts and maintenance facilities were scarce, leaving much of the armoured fleet vulnerable not to German fire, but to breakdown on the long roads of the western frontier. Training cycles were disrupted by Stalin's obsession with rapid expansion, forcing men into service before they could be adequately prepared for combat. Exercises often devolved into rigid displays meant to impress political overseers rather than genuine tests of tactical readiness. The modernization drive gave the Red Army the shell of strength, but not the living heart of efficiency and skill. Defensively, the Soviet Union was also caught in a dangerous transition. Along the western borders with Germany and its satellite states, Stalin had authorized the construction of a new line of fortifications known as the Molotov Line, meant to replace the older Stalin Line further east. But as June 1941 dawned, these defenses remained incomplete. Many bunkers lacked guns, concrete positions had no roofs, and logistical links were unfinished. Worse still, Stalin had ordered much of the Stalin Line dismantled, removing weapons and equipment that might have provided a fallback in the event of invasion. Thus, the Red Army's western frontier lay exposed, dotted with skeletal defenses incapable of resisting a determined assault. Soviet units along this frontier were positioned dangerously close to the border, where they risked encirclement the moment a blitzkrieg attack broke through. High Command, paralyzed by Stalin's refusal to believe an attack was imminent, forbade large-scale entrenchments that might provoke Germany, leaving many units without even trenches or minefields. Men slept in shallow dugouts or open barracks, while artillery remained, clustered in peacetime depots rather than deployed for rapid use. The Red Army stood, not as a coiled spring ready to strike back, but as a massive, yet unwieldy force vulnerable to the lightning speed of German maneuver warfare. The purges had not only stripped the Red Army of leadership, but had poisoned its very culture. Officers were terrified to display independent thought, for initiative often meant suspicion of disloyalty. This climate of fear meant that crucial warnings about German preparations, observed by intelligence, officers and frontier units, were dismissed or buried before reaching higher command. Even at the tactical level, commanders hesitated to reposition troops, fortify defenses, or conduct reconnaissance without explicit approval, which often arrived too late. Political commissars, attached to every unit, acted as Stalin's ideological watchdogs, ensuring that Marxist orthodoxy was upheld even in the trenches. These commissars often overruled military decisions, placing political reliability above battlefield effectiveness. Soldiers lived under a dual command structure, where military and political officers clashed constantly, sapping cohesion and morale. Orders were delivered with an air of finality, leaving no room for adjustment even when circumstances demanded flexibility. In such a system, battlefield setbacks were often blamed not on poor planning, but on traitors or cowards within the ranks. The terror that had gripped Soviet society since the 1930s had seeped into the barracks and command posts of the Red Army, rendering it fragile in the face of a disciplined, highly coordinated enemy. Yet the Soviet Union's greatest strength lay not in preparedness, but in sheer scale. The Red Army, even in its fragile state, was immense, millions of men spread across multiple fronts, with reserves numbering in the hundreds of divisions. Soviet industry, concentrated east of the Urals and shielded from immediate attack, had the capacity to replenish losses over time. But this potential strength was far from ready on the eve of war. The western military districts facing Germany contained over 170 divisions, yet they were poorly supplied, commanded by inexperienced officers, and positioned in a way that invited encirclement. Airfields clustered dangerously close to the border, making them easy targets for Luftwaffe strikes. Supply depots were not dispersed but concentrated, meaning a single German breakthrough could cut off entire armies from food, fuel, and ammunition. The Red Army, while gigantic, was like a colossus with feet of clay, capable of delivering blows but vulnerable to shattering if struck in the right places. This fragility would become starkly clear in the first weeks of Barbarossa, as entire Soviet armies were surrounded and destroyed in battles of unprecedented scale. Beyond the army itself, the Soviet people were also unprepared for the reality of war. Stalin's propaganda had insisted that the Soviet Union was safe behind treaties, and that any talk of German treachery was defeatist rumor. Civilians in the Western territories, Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic states, continued their lives with little awareness of the catastrophe about to descend upon them. Farms prepared for summer harvests, factories churned out peacetime quotas, and families planned their work schedules as if the storm clouds gathering in the west were distant and irrelevant. When the invasion began, millions were caught off guard, fleeing in chaos as German Panzers rolled across their fields and Luftwaffe bombers turned towns into firestorms. The Soviet state had failed to prepare its people psychologically for war, insisting instead on blind trust in Stalin's diplomacy and the myth of Soviet invincibility. This disconnect between propaganda and reality amplified the shock of Barbarossa, making the first weeks not only a military catastrophe, but also a civilian one. Yet within the unpreparedness lay the seeds of resilience that would later astonish the world. While the Red Army faltered in the opening months, the Soviet Union's ability to absorb punishment and reorganize would become its defining trait. Millions of conscripts, though poorly trained, were drawn from a population hardened by decades of hardship, famine, and collectivization. Factories deep in the Soviet heartland could be dismantled and relocated eastward, far from German reach, ensuring the stream of weapons would eventually recover. Stalin himself, though paralyzed in the early days of the invasion, would later harness the vast machinery of the state to mobilize resources on a scale Germany could not match. But on the eve of Barbarossa, this potential was still latent, hidden beneath layers of fear, dysfunction, and disorganization. The Soviet Union faced an enemy whose every move had been calculated for maximum shock and speed, while its own defenses were half-built, its leaders hesitant, and its soldiers ill-prepared for the war of annihilation to come. Thus, the Soviet Union in June 1941 was a paradox, a giant both menacing and vulnerable, armed, with staggering resources but riddled with flaws that left it exposed to the fury of the Wehrmacht. Its army was vast but clumsy, its tanks powerful but few, its aircraft numerous but outdated, its officers plentiful but inexperienced, and its soldiers brave but poorly led. Stalin's refusal to believe in the inevitability of war compounded these weaknesses, leaving the frontier forces blind to the tidal wave about to strike them. The purges had robbed the Red Army of initiative, the incomplete defenses left the western border porous, and the propaganda machine lulled both soldiers and civilians into a false sense of security. All these factors combined to create a moment of supreme vulnerability. At the very instant when Germany launched its greatest gamble, on the morning of June 22, 1941, as the first shells fell and the skies above the frontier lit with fire, the Soviet Union's unpreparedness was laid bare. It was a giant forced to fight for survival, unready for the onslaught, but destined, in the years ahead, to endure and, through unimaginable sacrifice, rise again. The night of June 21st into June 22nd, 1941, was deceptively calm across the vast frontiers that separated Nazi Germany from the Soviet Union. Soviet border troops, though on alert, settled into their nightly routines, some listening to the stillness of the steppe, others writing home letters that would never reach their destination. In nearby towns and villages, civilians slept peacefully, unaware that within hours their world would erupt into fire and chaos. Across the border, however, the Wehrmacht was already in motion, poised like a predator ready to strike. German divisions numbering in the hundreds had been secretly concentrated, forming the largest invasion force in history. Trucks, artillery and tanks stood silently in columns, their engines cold, soldiers whispering nervously as they awaited the order. Pilots sat inside cockpits of aircraft lined on hastily prepared airfields, reviewing final instructions by dim red light. The tension was unbearable, as the German army prepared to break a pact that had only recently divided Europe between Berlin and Moscow. Hitler had given the order. At dawn, the Soviet Union would be struck, with a blow so devastating it was meant to collapse the regime at once. The stage was set for one of history's darkest mornings, and the countdown to catastrophe had begun. Just after midnight, artillery along the frontier began to roll into firing. Positions, wheels and metal clanking softly in the summer night. German officers checked their watches, synchronized to the second, waiting for the signal that would unleash destruction. At 1 a.m., Luftwaffe pilots received final confirmation the attack was on. Slowly, the roar of engines filled the air as bombers and fighters lifted into the night sky, their silhouettes vanishing into darkness as they headed eastward. The targets had been carefully chosen: Soviet airfields, command centers, rail hubs, and ammunition depots, designed to cripple the Red Army before it could even react. For the German soldiers on the ground, the anticipation reached a fever pitch, each man gripping his weapon, some praying silently, others too hardened to hope. Soviet border guards, by contrast, had no inkling of the scale of what was about to unfold. Reports of unusual troop concentrations had trickled in, but Stalin's refusal to believe them left defenses dangerously thin. Even as German artillery crews loaded shells, Soviet soldiers lit cigarettes. Unaware they were minutes away from facing a storm of steel. The machinery of total war was in motion, and its victims still slept unaware. At precisely 3:15 a.m., the silence shattered. German artillery unleashed a thunderous barrage, stretching hundreds of kilometers along the frontier, hurling fire and steel into Soviet positions. Shells screamed through the night sky before slamming into bunkers, barracks, and command posts, tearing men and equipment apart in an instant. The bombardment was overwhelming, designed to disorient and annihilate before any meaningful defense could be mounted. Columns of smoke rose into the night, lit intermittently by the flash of explosions that rolled like an endless drumbeat. Soviet units caught in the barrage were stunned, many officers killed, in the opening moments, leaving conscripts leaderless and terrified. Telephone wires snapped, cutting off communication between border posts and higher command. In the chaos, German troops surged forward, engineers racing to cut through barbed wire and dismantle obstacles. The once quiet frontier was transformed into a burning, thunderous hellscape in which survival seemed impossible. For many Soviet soldiers, the first moments of the Great Patriotic War were also their last. By dawn, thousands lay dead or wounded, caught unprepared in the most destructive surprise attack the world had ever witnessed. While artillery pulverized the border, the Luftwaffe descended in waves upon Soviet airfields. Across Belarus, Ukraine, and the Baltic states, pilots swooped down at treetop height, strafing runways with machine gun fire before dropping bombs with deadly precision. Soviet aircraft, lined neatly wingtip to wingtip, made perfect targets, exploding into fireballs before their crews could scramble to respond. Entire squadrons were wiped out on the ground, their planes destroyed before they could even take off. Radar stations and command posts were annihilated, leaving the Soviet Air Force blind and leaderless in the critical first hours. Frantic mechanics and pilots dashed to their machines, only to be cut down by strafing fighters before reaching safety. Black smoke poured skyward, visible for miles, as hundreds of planes were reduced to burning wreckage. By the end of the first day, the Luftwaffe claimed over 1,000 Soviet aircraft destroyed, most of them still grounded. For the Soviet Union, the skies that morning belonged entirely to Germany, a devastating imbalance that gave the Wehrmacht overwhelming tactical superiority. The Soviet pilots who did manage to take off fought with desperation, but they were outnumbered, outgunned, and flying outdated machines. The Red Air Force was being dismantled before it could even fight. On the ground, German infantry surged across the border in dense formations, supported by tanks and motorized columns that churned up dust as they thundered eastward. The precision of the assault was astonishing, each unit moving like clockwork toward predetermined objectives. Army Group North stormed into the Baltic states, aiming for Leningrad. Army Group Center struck with overwhelming force toward Minsk. And Smolensk, its eyes on Moscow, Army Group South plunged into Ukraine, seeking to capture Kyiv and the fertile lands beyond. Soviet border posts resisted bravely, but were rapidly overwhelmed, their machine guns drowned out by the roar of Panzers and the screech of dive-bombing Stukas. Villages along the frontier were consumed by fire, civilians caught in the crossfire as the German juggernaut rolled past. Chaos reigned on Soviet roads as terrified peasants fled eastward with whatever belongings they could carry. Red Army units scrambled to form defensive lines, but communications were shattered, orders conflicting or non-existent. Entire divisions were encircled within hours, cut off by the speed and coordination of the German advance. Stalin's empire was being torn open at its western edges, and the Wehrmacht was pouring through like a flood. The greatest land invasion in history had begun, and nothing seemed able to stop it. By dawn, the Soviet leadership in Moscow was only beginning to grasp the scale of the catastrophe. Reports flooded in from every direction, painting a picture of total disaster. Airfields destroyed, divisions encircled, command posts obliterated. At first, Stalin refused to believe what he was hearing, convinced it was a provocation or misunderstanding. He clung to the delusion that Hitler would not dare break the non-aggression pact so soon. But the evidence was undeniable. Germany had struck with full force, and the Soviet Union was bleeding. Stalin withdrew into stunned silence, isolating himself in his dacha, unwilling to address his generals. Across the nation, panic began to spread as word of the invasion reached cities and villages. Propaganda radios blared patriotic songs, but they could not drown out the sound of retreating soldiers and distant bombardments. The people of the Soviet Union awoke to the reality that their homeland was under siege. Families packed belongings in haste, preparing for evacuation as the sound of German artillery drew closer each hour. For the Soviet people, June 22nd was not just another day, it was the day their world collapsed into fire and fear. The Wehrmacht's confidence on that day was absolute, and with good reason. Their armies had trained relentlessly, refined tactics during campaigns, in Poland and France, and prepared meticulously for this very moment. Blitzkrieg was unleashed in its most devastating form, combining speed, surprise, and overwhelming firepower. Tank divisions tore through gaps in Soviet lines, cutting supply routes and isolating entire armies before they could regroup. Motorized infantry followed, mopping up resistance and securing captured territory. Behind them, field police and SS units moved in, executing prisoners and terrorizing civilians to establish German dominance. Every aspect of the assault was planned not only to defeat the Soviet military, but to annihilate the Soviet state itself. Hitler's orders made clear this was no ordinary war, but a war of extermination. Civilians were considered expendable, prisoners unworthy of mercy, and entire populations marked for slavery or death. On June 22, 1941, this ideological war of annihilation began in earnest. The precision and brutality of the attack shocked even hardened German officers, who marveled at how swiftly the Soviet defenses collapsed. But beneath the triumph, some recognized that the scale of the invasion was so vast, the risks so immense, that the outcome was far from certain. For the men on the ground, soldiers, pilots, and civilians alike, June 22nd was seared into memory as a day of terror, confusion, and irreversible change. Soviet soldiers recalled waking to explosions that tore apart their barracks before. They could even dress, stumbling into battle half prepared and half asleep. German troops remembered the exhilaration of charging across the frontier at dawn. There, confidence bolstered by the roar of artillery and the destruction left in their wake. Civilians told of waking to the sound of Stukas screaming overhead, of villages burning. of fathers and sons marching off to a front they would never return from. The day ended with hundreds of thousands dead, cities in ruins, and a nation plunged into the crucible of total war. For Germany, it marked the boldest gamble of the Third Reich, an attempt to seize the East and secure dominance of Europe. For the Soviet Union, it marked the beginning of a struggle for survival, a war that would demand the full measure of its people's endurance. June 22, 1941, would forever be remembered as the day the world tilted into a new and darker chapter of human history. It was not just an invasion, it was the opening of a cataclysm that would consume millions. As dawn broke on June 22, 1941, the Soviet Union awoke to the deafening roar of German aircraft slicing across its skies. The Luftwaffe, meticulously prepared and ruthlessly efficient, unleashed a wave of destruction unlike anything the Red Air Force had anticipated. Hundreds of German bombers and fighters flew low, hugging the treetops, to avoid detection before rising to strike at Soviet airfields. Their targets were not just runways or hangars, but entire fleets of parked Soviet planes sitting wingtip to wingtip, uncamouflaged and unprotected. Many Soviet aircraft were still in neat rows, lined up like targets in a shooting gallery, reflecting Stalin's refusal to believe an invasion was imminent. Within minutes, explosions ripped through the tarmac as fuel depots ignited, sending black plumes of smoke curling into the morning sky. Pilots and ground crews ran desperately, some attempting to scramble their machines into the air. But most were cut down by strafing Messerschmitts before their wheels even left the ground. By the end of that first day alone, the Luftwaffe had destroyed more than 1,000 Soviet aircraft, the majority of them on the ground. The Soviet Air Force, despite having vast numbers on paper, was crippled before it could even respond. It was a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions, and one that would echo across the opening weeks of Operation Barbarossa. The disparity between German precision and Soviet vulnerability was staggering. German pilots were veterans of Poland-France and the Battle of Britain, hardened by years of combat experience and honed-in tactics of blitzkrieg air support. The Soviets, by contrast, were reeling from Stalin's purges of the officer corps, which had decimated leadership within the Red Air Force. Commanders lacked initiative, pilots were undertrained, and many had never even flown in combat before that fateful morning. Their planes, though numerous, were outdated, biplanes and slow bombers that stood no chance against the Messerschmitt Bf 109 seconds and Junkers Ju 88 seconds of the Luftwaffe. Even the more modern Soviet fighters, like the MiG-3 or Yak-1, were deployed in limited numbers and often stationed far from the front lines. Worse still, communication between airfields and headquarters was slow and chaotic, with radios unreliable or altogether absent. As German squadrons cut through the skies, Soviet units scrambled blindly, often flying straight into ambushes. The Luftwaffe controlled not only the air, but also the tempo of the battle, deciding when and where to strike. Within hours, it was clear to both sides that Germany had achieved complete dominance of the skies. On the ground, the devastation was almost surreal. At Brest, Bialystok, and Minsk, airfields that had once been symbols of Soviet strength were reduced to smoldering wreckage. Aircraft fuselages lay twisted and burning, their wings shattered, their cockpits blackened by fire. The smell of burning fuel mixed with the acrid stench of melted rubber as mechanics, and ground crews tried desperately to save whatever machines remained intact. Eyewitnesses recalled scenes of horror as bombs tore through barracks and workshops, killing not only pilots but also cooks, drivers and clerks who had no means of defense. Entire squadrons ceased to exist within hours, their names erased from the rolls of the Red Air Force. Survivors, dazed and shocked, often resorted to hiding in ditches or forests, unable to believe the scale of destruction they had just witnessed. German pilots, meanwhile, described the assault almost clinically in their diaries, noting how the Soviets offered no resistance and how the airfields burned like torches in the dawn. For the Luftwaffe, it was confirmation of their superiority. For the Soviets, it was the first bitter taste of a war that would demand unimaginable sacrifice. The psychological impact of this aerial disaster was as devastating as the physical losses themselves. Soviet pilots who managed to take off often found themselves hopelessly outmatched, watching comrades shot down within minutes. Some were so overwhelmed by the chaos that they bailed from their planes without even engaging in combat. Stories spread of Soviet airmen attempting kamikaze-style ramming attacks, deliberately colliding with German planes because their weapons had jammed or because they had no other means of fighting back. On the ground, commanders tried to rally what little remained, but with communication systems crippled, orders rarely reached their intended units. Stalin himself initially refused to believe the reports, suspecting sabotage or exaggeration rather than accepting the truth. His disbelief trickled down through the ranks, creating paralysis in the Soviet command structure just when rapid action was most needed. The Luftwaffe exploited this hesitation mercilessly, striking not only airfields but also rail lines, bridges and fuel depots, further strangling Soviet mobility. In those early hours, the Soviet Union was not simply fighting for its skies, it was fighting to comprehend the scale of its own vulnerability. The destruction of Soviet air power was not merely incidental, it was central to the German plan of invasion. Operation Barbarossa depended upon speed, and speed required control of the air. Without Soviet planes harassing their columns, German tanks and infantry could move unhindered across the vast expanses of the Soviet frontier. The Luftwaffe's role was to clear the skies and cripple the infrastructure that might slow the advance of the Wehrmacht. In this task, they succeeded beyond even their own expectations. By the end of the first week, the Soviets had lost nearly 4,000 aircraft, the majority of them destroyed on the ground. In contrast, German losses were a fraction of that number, fewer than 300 planes in the same period. The balance was so lopsided that many German officers believed the Red Air Force had been permanently annihilated. Yet the Soviets, though battered, still had reserves deeper in their territory, and their factories were capable of producing replacements at a staggering pace. But in June 1941, this potential was still a distant hope, and the Luftwaffe ruled the skies without challenge. To appreciate the scale of the Luftwaffe's triumph, one must understand the logistical failures of the Red Air Force. Soviet aircraft were often parked without protective revetments or shelters, making them easy targets. Fuel and ammunition dumps were stored in exposed locations, where a single incendiary bomb could ignite catastrophic chain reactions. Air defense units, poorly equipped and inadequately trained, often fired wildly into the sky, wasting precious ammunition and sometimes even hitting their own planes. Anti-aircraft guns were few and far between, and many were outdated, models incapable of reaching the high altitudes of German bombers. Radar, which had proven invaluable in Britain during the Battle of Britain, was virtually non-existent in the Soviet Union. Instead, the Soviets relied on ground spotters and telephone networks that were quickly destroyed in the first hours of the invasion. These deficiencies, combined with poor coordination and Stalin's orders not to provoke Germany before the attack, left Soviet airfields fatally exposed. The Luftwaffe did not simply outfight the Soviets, it exposed the hollowness of their entire defensive system. The chaos extended far beyond the battlefield itself. Civilians in towns near the border awoke to the sound of engines and the shattering of glass as bombs rained down. Children clung to their mothers while entire villages watched in horror as columns of smoke rose from nearby airfields. For many Soviet citizens, the invasion was not announced by infantry or tanks, but by the sight of German aircraft streaking overhead. Rumors spread faster than official information, fueling panic as people whispered that the Luftwaffe had destroyed everything and that no planes remained to defend the homeland. In some regions, locals reported German bombers flying unchallenged for hours, circling lazily before selecting new targets, as though they owned the skies. The sense of helplessness was overwhelming, and it eroded morale both among soldiers and civilians alike. For the Germans, this terror was intentional, for they believed psychological dominance was as crucial as physical destruction. Every factory worker, farmer, and soldier who looked skyward and saw no Soviet plane felt a creeping sense of abandonment. In those crucial early days, the Luftwaffe's supremacy was not only a tactical victory, it was a weapon of fear. Yet for all the triumph of those first weeks, the Luftwaffe's supremacy carried within it the seeds of its eventual limits. While German aircraft dominated the skies in June and July, the vastness of the Soviet Union soon began to stretch their resources thin. Airfields had to be built and supplied along the advancing front, and fuel shortages increasingly hampered long-range missions. German pilots, though skilled, faced relentless operational tempo with little rest, and mechanical failures grew more common as aircraft were pushed to their limits. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union, stunned but not broken, began to relocate its industries eastward, beyond the reach of German bombers. New fighters and bombers rolled off production lines at an astonishing pace, and Soviet pilots grew more experienced with each desperate encounter. The Red Air Force, though decimated in the opening blow, would rise again, bloodied but hardened, ready to challenge the Luftwaffe in the battles to come. But on June 22, 1941, and in the weeks that followed, it seemed as though the sky itself belonged to Germany. The Luftwaffe had struck the first hammer blow of Barbarossa, and its echoes would shape the brutal war in the east for years to come. When Operation Barbarossa commenced, the weight of the German offensive did not fall evenly across the front. At its sharpest points were the armored spearheads, the Panzer groups commanded by men like Heinz, Guderian and Hermann Hoth, whose reputations were already legendary within the Wehrmacht. Guderian, the chief architect of mobile warfare within the German army, had long advocated for rapid mechanized thrusts rather than the grinding trench battles of the previous war. His theories of concentrated armored formations supported by mobile infantry and coordinated airstrikes had been tested and proven in Poland and France. Yet, against the Soviet Union, the scale of the challenge was magnitudes greater, with front lines stretching for thousands of kilometers and an opponent whose resources seemed endless. Hoth, commanding another massive Panzer group, was equally determined to execute blitzkrieg with devastating efficiency, leading heavily armed columns of tanks, mechanized infantry, and artillery. Their combined mission was simple but bold: to pierce Soviet lines, bypass strongpoints, and encircle entire Soviet armies before they could withdraw. The armored divisions became the cutting edge of Barbarossa, designed to move faster than the enemy could react, spreading chaos deep behind enemy lines. This was not just about territory, it was about destruction on a scale never before seen in modern warfare. The Panzer groups were not ragtag formations of tanks, but meticulously organized armies within armies. Each group consisted of 2 to 3 Panzer Corps, containing multiple Panzer divisions, supported by motorized infantry, reconnaissance units, engineers, and mobile artillery. They had logistical trains designed to keep fuel and ammunition flowing, though this would later prove a weak point on the endless Russian steppes. Guderian's Panzer Group 2, for example, fielded over 1,000 tanks, a formidable force designed to smash through the Soviet frontier defenses and drive relentlessly towards Smolensk and eventually Moscow. Hoth's Panzer Group 3, advancing alongside Army Group Center, had a similar arsenal of steel and firepower, its tanks ranging from the nimble Panzer II to the heavier Panzer IV. Coordination with the Luftwaffe gave them a terrifying edge, as Soviet positions were softened by Stuka dive bombers before the tanks surged forward. German soldiers described the thunder of tracks, the dust clouds rising over the plains, and the eerie sight of endless armored columns stretching beyond the horizon. These were the tools of blitzkrieg, designed to overwhelm through speed, concentration, and sheer psychological shock. The panzer leaders knew their task was to keep moving, to never allow the Soviets a moment of respite. The opening days revealed the sheer ferocity of the armored thrusts. Soviet frontier divisions, caught by surprise and often immobilized by Luftwaffe strikes on their supply depots and communications, were unable to mount coordinated resistance. Guderian's tanks smashed across the Bug River, racing through the marshlands and farmland of Belarus. Entire Soviet regiments were bypassed, left stranded as German mechanized infantry sealed off escape routes behind the tanks. Villages were overrun within hours, and cities that had prepared for weeks of resistance fell in days. Hoth's Panzer Group pressed forward in parallel, exploiting weak points in the Soviet lines and forcing Soviet defenders into chaotic retreats. Soviet tank brigades, equipped with outdated models like the BT-7 and T-26, attempted counterattacks but were crushed by superior German tactics and coordination. German tank crews used radios in every vehicle, enabling real-time communication, while Soviet units often had to rely on signal flags and couriers. This technological gap proved decisive as German columns shifted direction fluidly, while Soviet counterblows struck only empty air. Within the first week, the armored spearheads had already driven deep into Soviet territory, leaving destruction and confusion in their wake. Central to the success of Blitzkrieg was the principle of encirclement, Kesselschlacht, the Battle of the Cauldron. Instead of battering Soviet defenses head-on, the panzers raced past strongpoints, leaving them for slower-moving infantry to mop up, while the tanks themselves swept wide arcs behind enemy forces. Guderian's thrust linked with infantry corps advancing behind him, creating giant pockets filled with trapped Soviet divisions. Thousands of Red Army soldiers found themselves cut off, their supply lines severed, their avenues of retreat blocked by rapidly moving German columns. At Bialystok and Minsk, these tactics culminated in vast encirclements, trapping over 300,000 Soviet troops. The destruction was methodical and merciless. German tanks and motorized infantry tightened the ring, while artillery and airstrikes pounded the trapped Soviets into submission. Survivors were forced into mass marches toward the rear, while broken units tried in vain to fight their way out of the cauldrons. For the Wehrmacht, these victories confirmed the superiority of Blitzkrieg. For the Soviets, they represented catastrophic losses in men and materiel within mere weeks of the invasion. The armored spearheads also revealed the personalities of their commanders. Heinz Guderian was relentless, often pushing his units farther than high. Command, initially intended, convinced that speed was the key to victory. He argued repeatedly with superiors who wanted to slow the pace to consolidate gains, believing that hesitation would allow the Soviets to regroup. Hermann Hoth, though less flamboyant, shared the same conviction that rapid movement was the essence of success on the Eastern Front. Their leadership styles were mirrored by the morale of their troops, who saw themselves as part of an elite striking force, feared by their enemies and celebrated within the Reich. Panzer crews grew confident, describing the invasion as a tiger chasing rabbits, believing they were unstoppable. Yet beneath this confidence lurked the seeds of overextension, as fuel shortages and the sheer scale of Soviet territory began to slow the tempo of operations. The armored thrusts had to cover distances unimaginable in France or Poland, and every kilometer stretched their supply lines thinner. Still, in the early stages, the aura of invincibility around Guderian's and Hoth's formations seemed unbreakable. Soviet attempts to halt the armored spearheads often ended in disaster. Stalin had ordered his commanders to launch immediate counter-offensives, refusing to concede territory even temporarily. This meant that poorly organized Soviet tank corps, some of them newly formed, were thrown headlong into battles they could not win. At the Battle of Brody, Soviet tank forces numbering in the thousands attempted to stem the advance of German panzer groups, creating one of the largest armored clashes in history up to that point. Yet poor coordination, lack of fuel, and inadequate communications meant the Soviet assault collapsed, leaving their units shredded by German firepower and Luftwaffe dominance. German tankers marveled at the bravery of their opponents, who often charged directly into machine gun fire. But bravery could not compensate for tactical and logistical shortcomings. Instead of slowing the Germans, these desperate counterattacks only weakened Soviet formations further, leaving them vulnerable to encirclement. The armored spearheads continued their relentless push forward, carving deeper into Soviet territory. By July 1941, the successes of Guderian and Hoth were staggering. The capture of Minsk after a massive encirclement delivered a devastating blow to the Red Army's Western Front. German tanks had advanced hundreds of kilometers in a matter of weeks, a pace that stunned both friend and foe. The Wehrmacht's high command believed the Soviet Union was already on the verge of collapse, citing the destruction of entire Soviet armies and the capture of vast quantities of equipment. Hitler himself was jubilant, convinced that his gamble had paid off and that the war in the East would be concluded in a matter of months. Propaganda trumpeted the invincibility of the Panzer groups, showing film reels of endless columns, of tanks thundering eastward while captured Soviet prisoners shuffled past in endless columns. Yet amidst the triumph, cracks were forming. The deeper the panzers pushed, the more stretched their fuel lines became. And the further they moved from the Luftwaffe's supporting airfields, the German High Command began to debate whether to press directly toward Moscow or divert forces southward to secure Ukraine. For the men of the armored spearheads, the war was far from won. The armored spearheads of Barbarossa represented both the brilliance and the fatal hubris of German strategy. The speed and violence of Guderian's and Hoth's advances shocked the world, inflicting unprecedented losses on the Red Army and demonstrating the terrifying effectiveness of blitzkrieg on an immense scale. But they also exposed the limits of mechanized warfare when confronted with the vastness of the Soviet Union. Every kilometer gained deepened the logistical nightmare, and every encirclement left behind masses of Soviet soldiers who, instead of surrendering entirely, would regroup and fight again. The panzers had been designed for lightning wars of short duration, not campaigns across endless steppes stretching thousands of kilometers. Still, in the summer of 1941, they seemed unstoppable, their momentum carrying them ever closer to Moscow. The armored thrusts were the very embodiment of Hitler's gamble in the East, dazzlingly effective at first, but destined to collide with the reality of a war far longer, harder, and bloodier than anyone in Berlin had imagined. In the first week of the German invasion, the Wehrmacht unveiled the devastating logic of blitzkrieg, not simply as a breakthrough tactic but as a method of annihilation. After the border battles, where Soviet units were torn apart by relentless German air power and tank thrusts, the next stage came into motion, the encirclement battles. In the flat expanses of Belarus, the geography itself played into German hands, allowing rapid armored movements to carve deep wedges into Soviet defensive belts. The German Army Group Center, commanded by Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, unleashed its two panzer groups. Hoth, his 3rd Panzer Group, driving from the north, and Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group thrusting from the south. Their objective was not simply to advance, but to swing their armored claws together behind Soviet lines and trap entire armies in what the Germans called Kesselschlacht, cauldron battles. The towns of Bialystok and Minsk lay directly in the path of this maneuver, becoming the centers of the first great encirclements of Operation Barbarossa. By June 27th, German armored spearheads had driven astonishingly deep, some advancing more than 200 kilometers into Soviet territory in less than a week. What the Germans sought was not territorial gain alone, but the destruction of the Red Army's fighting capacity in massive, suffocating pockets. As German armor pressed forward, infantry followed behind to tighten the noose. The speed of events stunned even the most optimistic Wehrmacht planners. To the Soviet soldiers caught in this whirlwind, the scale of disaster was almost incomprehensible. The Bialystok-Minsk pocket was the first true demonstration of what German operational art could achieve when executed with precision and ruthless efficiency. The Soviet Western Front, commanded by General Dmitry Pavlov, had been unprepared for such rapid movements. Pavlov's armies were still attempting to reform after the initial Luftwaffe. Bombardments destroyed communication nodes, supply depots, and airfields. His lines of command were shattered, leaving units isolated, confused, and leaderless. The Germans exploited this chaos with cold efficiency, bypassing strongpoints and heading straight for the operational depth where control could no longer be maintained. As Guderian's armor lunged northeast from Brest and Hoth's divisions raced southwest, from Grodno, Soviet units found themselves enveloped in a vast pincer movement. Pavlov attempted counterattacks, throwing divisions piecemeal against the German armored columns, but they were brushed aside by concentrated airstrikes and mechanized firepower. Within days, Tens of thousands of Soviet troops were cut off, left in a tightening ring of steel with no organized escape. The encirclement was so rapid that even Soviet headquarters struggled to believe reports, filtering in, assuming at first that localized breakthroughs could still be contained. But the cauldron was already closing, and what remained inside were not merely scattered battalions but entire armies. By June 28th, Minsk itself was in German hands, a shocking development, considering it was nearly 300 kilometers from the border. The rapidity of the German advance left the Soviet High Command in disbelief. Stalin himself refused to accept the gravity of the situation, convinced that the Red Army could stabilize its lines east of Minsk. Yet the reality was far grimmer. More than 4 entire Soviet armies, the 3rd, 4th, 10th, and elements of the 13th, had been enveloped in the massive cauldron west of the city. Estimates suggest that nearly 600,000 men were at risk of capture or destruction in this single maneuver. The Luftwaffe dominated the skies above the pocket, preventing Soviet attempts to break out by bombing columns of retreating troops and blocking bridges across rivers with relentless attacks. Inside the pocket, chaos reigned. Soviet soldiers, starved of supplies and cut off from communications, attempted desperate breakouts through German lines, often charging headlong into waiting machine guns. Entire divisions melted away, reduced to scattered groups of men wandering the forests and swamps, hunted down by German patrols. The capture of Minsk was more than symbolic. It was a signal that the Red Army's frontline defenses had been torn apart with shocking ease, and the road deeper into the Soviet heartland was open. The human cost of the encirclements was staggering. German reports described columns of tens of thousands of prisoners trudging back toward makeshift collection camps, exhausted, hungry, and demoralized. The Wehrmacht struggled logistically to even handle the sheer volume of captives, so vast were the numbers. Prisoners were herded into open fields without shelter, deprived of adequate food and water, left to collapse in the summer heat. German propaganda photographers captured images of endless lines of Soviet prisoners, paraded as evidence of German superiority and the collapse of Bolshevik defenses. For the Soviet soldiers, however, captivity was no reprieve. It marked the beginning of suffering on a scale unimaginable. Many would die in transit, in overcrowded pens, or later in German camps where starvation and disease became weapons of annihilation. Yet, even amid this catastrophe, pockets of resistance remained inside the encirclement. Small groups of Soviet soldiers refused to surrender, fighting to the last in forests or conducting guerrilla-style harassment against German supply lines. The ferocity of these holdouts demonstrated that, while the Red Army was broken, in structure, its will to resist had not been entirely extinguished. For the German High Command, the victory at Bialystok and Minsk appeared to validate the entire concept of Barbarossa. Here was proof that mass encirclement could destroy the Red Army before it could retreat into the interior. German planners believed they were witnessing the first steps in a campaign that might conclude within weeks. Reports to Hitler highlighted the capture of more than 500,000 prisoners, thousands of guns, and hundreds of tanks, all rendered useless to the Soviet war effort. Confidence surged within Wehrmacht headquarters, where officers toasted what seemed to be a decisive success. Yet beneath the triumph lay a dangerous overconfidence. The speed of advance strained German supply lines, fuel shortages loomed, and the infantry often lagged hundreds of kilometers behind the fast-moving panzers. Moreover, the very vastness of the Soviet Union meant that destroying armies in the West did not equate to ending the war. Still, in the euphoria of early victories, such warnings were drowned out by the belief that Stalin's empire was already collapsing. For the men on the ground, however, the war was far from over. Inside the Soviet High Command, the encirclement battles triggered shock, fear, and a desperate search for scapegoats. General Pavlov, commander of the Western Front, bore the brunt of Stalin's fury. Accused of incompetence and cowardice, Pavlov and several of his senior officers were arrested, tried hastily, and executed within weeks. Their deaths reflected Stalin's belief that betrayal, not structural weakness, explained the scale of disaster. The purges of the officer corps in the late 1930s had already gutted Soviet command experience. And now more leaders were eliminated at the very moment when strong direction was most needed. Soviet generals scrambled to reform shattered units, often pulling untrained recruits into hastily assembled formations to plug gaps. Despite the catastrophic losses, Stalin refused to authorize large-scale retreats, ordering instead that every inch of ground be defended. This rigid stance condemned countless soldiers to destruction, but also sowed the seeds of future resilience, as it forced Soviet forces to fight desperately even in hopeless circumstances. The trauma of Minsk and Bialystok left deep scars but also hardened Soviet resolve to resist at all costs. The geography of the battles played a decisive role in shaping events. The forests, rivers and marshes of Belarus created natural choke points that both aided and hindered the combatants. For the Germans, the flat plains allowed tanks to race forward unhindered. But the swamps slowed infantry follow-up and strained supply convoys. For Soviet soldiers trapped inside the pockets, the forests offered concealment, enabling some to slip through German lines in small groups. Many survivors of the encirclements later joined partisan bands, using their knowledge of the terrain to wage guerrilla war against German occupiers. These early partisan activities, born of desperation, would evolve into a major force as the war dragged on. Yet in the summer of 1941, most of those caught in the encirclements had no such opportunity. They faced either annihilation in battle or a grim march into captivity. The very landscape that had nurtured them became a labyrinth of death, where survival depended on chance as much as courage. The encirclements at Minsk and Bialystok were more than military operations, they were psychological earthquakes. To the Germans they confirmed the myth of invincibility, feeding the illusion that the Soviet Union was collapsing under the first blows. To the Soviets, they represented catastrophe on an almost biblical scale, but also a lesson in the merciless reality of modern mechanized warfare. The sheer speed of the German advance revealed how vulnerable the Red Army was, yet it also forced Stalin's regime to recognize that only total mobilization could save the Soviet state. The men who perished or were captured in these battles became symbols of sacrifice. Their fate used in later propaganda to rally the nation to resist the invader. The story of Minsk and Bialystok set the tone for the opening phase of Operation Barbarossa, vast movements of armies, enormous losses, and the grim realization that the war in the East would be unlike anything Europe had ever seen. The cauldron battles were only beginning, and with them came destruction on a scale that defied imagination. As the guns thundered on June 22, 1941, the first words written down by those in the chaos reveal a world turned upside down. A Soviet border guard, scribbling in a small notebook, described how the sky lit up with fire as though the sun had exploded, before being drowned in the roar of artillery. German soldiers, in contrast, recorded their astonishment at the sheer magnitude of the invasion, one officer noting, "Never before has such a vast front been set ablaze by so many guns at once." Civilians in the border towns, awakened by bombs, captured the bewilderment in hurried letters that asked, "What is happening? Why are the Germans here?" These voices, scattered across diaries and notes, reveal raw emotion, terror, disbelief, excitement, and even pride. The personal accounts strip away the abstraction of armies and show individuals struggling to understand what had begun. One Red Army conscript, still reeling from shock, wrote simply, "The war is here, and we are not ready." His words would echo the experience of millions. Such testimonies, fragile in their survival, remind us of the human heartbeat beneath the clash of nations. German officers who believed themselves executing a historic mission often recorded their feelings with a mixture of pride and foreboding. General Heinz Guderian, leading his armored spearheads, wrote of the speed of the advance, but also of the uncanny silence after battles, where the fields were littered with burning tanks and dead men. A young lieutenant in Army Group Center wrote in his journal, "The Russians fight like lions, but without order. They do not surrender as the French did. Every village resists." This recognition of the Soviet soldiers' tenacity carried both admiration and horror. German soldiers also recorded the devastation wrought on the enemy, describing endless columns of prisoners trudging west, hollow-eyed and broken. Yet, in private letters home, some admitted to doubts. One infantryman confessed, "They told us it would be quick. But I fear the Russian is made of harder stuff." The diaries capture both the triumphalism of conquest and the creeping realization of a struggle far greater than anticipated. These written words, intended for no audience beyond the self, provide an unfiltered glimpse into the German mindset in those opening weeks. For Soviet soldiers, writing often meant scrawling notes in moments of desperate uncertainty. Many diaries were later found on their bodies, recovered from battlefields or collected by comrades. One Red Army private described in excruciating detail the panic of a surprise German air raid, writing, "We ran like sheep, the bombs fell everywhere, the earth shook, and my ears are still ringing." Another young soldier, trying to reassure his family, wrote a letter saying, "Do not worry, mother, I will be back soon. We will beat the fascists." The letter never arrived. It was found in his knapsack after his death near Minsk. These documents reveal the blend of patriotic conviction and sheer human fear. Some soldiers condemned Stalin in whispers, daring to record their disillusionment in private lines. Others clung fiercely to belief in eventual victory, declaring, "The motherland will never fall." The range of emotions is staggering, from defiance to despair, but together. They paint a picture of men caught in an unimaginable maelstrom. Civilians on the Soviet side, particularly those in the western borderlands, left behind poignant accounts of invasion. Villagers in Belarus, Ukraine and the Baltics described the shock of German tanks rolling down their unpaved roads, the rumble shaking wooden houses. A farmer's wife in Lithuania recorded, "They came in the morning, with planes screaming above. We hid in the cellar, clutching the children, praying." In Belarus, a teacher wrote, "Our school burned, our books gone, the children scattered." Civilians quickly learned that this was not like the last war. The Germans were not conquerors in the old sense, but executioners of a new ideology. Letters mention mass shootings of Jews, the rounding up of men for forced labor, and the brutal torching of villages suspected of resistance. These testimonies, whispered into pages, are windows into the collapse of everyday life. Their words are often brief, hurried, and incomplete, because survival left little time for reflection. But even in fragments, they carry the weight of lives overturned in an instant. The diaries of Soviet officers tell a different story, one of immense pressure and responsibility amidst chaos. A regimental commander, writing on June 23, noted, "My men are exhausted. We have no ammunition. We cannot stop the tanks. Yet Moscow demands we stand firm." His entries became increasingly frantic as his unit was encircled, concluding with the haunting line, "We have been abandoned." Another officer, more senior, tried to maintain composure, writing daily reports to himself as though still filing to headquarters, even as his command disintegrated. His words illustrate the psychological weight borne by leaders, forced to send men into hopeless battles. For many officers, writing was a way to cling to order as the world collapsed around them. Some chose to destroy their notes, fearing capture, but others left them behind, perhaps as final testimony to posterity. These documents, preserved by chance, allow us to walk beside men trapped in impossible situations. German diaries and letters also reveal the gradual awakening to the brutality of the campaign. Soldiers wrote of villages destroyed, of prisoners executed, of columns of Jews being led away under guard. Some expressed no regret, echoing propaganda that dehumanized the enemy. One diary entry read coldly, "We shot them all, as ordered." It was unpleasant, but necessary. Others recoiled, confiding doubts in personal letters to wives and parents. One soldier wrote, "If this is victory, I do not want it. We are not soldiers here, we are butchers." These voices, dissenting or resigned, show the human cost of ideological war on both victim and perpetrator. Even among the invaders, there were those who recognized the abyss into which they were descending. Such personal confessions remind us that history's grand events were experienced, by individuals wrestling with conscience, fear, and obedience. Some of the most powerful testimonies come from civilians caught in the midst of occupation, particularly Jewish communities. A diary found in a small Belarusian town describes the arrival of Einsatzgruppen, the Nazi death squads. They gathered us in the square. They said we would be resettled. Then the shooting began. These chilling lines, written by a survivor who escaped, convey the unspeakable horror that words struggle to capture. In Ukraine, a Jewish teenager recorded in a notebook hidden under floorboards, "Every day more disappear. They say they are being taken to work, but we know the truth." Such documents, fragments of lives extinguished, bear witness to atrocities that otherwise might remain statistics. Each line is a cry across time, refusing to let the dead be forgotten. For viewers of our story, these voices of horror anchor the history in human experience, reminding us that behind military maneuvers lay unfathomable suffering. By weaving together these scattered voices, soldiers, officers, civilians, and victims, we hear a chorus that transforms abstract history into lived experience. The diaries and letters show the hopes of young men marching to war, the despair of encircled armies, the grief of mothers, and the horror of mass killings. They remind us that Operation Barbarossa was not only a clash of armies, but a shattering of millions of individual lives. The words written in secret, sometimes never meant to be read, have become the most enduring testimony of that summer. They allow us to feel the terror of the first bombardments, the confusion of retreat, the numbness of occupation, and the dread of annihilation. These documents, fragile but immortal, give us access to the emotions of a world in collapse. And as we listen to them, we realize that history is not only dates and battles, it is the human cry etched in ink amidst the firestorm of war. As dawn broke on June 22, 1941, Army Group North, commanded by Field Marshal Wilhelm Ritter von Lieb, launched its drive into the Baltic states with precision and fury. Its primary objective was clear and ambitious: to advance through Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and ultimately bring the great city of Leningrad to its knees. The German plan envisioned a rapid thrust by mechanized forces, spearheaded by General Erich Hoeppner's 4th Panzer Group, while infantry armies followed to consolidate territory. The Baltic terrain, filled with forests, marshes, and winding rivers, seemed ill-suited for armored warfare, but the Wehrmacht's confidence in its blitzkrieg methods overrode all doubts. Hitler's orders stressed that Leningrad was not merely a military target but a symbolic one, the birthplace of Bolshevism and the city that bore Lenin's name. From the outset, the campaign carried an ideological dimension, with instructions to annihilate resistance and terrorize the local populations. Meanwhile, the Soviet Northwestern Front, under Colonel General Fyodor Kuznetsov, braced for impact but was hamstrung by Stalin's refusal to authorize full mobilization until the invasion was undeniable. Airfields in the Baltics were devastated in the first Luftwaffe strikes, leaving Soviet pilots scrambling to get their planes airborne. Chaos erupted as German tanks punched deep into Lithuanian territory, scattering Soviet divisions before they could form cohesive defensive lines. Within the first 48 hours, the direction of the campaign was set. Army Group North was surging forward with alarming speed. The 4th Panzer Group's panzers, organized into 2 powerful corps, cut a swath through Soviet positions with breathtaking velocity. Motorized infantry followed closely, ensuring that isolated Soviet units were either encircled or forced into disorganized retreats. The cities of Kaunas and Daugavpils fell quickly, opening vital river crossings. That allowed German columns to sustain their forward momentum. The Red Army, still recovering from the shock of the initial bombardments, often counterattacked blindly, sending ill-prepared units into frontal assaults against German armor. Soviet tank brigades, fielding T-26 seconds and BT-7 seconds, proved no match for the German Panzer IIIs and IVs, especially when backed by the deadly 88mm guns. The German advance was not without hardship, however, as poor roads and Soviet demolition teams blowing bridges slowed progress. Yet the overall picture was one of German dominance, a fluid advance that seemed unstoppable. Civilians in the Baltics, many embittered by the harsh Soviet occupation of 1940, often greeted the Germans as liberators, offering food, water, and crucial intelligence about Soviet troop movements. This illusion of welcome would later fade as Nazi policies of plunder and extermination became clear, but in those early weeks, Army Group North found itself supported by local populations. The combination of speed, shock, and opportunistic collaboration ensured that resistance collapsed with startling regularity. Daugavpils, a key city on the Daugava River, became a critical objective for Hauptner's panzers in the final days of June. Capturing its bridges intact would allow the Germans to bypass natural Soviet defensive lines and surge deeper into Latvia. The battle was fierce, with Soviet troops fighting desperately to hold the crossings. But Luftwaffe bombers and artillery barrages broke their resistance. On June 26, German troops stormed the city, securing 2 bridges before Soviet engineers could demolish them. This victory represented a major breakthrough, as it opened the path to Pskov and further toward Leningrad. The fall of Daugavpils also demoralized Soviet defenders, who were already shaken by the disintegration of their front. Entire Soviet divisions retreated eastward in confusion, abandoning equipment and leaving wounded comrades behind. German war correspondents marveled at the speed of the campaign, describing it as a thunderbolt strike through the Baltic heartlands. Meanwhile, Stalin demanded counteroffensives, ordering Kuznetsov's northwestern front to stabilize the situation at any cost. These counterattacks, launched without adequate coordination or supplies, often resulted in devastating losses that further cleared the path for Army Group North. By early July, German forces approached the ancient city of Pskov, known as the gateway to Leningrad. The terrain became increasingly swampy and forested, challenging armored movement, yet Hauptner's tanks pressed on with determination. Soviet forces attempted to construct defensive lines along the Velikaya River, but relentless German pressure shattered their cohesion. Luftwaffe dominance ensured that Soviet supply lines were constantly harassed, further weakening their resistance. German officers noted with surprise the ferocity of Soviet soldiers, who, despite chaos and confusion, often fought to the death in small pockets of resistance. Yet these sacrifices only delayed the inevitable as German divisions systematically outflanked strongpoints and enveloped defenders. Pskov fell on July 9th, a symbolic victory that placed the Wehrmacht just 250 kilometers from Leningrad. With this capture, Army Group North crossed into historic Russian territory, heightening the ideological significance of the campaign. Hitler himself celebrated the rapid progress, convinced that Leningrad would fall within weeks. However, Soviet command was beginning to recover from its initial paralysis, funneling reinforcements from deep within the USSR to strengthen the defenses around the city on the Neva. The stage was set for a monumental clash. The advance into Estonia further demonstrated the relentless drive of Army Group North. German forces, supported by local Estonian partisans who sought independence from Soviet rule, rapidly occupied key towns and ports along the Baltic Sea. The Estonian capital, Tallinn, became a focal point, not only as a strategic harbor but also as a symbol of German dominance in the region. The Soviet Baltic fleet, trapped in port, faced constant Luftwaffe bombardments that destroyed ships and infrastructure. Despite desperate Soviet attempts to organize naval evacuations, German air superiority turned the waters around Tallinn into killing fields. Estonian resistance fighters actively sabotaged Soviet positions, guiding German troops through forests and marshes to outflank strongholds. The fall of Estonia secured the right flank of Army Group North and denied the Soviets vital access to the Baltic. It also provided the Germans with forward air bases to launch attacks deeper into Soviet territory. These victories gave the impression that nothing could halt the Wehrmacht's momentum. Yet, unbeknownst to the Germans, every mile gained brought them closer to the formidable defenses of Leningrad. The capture of key railway hubs in Latvia and Estonia allowed German logistics to function with surprising efficiency during the opening phase. Trains brought up ammunition, fuel, and reinforcements, ensuring that the panzers could maintain their lightning pace. Civilians were often coerced into repairing railways and bridges destroyed during the Soviet retreat, accelerating the German advance. The Soviet command, however, was beginning to grasp the scale of the threat to Leningrad. Reinforcements were ordered northward, including elite divisions from Siberia, though they would take weeks to arrive. In the meantime, General Kuznetsov attempted to regroup his battered armies along successive defensive lines. Fierce battles erupted along the Luga River, where Soviet forces dug in with determination to delay the German thrust. The fighting here was brutal, with entire villages reduced to rubble as artillery thundered day and night. German commanders grew frustrated at the stubborn resistance, but they remained confident that time was on their side. For them, Leningrad remained the glittering prize just beyond the horizon. Every step forward was framed as a march toward inevitable triumph. By late July, the outskirts of Leningrad loomed ever closer, and the atmosphere within the city grew increasingly tense. Civilians prepared for the worst, digging trenches, erecting barricades, and mobilizing militias to supplement the regular army. The party leadership exhorted the population to defend the cradle of the revolution at all costs, declaring that surrender was unthinkable. For the Germans, the city represented both a strategic and ideological target, one whose destruction would symbolize the collapse of Soviet morale. Orders from Hitler made it clear that Leningrad was not to be occupied in the traditional sense but to be annihilated through encirclement and starvation. This chilling directive revealed the genocidal nature of the war in the East, a campaign aimed not only at conquest but at extermination. German troops, buoyed by months of unbroken victories, believed the fall of the city was imminent. Officers wrote home confidently predicting that the war would end within the year. Yet, behind the walls of Leningrad, a grim determination was hardening. The Soviet people, bloodied and battered, were preparing to resist with everything they had. The looming siege of Leningrad marked a turning point in the northern campaign. Though Army Group North had advanced with dazzling speed, its supply lines stretched dangerously thin, and its forces were beginning to feel the strain of continuous combat. Soviet resistance, though battered, stiffened along the Luga line, buying precious time for reinforcements to arrive. The Germans, still confident, underestimated the resilience of the Soviet people and the determination of the Red Army to defend the city. What had begun as a campaign of lightning warfare was evolving into a brutal war of attrition. Civilians, soldiers, and party officials alike understood that Leningrad would not fall easily. The Jewel of the Neva, as it was often called, now stood at the center of one of history's greatest struggles. The fate of the city would not be decided in days or even weeks, but in months of unimaginable suffering. Army Group North, having sliced through the Baltics with breathtaking speed, now faced its greatest challenge yet. The story of Leningrad was only beginning, a tale of endurance, horror, and defiance that would echo across the world. In the summer of 1941, all eyes within the German High Command were fixed on the central axis of their invasion, for it was here that the decisive blow was expected to be struck. Army Group Center, commanded by Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, was the most powerful of Hitler. His 3 invading armies, fielding 2 panzer groups and over 40 infantry divisions. Its objective was to smash through Belarus, capture Smolensk, and then drive relentlessly toward Moscow, the political and symbolic heart of the Soviet Union. The scale of forces deployed was staggering, representing nearly half of the German divisions committed to Operation Barbarossa. Panzer Group 2 under Heinz Guderian and Panzer Group 3 under Hermann Hoth were the spearheads, their tanks ready to slice through Soviet defenses with practiced precision. Behind them marched wave upon wave of infantry, tasked with mopping up resistance and securing supply lines. To the Germans, the road to Smolensk was not just a campaign, it was the gateway to the ultimate prize, Moscow itself. Every mile gained was considered a step closer to victory and the collapse of Stalin's empire. The terrain was mixed with forests, rivers, and villages that could either slow down or funnel the advancing columns. For the Soviets, Smolensk stood as the first true bastion in defense of the Russian heartland, and losing it would expose the very road to Moscow. The battle for Smolensk began in earnest in early July 1941, when Guderians and Hoths, armored groups thrust forward in a great pincer movement designed to envelop Soviet forces in Belarus. Guderians' tanks surged from the south, crossing the Berezina and Dnieper rivers with breathtaking speed, while Hoth's armor advanced from the north in a mirror maneuver. Their target was the city of Smolensk, situated on the Dnieper and serving as a major rail and road hub that linked Moscow to the Western Soviet Union. Stalin understood the danger and poured reinforcements into the sector, hoping to blunt the German advance. Soviet units of the Western Front, under General Timoshenko, fought desperately, but the coordination and communication of the Red Army were still badly impaired. Entire Soviet armies, still recovering from the shock of the Minsk encirclement, were forced to fight piecemeal against the oncoming German juggernaut. German tankers described endless streams of Soviet soldiers attempting to counterattack, often without sufficient artillery or air cover. The German advantage in mobility and coordination meant that even well-intentioned Soviet counterstrokes collapsed into chaos. Still, unlike in the first weeks of the invasion, the Soviets were beginning to resist, with greater ferocity, learning under fire the brutal lessons of modern mechanized war. By mid-July, the German pincers had closed around Smolensk, trapping several Soviet armies in a massive encirclement that echoed the disaster at Minsk only weeks earlier. In total, over 300,000 Soviet troops found themselves caught in what became known as the Smolensk Pocket. German commanders were elated, believing that the destruction of yet another huge portion of the Red Army meant Moscow lay within easy reach. The Luftwaffe hammered retreating Soviet columns, reducing roads to graveyards of burning vehicles and shattered wagons. German infantry advanced methodically, sealing the ring tighter around the trapped Soviet armies. Yet the Soviets fought stubbornly, refusing to disintegrate as quickly as their counterparts in June had done. Fierce battles erupted within the pocket as Soviet units tried to break out, launching desperate counterattacks under constant artillery fire. German soldiers, many veterans of the French campaign, remarked on the tenacity of their opponents, who fought to the last even when surrounded. The pocket became a killing ground, filled with smoke, wreckage, and the cries of men locked in hopeless struggle. The destruction of the Soviet armies was undeniable, but the Red Army's resilience was a warning sign the Germans failed to recognize. Despite the apparent German success, the Battle of Smolensk marked a subtle but important shift in the campaign. The Soviet Union, though suffering catastrophic losses, was beginning to show an ability to slow down the German timetable. Unlike Minsk, where Soviet resistance had crumbled quickly, the encircled forces at Smolensk managed to tie down German divisions for weeks, buying valuable time for reinforcements to be raised and deployed further east. Soviet commanders coordinated breakout attempts that inflicted unexpected casualties on German troops. Even when defeated, these formations demonstrated a will to resist that contradicted German assumptions of a rapid Soviet collapse. Moreover, the harshness of the Soviet counterattacks forced German commanders to divert forces meant for the push to Moscow into mopping up operations. Hitler, impatient for a decisive blow, grew increasingly frustrated with what he saw as unnecessary delays. The Wehrmacht, which had expected to sweep through to Moscow in a matter of weeks, was discovering that each Soviet city and each Soviet army exacted a heavier price than anticipated. This was the beginning of the attritional grind that would define the Eastern Front. Smolensk, though lost to the Germans, became a symbol of Soviet resilience remembered, as the first point where the Red Army significantly slowed the German juggernaut. The battlefield itself was a hellscape of destruction, with entire villages burned to the ground and countless civilians caught in the crossfire. German troops advancing through the region encountered roads clogged with refugees, carts piled high with what little belongings families could carry, and endless columns of displaced peasants fleeing eastward. The chaos of the retreating Soviet armies blended with the misery of the civilian population, creating scenes of despair on an unimaginable scale. The Wehrmacht showed little mercy, often regarding civilians as obstacles to their rapid advance. Many were driven off the roads or pressed into forced labor to support German supply lines. Reports circulated of mass executions of suspected partisans and brutal reprisals against villages accused of harboring resistance fighters. For the local population, the German invasion brought not liberation, as Nazi propaganda claimed, but terror and subjugation. Yet even amid this devastation, partisan bands began to form, small groups of Soviet citizens who would later grow into a formidable guerrilla movement. The war in the East was becoming not only a clash of armies, but a struggle that consumed the lives of millions of ordinary people. German commanders, particularly Guderian, pushed for an immediate continuation of the advance toward Moscow, believing the destruction of Soviet armies at Smolensk had created the perfect opportunity. Guderian argued that striking swiftly before the Soviets could regroup would bring about the collapse of Stalin's regime. Yet within the German high command, debates erupted over strategy. Hitler, increasingly distrustful of his generals, insisted that securing the flanks and capturing Ukraine's economic resources were more important than a direct drive to Moscow. This decision would later prove fateful, as the delay allowed the Soviets to regroup and fortify the approaches to their capital. At Smolensk, however, German field commanders could only watch as the chance for a rapid push slipped away. Their divisions, exhausted from weeks of fighting, required rest and resupply before any further offensive. The logistical strain of advancing hundreds of miles into the Soviet Union was beginning to show. Fuel shortages, mechanical breakdowns, and stretched supply lines slowed the tempo of operations. What seemed at first like unstoppable momentum was beginning to falter. For the Soviet leadership, the battle was both a disaster and a revelation. While hundreds of thousands of soldiers were lost, the Red Army demonstrated it could resist and even temporarily stall the Germans. Stalin, who had been paralyzed by shock in the early weeks of the invasion, began to take a firmer grip on command. Reinforcements were rushed from the interior and factories east of the Urals accelerated their output of tanks, planes, and ammunition. Soviet propaganda portrayed the defenders of Smolensk as heroes who had given their lives to protect the road to Moscow. This narrative was not mere fabrication. By fighting tenaciously, the Soviet armies at Smolensk had indeed bought the capital precious time. Stalin also began to recognize the value of depth, ordering the construction of new defensive lines. Further east, preparing for the possibility that Smolensk would not be the last battle before Moscow. The lessons of Smolensk were bitter, but they hardened Soviet resolve. Unlike France in 1940, the Soviet Union was showing no signs of surrender. Instead, it was digging in for a long and bloody war. By the time the smoke cleared over Smolensk in late July and early August, the Germans had won another operational victory, but at a strategic cost they did not fully appreciate. The Red Army had suffered grievous losses, but had managed to delay the German advance by more than a month, a delay that would later prove critical as the autumn rains and winter snows approached. German soldiers, still confident, believed victory was inevitable, yet many began to notice the vastness of the Soviet Union and the unending reserves of men and material their enemy could summon. Smolensk thus became a turning point, not in the sense of a German defeat, but in the realization that the war in the East would not be quick or easy. The dream of reaching Moscow by August had been shattered. Hitler's decision to redirect forces southward in pursuit of Ukraine's riches further postponed the Moscow offensive. For the Soviets, the sacrifice of Smolensk was a grim but necessary step towards survival. It proved that the Red Army, though bloodied, was not broken. The battle foreshadowed the grinding war of attrition that would define the Eastern Front for the next 4 years. Army Group South, commanded by Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, faced one of the most ambitious yet daunting missions of the entire German campaign in the East. Unlike the flatter, more direct routes available to army groups north and center, the Southern Front stretched across vast agricultural heartlands, dotted with rivers, forests, and major urban strongholds. This army group's objective was to secure Ukraine, the breadbasket of Europe, whose grain and resources Hitler believed essential for sustaining the German war effort. The composition of Army Group South reflected its enormous task. The one-stone Panzer Group, under Ewald von Kleist, provided the armoured spearhead, while the 6th, 11th and 17th Armies formed the bulk of the infantry. Romanian forces, later joined by Hungarian units, were integrated as auxiliaries, motivated by promises of territorial gains. From the very beginning, the Soviets understood the strategic importance of Ukraine, and the Red Army prepared defences with bitter determination. The geography meant that maneuver warfare would be slowed, with long supply lines stretching deep into contested areas. Hitler, however, was obsessed with the conquest of Ukraine, believing that seizing it would cripple the Soviet Union both militarily and economically. Thus, Army Group South's advance was both a military and ideological priority. The opening days of the campaign would immediately reveal how difficult this theatre would prove. The Red Army's southwestern front, commanded initially by Mikhail Kirponos, was tasked with defending Ukraine against Rundstedt's massive thrust. Unlike the rapid collapses seen in the Baltic states and Byelorussia, Soviet forces in Ukraine were stronger, better positioned, and commanded by officers who were more willing to resist despite Stalin's restrictive orders. The terrain played a crucial role, with the Pripyat marshes to the north funneling German attacks into narrower corridors, and the Carpathian foothills to the west complicating maneuvers. Soviet defenses were dense around key cities such as Lvov, Odessa, and Kyiv, and early German attempts to encircle entire armies met stubborn counterattacks. The Luftwaffe, though dominant in the skies, faced the challenge of Soviet airfields spread across wider distances, making complete suppression slower than in other sectors. The Ukrainian countryside, with its deep fields and scattered villages, gave Soviet troops more opportunities to dig in and mount ambushes. The first clashes near Lvov showed the determination of Soviet tank brigades, which, although badly coordinated, inflicted losses on Kleist's panzers. Rundstedt quickly realized that progress would not come easily, and unlike Army Groups North and Center, his forces faced delays almost immediately. For the Wehrmacht, Ukraine was becoming a test of endurance. The battle for Odessa became one of the most symbolic and bitter episodes of Army Group South's campaign. Situated on the Black Sea coast, Odessa was not only a strategic port, but also a city with immense symbolic weight for both sides. Romanian troops, assigned the primary responsibility for seizing Odessa, underestimated the scale of resistance they would face. Soviet forces and civilian defenders turned the city into a fortress, using barricades, mines, and coastal artillery to repel assaults. The siege began in early August and dragged on for more than 2 months, tying down large Axis forces that Rundstedt desperately needed elsewhere. German officers complained that Romanian troops lacked both equipment and discipline, leading to repeated failures and heavy casualties. Meanwhile, Soviet propaganda celebrated Odessa's defense, portraying it as a heroic stand of workers and soldiers alike. Supply lines through the Black Sea allowed the defenders to hold out far longer than expected, forcing the Axis into costly urban warfare. Eventually, after suffering staggering losses, the Romanians captured the city in October, but by then the Soviets had evacuated much of its garrison by sea. The defense of Odessa revealed the immense difficulty of subduing Ukraine, even for the supposedly unstoppable German war machine. Beyond Odessa, the broader struggle for Ukraine was defined by brutal clashes along the vast Dnieper River. This natural barrier, stretching like a great artery through the Ukrainian heartland, presented both an obstacle and an opportunity. For the Germans, seizing crossings along the Dnieper was crucial for maintaining momentum toward the deeper Soviet interior. Soviet forces, however, recognized the river as a natural defensive line and prepared to contest every crossing. The battles for bridges and ferries became scenes of carnage, with German engineers working feverishly under fire to construct pontoons, while Soviet artillery rained shells upon them. Kleist's panzers often outpaced infantry, reaching the riverbanks only to find themselves isolated and vulnerable. Soviet counterattacks, though costly, delayed German bridging operations and inflicted sharp losses. Entire villages were set ablaze during these battles, with civilians caught in the crossfire or forced to flee into the forests. The Luftwaffe played a critical role, strafing Soviet positions and protecting fragile crossings from the air. Yet despite German determination, the river slowed their advance significantly, buying precious time for Soviet reinforcements. By late summer, the Dnieper campaign had become a grinding test of endurance rather than the swift breakthrough envisioned by Hitler. The open steppes of Ukraine offered the perfect terrain for armored maneuvers, and the Germans initially hoped to replicate their earlier blitzkrieg successes. Von Kleist's one-stone Panzer group swept into the plains with long columns of tanks, half-tracks, and supply vehicles, kicking up clouds of dust that stretched for miles. Soviet forces, though battered, deployed their own armored reserves in desperate counter-thrusts. Battles between German Panzer III and 4 tanks against Soviet T-30. 4 seconds and KV-1 second became a defining feature of this front. For the first time, German commanders encountered tanks that could not be easily destroyed by their standard anti-tank weapons. Reports of T-34 seconds shrugging off direct hits shocked German soldiers and forced tactical adaptations, such as close-range flanking maneuvers and artillery concentration. Despite technical superiority in some areas, Soviet coordination and communication remained poor, blunting their impact. The steppe battles were fluid, with towns changing hands multiple times in a single day. For civilians, the endless waves of armor and artillery meant devastation, as entire settlements were reduced to rubble. The struggle across the steppes highlighted both the strengths and weaknesses of the German blitzkrieg. As the summer wore on, Rundstedt's forces began to close in on Kiev, one of the most strategically important cities in the entire theater. Stalin, unwilling to abandon the Ukrainian capital, ordered its defense. At all costs, a decision that would have catastrophic consequences. Kerponos and his commanders pleaded for permission to withdraw to more defensible positions, but were denied repeatedly. The Germans, recognizing Stalin's stubbornness, prepared one of the largest encirclements in history. While frontal assaults kept the Soviets pinned down near Kiev, German armored spearheads executed sweeping pincer movements from the north and south. The encirclement trap closed in September, sealing off nearly 600,000 Soviet troops. The battle inside the pocket was savage, with Soviet units fighting desperately to break out, but crushed by German artillery and air power. When the pocket finally collapsed, the Red Army suffered one of the most catastrophic losses of the entire war. The fall of Kiev not only destroyed entire Soviet armies, but also opened the gates of Ukraine to deeper German advances. Yet the victory came at the cost of time, and winter was drawing nearer. The human cost of the campaign in Ukraine was staggering. Villages burned, crops were destroyed, and civilians endured unimaginable suffering as the front swept across their lands. The Germans implemented brutal occupation policies almost immediately, seizing grain, livestock, and fuel to feed their own war machine. Partisan movements began to emerge in the forests and marshes, harassing German supply lines and gathering intelligence for the Red Army. The atrocities committed against civilians, executions, deportations, and mass shootings, left scars that would never heal. For the Soviet soldiers fighting in Ukraine, the knowledge that their families were suffering under occupation added to their desperation. Letters smuggled from occupied zones spoke of hunger and terror, galvanizing Soviet resistance. Even as the Red Army reeled from defeat after defeat, the spirit of defiance among ordinary Ukrainians grew stronger. For the Germans, the longer they remained in Ukraine, the more hostile the population became. What began as a campaign of conquest soon transformed into a brutal war of survival and resistance. By the time autumn set in, Army Group South had achieved impressive territorial gains, but at immense cost in men, materiel, and time. Odessa had fallen, Kiev had been captured, and vast swathes of Ukraine were under German control. Yet the dream of a swift campaign that would deliver Ukraine intact to Hitler's empire was already faltering. Supply lines stretched to the breaking point, with railways overburdened and fuel shortages increasingly common. The Red Army, though battered, refused to collapse, regrouping east of the Dnieper and preparing for renewed counteroffensives. The German High Command was forced to divert resources constantly, weakening their focus on Moscow in favor of consolidating the south. Meanwhile, Stalin drew lessons from the disasters, empowering capable commanders and reorganizing shattered formations. The Ukrainian campaign became a grim foretaste of the war's true nature, a battle of attrition across a vast and unforgiving landscape. By November, Army Group South stood bloodied but not victorious, entangled in a struggle that was far from over. The conquest of Ukraine had begun in triumph but ended in exhaustion, foreshadowing the grinding stalemate that lay ahead. When Hitler launched Operation Barbarossa, he did not march into the Soviet Union with only German troops. Alongside the Wehrmacht stood armies from several of Germany's Axis allies, each with its own ambitions, grievances, and hopes for reward. Romania, Hungary, Finland, and Italy all contributed significant forces, ensuring that the invasion was not merely a German war, but a coalition crusade against Bolshevism. The propaganda of the time painted this as a united European front, defending Western civilization from the threat of communism. Yet, behind this veneer of solidarity, each ally had its own motivations, often rooted in territorial disputes, lost lands, or national pride. Their participation would add hundreds of thousands of soldiers to the Axis cause, as well as valuable resources and logistical support. These alliances also meant that the war would engulf far more than just German-Soviet relations. It became a wider European conflict. For the soldiers from Bucharest, Budapest, Helsinki, and Rome, this was a chance to settle old scores, regain lost territories, or prove loyalty to Hitler. In truth, Hitler often looked down on his allies, considering them inferior militarily, but he was more than willing to use their manpower. Their involvement shaped not only the opening stages of the Eastern Front, but also the fates of their nations for years to come. Romania was by far the most important Axis partner in the war against the Soviet Union. After the humiliating territorial losses of 1940, when Bessarabia and northern Bukovina were ceded to Stalin under Soviet pressure, Romanian leader Ion Antonescu was eager for revenge. The Romanian army, though poorly equipped compared to the Germans, was massive in size, fielding over 500,000 men in support of Barbarossa. Their participation was driven by a burning desire to reclaim lost lands and restore national pride. The Romanian soldiers marched alongside the Wehrmacht into the Soviet Union, fighting in some of the fiercest battles of the Southern Front. Romania also provided vital oil from the Ploiești oil fields, which was essential force fueling Hitler's war machine. Hitler knew he could not have attempted his grand invasion without Romanian oil flowing into German tanks and aircraft. The Romanian army's early operations in Bessarabia and Ukraine were brutal, as revenge mixed with ideology and ethnic hatred. Pogroms and atrocities committed by Romanian troops in places like Odessa shocked even some German observers. By tying itself so closely to Hitler's war, Romania would eventually pay a heavy price, but in 19, it seemed determined to prove itself as Germany's most loyal ally on the Eastern Front. Hungary's involvement in the campaign was more complicated. Admiral Miklos Horthy's regime had aligned Hungary with Germany largely out of necessity, hoping to recover the territories lost in the Treaty of Trianon after World War I. Many Hungarians still dreamed of a greater Hungary, and Hitler's rise gave them hope of achieving it. Initially, Hungary hesitated to commit large forces to Barbarossa, fearing overextension. But after the bombing of the Hungarian city of Kassa, an attack still shrouded in mystery, and possibly staged to provoke Hungarian entry, Budapest declared war on the Soviet Union. The Hungarian army joined the campaign with tens of thousands of troops, although they lacked modern equipment and training. They were often deployed in secondary roles, guarding flanks or holding rear areas, but soon found themselves sucked into the brutal battles on the front lines. For many Hungarian soldiers, the reality of the Eastern Front was a nightmare, with poor supplies, inadequate winter gear, and exposure to constant Soviet counterattacks. Despite their shortcomings, the Hungarians contributed significantly to Germany's war effort. Yet Hitler never fully trusted them, often deriding their military abilities even as he relied on their presence to plug gaps in his overstretched lines. The Finnish participation was unique among Germany's allies. Finland did not join the invasion out of ideological affinity with Hitler, but out of vengeance and survival. Only 2 years earlier, in the Winter War of 1939–40, Finland had been invaded by the Soviet Union and forced to cede large territories, including Karelia. The Finnish people burned with resentment, and when Hitler launched Barbarossa, Marshal Carl Gustaf Emil Mannerheim saw an opportunity to regain what had been lost. This became known as the Continuation War, as Finns considered it, a continuation of their earlier struggle against Soviet aggression. Unlike Romania or Hungary, Finland maintained significant independence from Berlin, refusing to fully submit to German command. Finnish forces launched offensives north of Leningrad and deep into Karelia, threatening Soviet supply routes. However, Mannerheim carefully avoided advancing directly into Leningrad itself, resisting German pressure to tighten the siege, as he did not want Finland tied to Hitler's genocidal policies. For ordinary Finnish soldiers, this was a war of national survival, not ideology, and their determination made them some of the most effective non-German troops on the Eastern Front. Still, by allying with Hitler, Finland risked its international reputation and its future position in Europe. Italy's role in Barbarossa was less significant in numbers, but politically important for Mussolini. After watching Hitler's dramatic victories in 1940 and 1941, Mussolini did not want to appear as a junior partner or spectator. The Italian dictator sent the Corpo di Spedizione Italiano, in Russia, Italian Expeditionary Corps in Russia, consisting of around 60,000 men, to support the German advance. The Italians were ill-prepared for the harsh conditions of the Soviet Union, equipped with outdated weapons and inadequate clothing. Despite their shortcomings, Italian soldiers fought bravely in Ukraine and along the Don River, often sustaining heavy casualties. Their deployment was as much about prestige as strategy, a way for Mussolini to demonstrate Italy's commitment to the Axis cause. The Germans, however, viewed the Italians with skepticism, mocking their equipment and discipline. By late 1942, Italian forces would be shattered at Stalingrad and along the Don, but in 1941 they still marched east with confidence. Their presence symbolized the global dimensions of Hitler's war and the way smaller Axis partners were drawn into the bloodbath of the Eastern Front. For the Italian soldiers themselves, the campaign was a bewildering ordeal of mud, frost, and relentless Soviet resistance. The alliance of these nations with Germany created a facade of unity, but beneath the surface, tensions simmered. Hitler himself often spoke contemptuously of his allies, considering them racially and militarily inferior, yet he used their manpower and resources without hesitation. Coordination among the Axis forces was frequently poor, with language barriers, different equipment standards, and conflicting national interests. For example, Romanian and Hungarian troops despised each other due to historic territorial disputes, often leading to brawls and rivalries, even as they supposedly fought the same enemy. German officers sometimes had to intervene to prevent outright clashes between their allies. Finland, meanwhile, carefully avoided entanglement in Germany's racial war, refusing to hand over Jews or fully participate in Hitler's ideological crusade. This patchwork coalition, while powerful on paper, was riddled with contradictions. Yet, in 1941, the sheer number of soldiers and resources these allies contributed made a real difference. Without them, Hitler's invasion would have been far weaker and the front lines far thinner. For the Soviet Union, it meant that the war against Germany was also a war against a coalition of European states. For civilians in the occupied territories, the presence of these Allied troops often meant additional layers of suffering. In Ukraine, Romanian occupation forces became infamous for brutality, conducting mass killings and deportations of Jews and suspected partisans. Hungarian troops also committed atrocities, particularly in areas where they faced fierce resistance. Italian soldiers, by contrast, were often regarded as less harsh, though their lack of supplies sometimes drove them to take food and resources from local populations. Finnish forces generally maintained more disciplined behavior, seeing themselves as fighting a national war rather than a war of conquest, though tensions with local Soviet populations still arose. For civilians, the distinction between German and Allied occupiers mattered little. Occupation meant hardship, fear, and repression. The involvement of multiple Axis armies expanded the geography of suffering, spreading the reach of Nazi policies of exploitation and extermination. For the Red Army, it meant facing not just German divisions, but a multinational force of determined opponents. The complexity of this coalition deepened the challenge for Stalin's Soviet Union, forcing it to confront not one enemy, but many. By the end of 1941, the contributions of Germany's allies had proven both helpful and problematic. Romanian oil kept German tanks running, and Romanian and Hungarian soldiers helped hold vast stretches of the front. Finnish offensives tied down Soviet forces in the north, while Italians added symbolic weight to Hitler's European crusade against Bolshevism. Yet the weaknesses of these allies also became clear: poor equipment, fragile morale, and the difficulty of coordinating with German command created vulnerabilities. Hitler dismissed these concerns, believing that German superiority would compensate for Allied shortcomings. In reality, when the tide of war began to turn, these very weaknesses would become catastrophic. Entire Allied armies would later collapse under Soviet counter-offensives, leaving gaps that the Wehrmacht struggled to fill. For now, however, in the summer and autumn of 1941, Hitler's coalition stood united, pressing deep into the Soviet Union. The image of a grand alliance of nations marching under the swastika gave the illusion of unstoppable momentum. But beneath that image lay fragility, contradictions, and the seeds of future disaster. As the German armies surged deeper into the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941, a shadow war began to emerge in the forests, swamps, and villages left behind. The Soviet government, though staggered by the scale of the invasion, quickly understood the necessity of igniting resistance in occupied territory. Radio broadcasts from Moscow urged civilians to sabotage railways, burn crops that could, feed the enemy, and deny the Wehrmacht even the smallest comforts of occupation. In villages abandoned by the Red Army, peasants began to hide rifles, bury food supplies, and form small cells of resistance. The NKVD, Stalin's feared secret police, had prepared for such an emergency, leaving behind operatives to organize guerrilla detachments in case of occupation. These underground fighters were often joined by retreating Red Army stragglers who refused to surrender. Initially, their resources were meager, consisting of hunting rifles, old grenades, and sometimes only pitchforks or scythes. Yet their determination to strike at the invaders was fierce, born of both patriotism and desperation. The Germans, confident in their rapid victories, were slow to recognize the danger that was gathering behind their lines. By the late summer of 1941, the first sparks of partisan warfare were beginning to smolder across vast stretches of occupied Soviet territory. The geography of the Soviet Union played a crucial role in the emergence of this underground war. Endless forests, marshes, and remote villages provided natural cover for bands of fighters who could melt into the wilderness after launching an attack. In Belarus, where dense woodlands stretched for hundreds of kilometers, small partisan detachments found fertile ground for their activities. Swampy regions like the Pripyat marshes became nearly impenetrable sanctuaries, where German armored units could not easily pursue guerrillas. These fighters moved by night, striking quickly at vulnerable targets before vanishing into the trees. Railroads became their favorite objective, for German supply lines stretched thin as they advanced farther east. Partisans tore up tracks, derailed trains carrying ammunition and fuel, and destroyed bridges vital to the Wehrmacht's logistics. The sound of an exploding train at night sent shockwaves of fear through German garrisons stationed nearby. For the occupiers, accustomed to conventional battlefronts, this unseen enemy was both frustrating and demoralizing. What began as scattered, uncoordinated actions soon grew into a systematic effort to undermine the German war machine from within. Life as a partisan was brutal, uncertain, and often short. Fighters endured constant hunger, inadequate clothing, and exposure to harsh weather conditions in the forests and swamps. Food was scavenged from sympathetic villagers who risked death if discovered aiding the resistance. Camps were makeshift, often little more than dugouts or shelters of branches hidden under dense foliage. Every campfire risked detection. Every movement left a trail that could lead German patrols to their hideouts. Weapons were scavenged from battlefields, stolen from isolated enemy posts, or handed down by retreating Soviet soldiers. Ammunition was always scarce, forcing partisans to plan their attacks carefully and retreat quickly before facing overwhelming retaliation. German forces responded with brutal reprisals, burning villages suspected of sheltering partisans and executing civilians as collective punishment. Despite the risks, more and more Soviet citizens joined the underground struggle, driven by hatred of the occupier and a fierce will to resist. For many, survival itself became an act of defiance, a refusal to submit to the new order imposed by the invaders. German countermeasures against the growing partisan threat were swift and ruthless. Units of the Wehrmacht, the SS, and police battalions were tasked with pacifying areas of resistance, often employing methods of sheer terror. Entire villages were encircled, searched, and burned to the ground, their inhabitants shot or deported. The Germans sought to create a climate of fear so overwhelming that it would smother any thoughts of rebellion. Yet these reprisals often had the opposite effect, driving more people into the forests to join the partisans. Every atrocity committed by the occupiers strengthened the resolve of those left behind. Women and children who lost families to German executions carried intelligence, food, and even weapons to the fighters hidden in the woods. Survivors who once hoped to endure occupation quietly now saw active resistance as the only honorable path. The cycle of violence escalated, binding the occupied population ever tighter to the underground movement. What the Germans had dismissed as isolated banditry was fast becoming a coordinated war behind their lines. Moscow recognized the potential of this growing insurgency and sought to shape it into an organized force. The central staff of the partisan movement was eventually created to direct operations across occupied territory, sending orders, supplies, and instructors through secret channels. Soviet planes flew night missions to drop weapons, ammunition, and radios into partisan-held zones, linking scattered groups to the wider war effort. Radios allowed partisans to coordinate attacks with Red Army offensives, striking German supply lines just as major battles unfolded at the front. Propaganda leaflets reinforced morale, portraying partisans as heroes defending the motherland from fascist invaders. Stalin himself, while often paranoid about independent actors, understood the value of guerrilla warfare in bleeding the Wehrmacht. Local commanders such as Sidir Kovpak in Ukraine and Pyotr Vershigora in Belarus emerged as legendary leaders of the underground war. Their raids grew bolder, targeting not just supply trains but also garrisons, airfields, and administrative offices. By 1942, partisan operations were no longer a nuisance, but a strategic factor that the Germans had to reckon with. The Red Army and the underground resistance were becoming two sides of the same war machine. For the Germans, the partisan war was both a military problem and an ideological struggle. Nazi racial policies painted Slavic peoples as subhumans, unworthy of mercy, and therefore, German soldiers felt justified in waging a war of extermination against civilians. Anti-partisan campaigns blurred the line between combatant and non-combatant, leading to massacres on an appalling scale. Entire districts were depopulated in an attempt to deny the partisans local support. Yet even amid such terror, the underground networks adapted, moving deeper into forests and establishing self-sufficient partisan republics. These were hidden zones where guerrillas maintained farms, workshops, and rudimentary hospitals sustained by loyal villagers. German control of the countryside was increasingly limited to roads, towns, and fortified strongpoints, while the wilderness belonged to the resistance. Trains were derailed so frequently that supply timetables became unreliable, straining an already overstretched logistics system. Soldiers on leave or supply convoys often moved in fear of ambushes, never knowing when the forest might erupt with gunfire. What the Germans had thought would be a lightning campaign was now complicated by a hostile population sabotaging them at every turn. The partisan war was bleeding them slowly, relentlessly and invisibly. Individual stories from the partisan struggle reveal both its heroism and its desperation. Young boys carried messages between villages, darting through forests with scraps of paper hidden in their boots. Women disguised as peasants smuggled grenades into German-occupied towns, detonating them at troop gatherings before vanishing into the chaos. Old men, unable to fight on the front, sabotaged machinery, poisoned livestock, intended for the Germans, or spread disinformation to occupying forces. Each act of defiance carried the risk of execution, yet countless civilians chose to resist in ways both small and dramatic. Some partisan groups were barely armed, relying on knives and Molotov cocktails against rifles and machine guns. Others, better supplied by Soviet drops, grew into formidable fighting units capable of large-scale raids. Songs and poems circulated in the forests, strengthening morale and creating a shared identity among these fighters. Despite hunger and constant fear, many described a sense of purpose greater than anything they had known before. Their struggle was not only for survival, but for the very soul of their homeland. The partisans embodied a spirit of defiance that echoed across the vast occupied territories. By the end of 1941, partisan warfare had become a defining feature of the Eastern Front. Though still in its infancy, it had already disrupted supply lines, delayed reinforcements, and forced the Germans to divert troops away from the front lines. More importantly, it symbolized the refusal of the Soviet people to submit, even in the face of catastrophic defeats. Behind every German advance, shadows lurked in the forests and marshes, watching and waiting for the chance to strike. The Germans learned that they could seize cities, occupy territories, and overrun armies, but they could not extinguish the will of a population determined to fight from the shadows. These early stirrings of resistance laid the foundation for a vast, underground war that would grow fiercer as the conflict dragged on. In time, partisan operations would tie down hundreds of thousands of German troops, playing a vital role in the eventual Soviet counteroffensives. The awakening of this hidden army was a turning point, showing that the war was far from over, even in occupied lands. The forests of Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia were now alive with the whisper of resistance, and those whispers would grow into a roar that would haunt the occupiers until their eventual defeat. From the very outset of Operation Barbarossa, the war in the East was unlike any other conflict of the Second World War, for it was defined not only by conquest, but by annihilation. Adolf Hitler and the Nazi leadership conceived of the invasion not as a conventional military campaign, but as a crusade of racial domination and ideological destruction. The infamous Commissar Order, issued before the invasion began, was a chilling signal of what was to come. This directive demanded that captured Soviet political commissars, officers responsible for maintaining communist ideology within the Red Army, were to be executed immediately, without trial, as carriers of Bolshevik ideology. The order stripped these men of the protections of the laws of war, reducing them to targets for extermination rather than prisoners of war. To the Wehrmacht's officer corps, this directive was clear. The conflict in the East would not be bound by the conventions of Geneva or the morality of restraint. Hitler declared the struggle against Bolshevism a war of survival, insisting that Germany's future depended on the ruthless destruction of both the Soviet state and the ideas it represented. With this ideological framing, the war was recast into a conflict where mercy was no longer permitted, and atrocity became policy. The practical consequences of the Commissar Order were felt immediately as German units advanced deeper into Soviet territory. Reports from the front describe cases where Soviet commissars, identifiable by their uniforms and armbands, were pulled aside during mass surrenders and shot on the spot. In some divisions, the executions were carried out almost mechanically, with field officers treating them as routine administrative tasks. While some Wehrmacht commanders were uneasy about enforcing the order, fearing it would brutalize their men and provoke greater Soviet resistance, others embraced it wholeheartedly. The German High Command allowed flexibility in its application, but the tone of Hitler's demand left little doubt about its intent. The very act of issuing the order shattered the moral boundaries of the conflict, encouraging soldiers to see their enemies not as honorable opponents, but as ideological enemies unworthy of life. This deliberate blurring of military necessity and political extermination created an environment where violence escalated beyond the battlefield. For the Soviet soldiers who fell into German hands, the risk of execution now depended not on their surrender, but on their political affiliation and the arbitrary judgments of their captors. The result was a climate of terror in which the war was infused with a new, merciless brutality. Alongside the Commissar order, another sinister apparatus of destruction moved into action: the Einsatzgruppen. These special SS units, numbering thousands of men, followed directly behind the Wehrmacht's spearheads, tasked with eliminating perceived threats to the German war effort and carrying out the racial war envisioned by Hitler. Ostensibly designated to combat resistance, secure captured areas, and neutralize potential insurgents, their true mission was far darker. The Einsatzgruppen were ordered to eliminate Jews, communists, intellectuals, Roma, and anyone deemed an ideological enemy of the Reich. Armed with rifles, machine guns, and logistical support from the army, they conducted mass shootings in villages, towns, and forests across the occupied Soviet territories. Often, they gathered entire communities, separated men from women, and marched their victims to pre-dug pits where they were shot in groups. These operations were not spontaneous acts of violence but carefully planned massacres conducted with chilling efficiency. The murder of civilians, presented under the guise of security measures, revealed the genocidal core of the Nazi vision for the East. One of the most notorious aspects of the Einsatzgruppen's actions was their reliance on local participation. As German forces advanced, they encouraged or coerced segments of the local population, particularly in areas with pre-existing ethnic or political tensions, to join in the persecution of Jews and communists. In places like Lithuania, Latvia, and Ukraine, local collaborators were mobilized to round up Jews, conduct pogroms, and assist in executions. This combination of German oversight and local complicity magnified the scale of the massacres and provided the illusion of spontaneous popular support for genocide. Entire Jewish communities that had existed for centuries were erased within weeks, leaving behind only abandoned homes and silent cemeteries. The Einsatzgruppen documented their operations in meticulous reports, detailing numbers of victims and locations, as though murder had become just another bureaucratic statistic. These reports were sent back to Berlin, where Nazi leaders read them with satisfaction, interpreting the figures as evidence of progress in their ideological war. The cold efficiency of these documents underscores the industrial nature of the killings. Even though the victims were still murdered face to face, bullet by bullet, the ideological dimension of the war blurred the line between soldiers and civilians, making entire populations legitimate targets in the eyes of the Nazi regime. Hitler and his generals viewed the Soviet Union not only as a geopolitical rival, but as a breeding ground of what they called Judeo-Bolshevism, a fusion of racial and political enemies that had to be eradicated. The rhetoric surrounding Barbarossa was steeped in apocalyptic language, portraying the campaign as a clash of civilizations that would determine the fate of Europe. This framing justified atrocities on an unprecedented scale, as soldiers were indoctrinated to believe they were fighting not just for Germany, but for the survival of Western culture itself. Orders encouraged the seizure of food and resources from the local population, with starvation weaponized as a tool of conquest. In Ukraine and Belarus, villages were burned, livestock seized, and civilians left to starve, their survival deemed irrelevant to the German war effort. The destruction of Soviet society was not an unintended consequence of the invasion, but an explicit goal. Hitler's vision of Lebensraum demanded the depopulation of vast regions, clearing the way for German settlers who would reshape the East in the image of the Reich. The Wehrmacht itself was not merely a passive bystander in this process, but often a willing participant. While SS units carried out the bulk of organized massacres, army commanders provided logistical support, guarded perimeters, and sometimes directly joined in the executions. The blurred chain of responsibility allowed many to claim ignorance later, but contemporary. Reports show that soldiers at every level understood what was happening. For many, the atrocities were rationalized as part of the brutal necessities of war, while others were driven by anti-communist zeal or anti-Semitic indoctrination. At times, units of the Wehrmacht protested against the most brutal measures, but these objections were usually grounded in concerns about discipline, morale, or military efficiency, not humanitarian principle. The complicity of the army ensured that the genocidal war effort reached every corner of the front, from Belarusian forests to Ukrainian steppes. The myth of the clean Wehrmacht, cultivated after the war, crumbles when confronted with the reality of its role in supporting and facilitating genocide. As the killings escalated, the psychological impact on both perpetrators and victims left deep scars. Survivors recalled the sudden violence that shattered their communities, describing how German trucks would arrive in the morning, herding families toward the outskirts of towns. Children cried as parents tried to shield them, while gunfire echoed through the forests. For the perpetrators, the act of mass shootings produced its own trauma, with some soldiers reporting nightmares, shaking hands, and emotional numbness after days of killing. To manage this strain, commanders introduced alcohol, encouraged dehumanizing language, and rotated shooters to lessen the immediate burden. Yet even these measures revealed the immense psychological toll of sustained mass murder. The process of mechanizing genocide, turning it into a routine of schedules, logistics, and firing squads, was both an attempt to mask the horror and an acknowledgement of the inhumanity of the task. In this way, the war on the Eastern Front became not only a battlefield of armies, but a crucible of moral collapse. By the end of 1941, the genocidal policies that had begun with the Kommissar Order and the Einsatzgruppen were laying the groundwork for an even greater machinery of extermination. The shootings in ravines like Babi Yar near Kiev, where tens of thousands of Jews were murdered in just days, foreshadowed the industrialized killing that would later unfold in the death camps of Auschwitz, Treblinka, and Sobibor. What began as directives to eliminate ideological enemies had transformed into the systematic attempt to annihilate entire peoples. Hitler's war of conquest was inseparable from his war of extermination, and Barbarossa had opened the gates to both. The blood-soaked fields of the Soviet Union became the proving ground for genocide, where ideological hatred met military conquest with catastrophic results. In this war, mercy was outlawed, restraint was forbidden, and destruction was celebrated as policy. The invasion of the Soviet Union was not only the largest military operation in history, but also the opening chapter of the Holocaust by bullets. From the first weeks of Barbarossa, it was clear this was not just a clash of armies, but a war to decide who had the right to exist. As the German armies surged deeper into Soviet territory, the civilian population quickly discovered that this was not a war fought with ordinary rules. Villages that had stood for centuries were suddenly reduced to ashes, their inhabitants left homeless in a matter of hours. Wehrmacht units, often accompanied by SS and auxiliary police battalions, carried out orders to cleanse areas suspected of harboring partisans. Entire communities were rounded up, accused without proof, and executed in public squares to send a message of terror. Women and children were not spared, as German doctrine saw them as potential supporters of resistance. Fields of golden wheat, once promising food for the long Russian winter, were deliberately torched to deny sustenance to both partisans and civilians. Families fled into forests, clutching what few belongings they could carry, while Luftwaffe aircraft strafed the columns of refugees moving along dirt tracks. The sound of boots shouted commands in German, and the crack of rifles became the terrifying soundtrack of daily life. Villagers began hiding livestock in cellars, burying food supplies in the ground, and whispering prayers as German patrols approached. The sense of security, once rooted in close-knit rural life, evaporated overnight, replaced by fear of annihilation. This was not a temporary hardship, it was the start of a nightmare that would endure for years. The occupation regime imposed by the Germans was designed not merely to dominate, but to destroy. Nazi racial policy categorized Slavs as Untermenschen, subhumans, unworthy of dignity or rights. Civilians were treated as expendable obstacles in the grand plan of conquest and colonization, known as General Plan OST. Food supplies were confiscated systematically, with the best grain and livestock sent west to feed German soldiers and civilians, leaving Soviet villagers to starve. Ration cards issued under occupation were deliberately insufficient, condemning millions to slow death. Starvation soon became as lethal as bullets, with entire families collapsing from hunger in their huts. Children, swollen from malnutrition, wandered roads begging German soldiers for crusts of bread, often beaten or shot for their desperation. Disease spread quickly as hunger weakened bodies, and without medicine, epidemics consumed entire villages. German propaganda promised a new order, but delivered only cruelty, humiliation, and despair. The once rich breadbasket of Europe was transformed into a wasteland where hunger ruled more mercilessly than any army. To the Germans this was policy, to the Soviets it was a daily descent into suffering. The Einsatzgruppen, mobile killing squads, carried genocide wherever they followed the front. These units were tasked not only with the elimination of Jews, Roma, and communists, but also with cleansing areas of anyone deemed a threat. Small towns awoke to the sound of trucks pulling in at dawn, followed by shouted orders for all inhabitants to assemble in the village square. Those singled out, Jews, teachers, priests, and suspected partisans, were marched away to fields or forests where mass graves had already been dug. Executioners lined up victims in rows, forcing them to kneel at the edge before mowing them down with machine guns. Survivors were often compelled to cover the pits with soil, only to be executed themselves afterward. Entire Jewish communities, some that had thrived for centuries in Ukraine and Belarus, vanished in days. In many cases, local collaborators, driven by fear, resentment, or opportunism, assisted the Germans in identifying targets. The horror was not hidden, in fact, it was performed deliberately in public to instill terror among those left alive. Villages that had once echoed with children's laughter now fell silent, haunted only by the memory of screams and gunfire. In this way, genocide became intertwined with daily life in occupied Soviet territory. Resistance, whether real or imagined, was punished with savagery beyond comprehension. A single partisan ambush against a German patrol could result in the destruction of entire villages in reprisal. Houses were doused with fuel and set ablaze, sometimes with families still trapped inside. Civilians were hung from trees or lampposts, left dangling as warnings to others who might consider aiding resistance fighters. In Belarus, where partisan activity grew quickly, German commanders implemented a brutal policy of collective responsibility. If a rail line was sabotaged, nearby villages paid the price, regardless of their innocence. Farmers were forced at gunpoint to march ahead of German columns to detonate potential mines laid by partisans. Women accused of feeding resistance fighters were stripped, beaten, and executed in front of their children. Whole swathes of countryside were declared bandit zones and systematically emptied through fire and massacre. What remained were ashes, broken tools, and silence, a silence more frightening than the battles themselves. For many civilians, survival meant walking the fine line between submission and defiance, never knowing which day would be their last. The nightmare extended into the cities, where occupation brought different but equally devastating forms of suffering. In Kiev, Kharkov, and Minsk, German authorities established commandant, offices that oversaw mass deportations for forced labor in the Reich. Young men and women were rounded up in the streets or dragged from their homes, loaded onto trains, and shipped west in cattle cars. Families were torn apart, with parents often never seeing their children again. Those who remained faced curfews, food requisitions, and constant surveillance from German patrols and collaborators. Markets collapsed under the strain of requisition, forcing civilians to barter personal possessions for crumbs of bread. Fear hung over entire neighborhoods as Gestapo agents prowled for informants and executed those accused of aiding the enemy. Cities that had once been centers of culture and commerce now resembled prisons, their streets patrolled, their citizens starved and humiliated. Even in urban areas untouched by immediate fighting, starvation was rampant as supplies dwindled. Civilians who attempted to escape into the countryside found villages burned or depopulated, leaving nowhere safe to go. The great Soviet cities under German occupation became symbols of despair, their suffering echoing far beyond their walls. For women, the brutality of occupation carried unique and harrowing dimensions. Rape was widespread, often carried out with impunity by German soldiers and auxiliary forces. Women were subjected to sexual violence not only as an act of domination, but also as deliberate terror meant to fracture communities. Many survivors never spoke of their ordeals, silenced by shame or fear of retribution. Some mothers offered themselves to protect their daughters, sacrificing their dignity in hopes of sparing the younger generation. Pregnancies resulting from assault added further trauma, forcing impossible choices in a world already torn apart. Those suspected of relationships with Germans, whether voluntary or coerced, were often executed by their own communities as collaborators. Women were also forced into labor battalions where they hauled supplies, built fortifications, and dug trenches under constant threat of beatings. Others were deported to Germany where they worked in factories under brutal conditions. Gender offered no shield from the violence of occupation. Instead, it multiplied the suffering. The civilian nightmare was not only physical destruction, but also the destruction of human dignity. Children, too, bore the brunt of the occupation's cruelty, their innocence crushed under the weight of war. Schools were shut down or repurposed as barracks and command posts, leaving an entire generation deprived of education. Orphans roamed the countryside in gangs, scavenging for scraps of food, sometimes hunted as bandit children. Some were deported to Germany as forced laborers, pressed into working on farms or in factories. Others were taken by SS units for so-called racial selection, with blonde-haired and blue-eyed children kidnapped and sent to be raised as Germans. Many were executed outright, killed in reprisals or massacres alongside their families. Starvation carved deep lines into their faces, leaving even the young looking old before their time. Childhood games and laughter gave way to silence, hunger, and fear of soldiers' boots at the door. The memory of war would stay with them for life, shaping their futures long after the guns had fallen silent. For the children of occupied Soviet lands, the war meant growing up in a world where nightmares were daily reality. By the end of 1941, the scope of the civilian nightmare had become clear to both Germans and Soviets. Occupied territories were wastelands of ashes, mass graves, and starving populations. Villages disappeared from maps, their names remembered only by survivors who fled into forests or partisan ranks. The brutality was not an accident of war, but a deliberate feature of Nazi occupation policy. Hitler's vision of Lebensraum meant the extermination and enslavement of millions, a program unfolding in real time across the Soviet Union. For the Soviet people, survival itself became an act of resistance, defying German plans to erase them. Families clung together in basements, forests, and ruins, drawing strength from one another in the face of unspeakable terror. Each atrocity hardened Soviet resolve, ensuring that occupation, though devastating, would never fully break their will. The suffering of civilians became one of the war's defining tragedies, a silent front as important as the battles themselves. And as the Germans pressed deeper, they left behind not conquered provinces, but graveyards of their own cruelty. By late summer of 1941, the city of Leningrad, once the proud cradle of the Russian Revolution and home to nearly 3 million people, found itself in the crosshairs of Hitler's armies. Army Group North under Field Marshal Wilhelm Ritter von Lieb had pushed relentlessly through the Baltic states, breaking Soviet resistance and driving ever closer to the city on the Neva. German plans were brutally clear. Leningrad was not to be captured in the traditional sense, but rather starved into submission and erased from the map. The Führer saw the city not just as a military target, but as a symbol of Bolshevism that had to be annihilated. By September, German Panzer divisions linked up with Finnish forces advancing from the north, completing a tightening ring around the city. Supply lines to the outside world were severed, railroads were cut, and only the vast expanse of Lake Ladoga remained as a tenuous lifeline. For Leningrad's defenders and inhabitants, the encirclement marked the beginning of one of the longest and most harrowing sieges in human history. German artillery began to position themselves in a semicircle, capable of raining destruction onto the city center. Luftwaffe bombers targeted warehouses, food depots, and water facilities to worsen the suffering. As the circle closed, the city of art, science, and history was thrust into a nightmare of attrition and survival. The military situation was dire, but Soviet commanders in Leningrad refused to abandon their posts or concede the city. Marshal Kliment Voroshilov initially oversaw the defense, later replaced by the more competent Georgy Zhukov, who was flown in by Stalin to stabilize the collapsing lines. Defensive belts were hastily built by soldiers, workers, and even schoolchildren. Trenches carved into the earth, wooden barricades dragged into streets, and machine gun nests placed at strategic intersections. Entire factories were repurposed into workshops for war, producing crude anti-tank obstacles, known as hedgehogs, as well as rifles and ammunition under constant bombardment. Civilians volunteered en masse, joining the Narodnoye Opolshenie, the People's Militia, often armed with little more than hunting rifles or even farm tools. Despite overwhelming odds, Soviet anti-aircraft batteries took to the skies, creating walls of fire against German bombers swooping down over the Neva River. Every bridge, every road leading into the city was fortified as the Red Army prepared for bitter urban combat. Yet even as they dug in, supplies dwindled rapidly, and it became clear that the struggle would not be measured in days or weeks, but in years. The people of Leningrad steeled themselves, not knowing the depth of suffering yet to come. German strategy toward Leningrad was shaped by Hitler's ideological vision. He explicitly ordered that the city was not to be stormed or occupied, fearing the logistical burden of feeding millions of Soviet civilians. Instead, the city would be encircled, its population subjected to hunger, disease, and cold until it collapsed from within. This decision transformed Leningrad into a death trap, where survival depended on scraps of food and the ingenuity of its people. The German High Command calculated that within weeks, starvation alone would force capitulation. The Luftwaffe intensified its raids, deliberately striking food warehouses such as the Bardaev sugar storage depots, reducing tons of vital reserves to smoking ruins. Fires consumed supplies that could have sustained the city for months, leaving only pitiful rations behind. Hitler also demanded that no surrender terms be accepted. Leningrad was to be destroyed, its inhabitants either perishing or dispersed into forced labor camps. The deliberate cruelty of this policy marked the siege not just as a military campaign, but as an act of genocide against a civilian population. To the Germans, the fate of Leningrad was to serve as an example of what awaited any Soviet stronghold that resisted the Reich's advance. Inside the city, the reality of encirclement quickly set in. Food supplies became the most urgent crisis, as grain reserves were nearly exhausted and rationing introduced. At first, rations provided some semblance of sustenance, 500 grams of bread per day for workers, less for dependents. But as weeks turned into months, the rations shrank to the bare minimum for survival, sometimes as little as 125 grams of bread a day. Even this bread was not entirely flour, but often mixed with sawdust, cellulose, or ground straw to extend limited stocks. Meat, dairy, and vegetables vanished from daily life, replaced by soups made from weeds or glue boiled from wallpaper. Families scoured parks for edible grasses, boiled leather belts, or scraped frozen animal fat from abandoned slaughterhouses. Starvation became a slow, merciless killer, weakening bodies and spirits alike. Malnutrition spread diseases, and hospitals overflowed with the skeletal forms of children and the elderly. Winter's arrival compounded the misery, with temperatures plunging below freezing and no fuel left to heat homes. People burned furniture, books, and even floorboards just to keep a flicker of warmth alive. Hunger gnawed at the city relentlessly, breaking down the strength of even the most resilient. Yet the people of Leningrad displayed extraordinary resilience under such crushing conditions. Cultural life, astonishingly, did not vanish but became a source of defiance and morale. The city's famed Philharmonic Orchestra, under conductor Karl Eliasberg, rehearsed in freezing halls to prepare for a performance of Shostakovich's Seventh Symphony, written in honor of Leningrad itself. Musicians, many near collapse from hunger, played to packed audiences and Soviet radio transmitters, broadcast the performance across the city and to German lines as a message of endurance. Schools attempted to function despite shortages, with children wrapped in blankets listening to teachers whose voices trembled from exhaustion. Artists painted in unheated studios, and writers kept diaries chronicling the suffering and spirit of their people. In factories, half-starved workers continued to assemble tanks, guns and shells to support the Red Army, determined that their sacrifices would not be in vain. Civic organizations coordinated distribution of limited supplies, set up soup kitchens, and organized the burial of thousands who perished each day. Religion, suppressed for years, resurfaced as citizens flocked to churches for solace and prayers for deliverance. In these acts of determination, Leningrad became not just a besieged city, but a living monument to human endurance against inhuman odds. German artillery pounded the city daily, aiming to destroy its infrastructure and morale. Shells tore into apartment blocks, hospitals and schools, reducing streets to rubble. Air raids struck indiscriminately, leaving fires that burned for hours, in neighborhoods already deprived of firefighting equipment and water. Yet the Red Army and civilian volunteers repaired damage as best they could, filling craters with rubble, patching bridges, and restoring power lines under fire. Anti-aircraft gunners, sometimes firing on empty stomachs, shot down waves of German planes, cheering each flaming wreck that spiraled into the earth. The Neva River, cutting through the city, became both a lifeline and a hazard, often targeted by German artillery. During winter, the frozen river became a highway for skiers and sleds, moving supplies under constant bombardment. German officers reported frustration at the Soviets' refusal to yield, despite the overwhelming pressure of hunger, disease, and shelling. Hitler's generals feared the siege might drag on longer than expected, draining valuable resources. The longer the city held, the more it became a thorn in the Reich's northern flank. Leningrad's resilience was exacting a price on the attackers, even as the defenders themselves bore unimaginable suffering. The only real link between Leningrad and the outside world was Lake Ladoga, lying to the city's east. Soviet engineers and civilians established a supply route across the lake that became known as the Road of Life. In summer, barges and boats ferried small amounts of food, ammunition, and medical supplies under constant threat of German air and artillery attacks. In winter, when the lake froze solid, trucks crept across the ice, headlights dimmed, carrying sacks of flour, boxes of medicine, and crates of fuel. These convoys also evacuated children and the weakest inhabitants, though. Thousands perished along the route from exposure or enemy fire. The Road of Life became a symbol of hope, though it never provided more than a fraction of what the city needed. Drivers faced collapsing ice, strafing aircraft, and artillery barrages, yet continued their perilous journeys night after night. Women and teenagers worked at unloading depots, dragging supplies by hand through the snow. Every loaf of bread that arrived was the result of immense sacrifice, and every life saved on the ice road was a victory against despair. Without Lake Ladoga's lifeline, Leningrad could not have endured even the first winter of the siege. As the siege dragged on, the ordeal of Leningrad etched itself into the very soul of the Soviet Union. The city became a symbol of resistance, a living rebuke to Hitler's ambitions of quick victory in the East. The world watched in horror as reports trickled out of starvation, mass graves, and relentless shelling, yet also marveled at the city's refusal to surrender. Stalin seized on Leningrad's plight to rally Soviet citizens, portraying the siege as a test of national will against fascist barbarity. For the German command, the failure to crush the city swiftly was an ominous, sign of overextension and underestimation of Soviet resilience. For the inhabitants, survival was the only form of victory they could claim in those desperate months. Mothers buried children in frozen ground, fathers collapsed at factory benches, and soldiers manned crumbling defenses with frostbitten hands. Yet the city endured, not for days or weeks, but for 870, 2 harrowing days, becoming one of the longest sieges in recorded history. In its agony and endurance, the siege of Leningrad revealed both the depths of human suffering and the heights of human courage. It was a tragedy and a triumph, a testament to what people can endure when survival itself becomes defiance. By the late summer of 1941, the German advance in the south of the Soviet Union was reaching a critical juncture, and all eyes turned toward Kyiv, the ancient city on the Dnieper River. Army Group South had already achieved notable successes in Ukraine, but the Red Army forces defending the region remained stubborn, resilient, and numerous. Hitler, increasingly concerned about the Soviet presence around Kiev, viewed the concentration of Soviet armies there as both a threat to his rear and an opportunity for a crushing victory. Despite the protests of his generals, who urged a continued drive toward Moscow, he ordered Army Group Center to wheel south and close a massive encirclement around the Ukrainian capital. This decision would prove catastrophic for the Soviet defenders and momentous for the course of the war. The maneuver involved complex coordination, with Guderian's Panzer Group 2 advancing from the north, while Kleist's Panzer Group 1 struck from the south. The vastness of the Ukrainian steppe provided both a challenge and an advantage for armored warfare, allowing the panzers to maneuver but also stretching supply lines to the breaking point. As the trap began to close, hundreds of thousands of Soviet soldiers found themselves increasingly cut off from escape routes. What followed was one of the largest encirclements in military history. The Battle of Kiev would not only devastate the Red Army, but also reshape Stalin's entire strategy for defending his country. The Soviet Southwestern Front, commanded by General Mikhail Kerponos, was already under immense pressure by August 1941, and yet Stalin refused to authorize a withdrawal from Kyiv. Kerponos himself, along with his staff, recognized the growing danger of encirclement, but their requests to retreat were denied from Moscow. Stalin remained convinced that Kyiv must be held at all costs, seeing the city as both a political symbol and a strategic anchor. The defenders were ordered to dig in, strengthen positions, and prepare for urban combat, even as the German armored pincers crept ever closer from the north and south. Kerponos, a disciplined and loyal commander, was forced to obey, even though he and his officers could see the trap forming before their eyes. Soviet units, some poorly equipped and hastily mobilized, were thrown into the line in desperate attempts to plug gaps. Supply shortages were mounting, ammunition was running low, and communication between units became increasingly erratic under constant Luftwaffe attacks. Civilians in Kyiv looked on anxiously as German artillery fire and aerial bombardments became more frequent. By early September, the inevitability of encirclement was evident to all, yet the Soviet command clung to Stalin's orders. The soldiers in the trenches knew that their situation was worsening by the hour, but retreat was forbidden, and so they braced for annihilation. The German operation that unfolded was a masterpiece of encirclement, warfare, exploiting mobility and coordination to devastating effect. Guderian's tanks, thrusting southward from the Gomel region, tore through Soviet defenses and bypassed resistance wherever possible. Simultaneously, Kleist's Panzer Group advanced northward from Kirovograd, driving with relentless speed across the open plains. Both thrusts aimed to meet east of Kyiv, thereby trapping the entire Soviet southwestern front in a massive pocket. The Wehrmacht's infantry followed closely behind, mopping up bypassed Soviet formations and consolidating control of the flanks. The Luftwaffe roamed the skies, hammering retreating Soviet columns and sowing chaos in rear areas. Roads became clogged with Soviet troops, horse-drawn carts, and broken vehicles desperately trying to escape the tightening noose. Villages along the way were reduced to smoking ruins, their inhabitants caught between advancing panzers and fleeing Red Army stragglers. Within days, The jaws of the encirclement snapped shut near Lockwitz, sealing the fate of more than 500,000 Soviet soldiers. The German commanders, exhilarated by the success, reported gleefully to Berlin that another historic victory had been achieved. For the trapped Soviet troops, however, the pocket was nothing short of a death sentence. Inside the encirclement, the situation quickly degenerated into chaos and despair for the Soviet defenders. Entire armies, more than 4 in total, were cut off, with no hope of relief or resupply. Soviet soldiers fought fiercely in small, fragmented groups, launching counterattacks and ambushes against advancing German formations, but their efforts were futile against overwhelming firepower. Ammunition dwindled to a handful of rounds per man, and artillery batteries were reduced to silence after exhausting their shells. Hunger and thirst soon compounded the misery as supply depots were destroyed or overrun. Medical facilities collapsed under the strain, with wounded men lying untreated in fields or makeshift shelters. Civilians within the pocket shared the soldiers' suffering, fleeing their homes, with bundles of belongings, only to be caught in the maelstrom of battle. German artillery pounded Soviet positions mercilessly, while Luftwaffe bombers attacked concentrations of troops with devastating precision. As days turned into weeks, order disintegrated entirely, and surviving Soviet units attempted desperate breakouts. Few succeeded, most were cut down by German machine guns or rounded up in vast numbers. The pocket had become a gigantic killing field, with resistance shattered and survival reduced to chance. One of the most striking aspects of the Kiev encirclement was the sheer scale of the Soviet loss. By the time the battle ended in late September 1941, an estimated 665,000 Soviet soldiers had been taken prisoner, along with thousands of tanks, guns, and enormous stockpiles of equipment. It was the largest single encirclement in military history, dwarfing anything seen before or since. The German High Command trumpeted the victory as a decisive blow against Bolshevism, with Hitler himself boasting that the Soviet Union had been fatally weakened. For the Wehrmacht, the capture of so many prisoners created logistical nightmares. As columns of emaciated men were marched westward under harsh conditions, many collapsed from exhaustion, hunger, or disease before reaching makeshift POW camps, where mortality rates were catastrophic. The destruction of the southwestern front left the southern approaches to the Soviet Union wide open, giving the Germans control over much of Ukraine and access to the Dnieper crossings. Yet beneath the triumph lay seeds of future failure, for the victory consumed precious weeks and resources. The delay it caused in Operation Barbarossa's drive toward Moscow would prove costly once the Russian winter set in. For the Red Army, the defeat was devastating but not fatal, as new armies were already forming further east. The human suffering that followed the encirclement was immense and almost unimaginable. Soviet prisoners, herded together in vast columns, were forced to march hundreds of kilometers without food, water, or shelter. Guards, often brutal and indifferent, shot stragglers who collapsed by the roadside. In makeshift holding camps, tens of thousands perished from starvation, disease, and exposure, their bodies piling up faster than they could be buried. Survivors recalled the stench of death hanging over the camps and the cries of men begging for a scrap of bread. Civilians who remained in the region faced their own ordeal as German occupation authorities began implementing harsh measures of control. Villages suspected of harboring partisans were burned, their inhabitants executed or deported for forced labor. Families were torn apart, with men seized for labor battalions while women and children were left to fend for themselves. The once thriving countryside of Ukraine was reduced to desolation, scarred by war and repression. These atrocities were not incidental, but part of the broader genocidal vision Hitler had laid out for the East. For both soldier and civilian alike, the Kiev encirclement was not merely a battlefield defeat, but a descent into a nightmare of suffering and death. For Stalin and the Soviet High Command, the loss at Kiev was a brutal shock that reverberated across the entire Soviet war effort. Stalin had stubbornly refused to authorize a withdrawal, and his miscalculation had cost the Red Army dearly. In the aftermath, he was forced to confront the catastrophic consequences of his orders. The defeat at Kiev shattered the southwestern front and left Moscow vulnerable. Yet Stalin's response was characteristic of his ruthlessness. Several commanders, including Kirponos, perished during the final battles, either killed in action or committing suicide rather than surrendering. Those who survived faced investigations, accusations of incompetence, and in some cases, execution. Yet despite the disaster, Stalin refused to panic, instead demanding the rapid creation of new defensive lines around Moscow. Factories in the Urals and Siberia accelerated production of tanks and planes, while fresh divisions were mobilized to replace the colossal losses. Soviet propaganda framed the defeat not as a catastrophe, but as a temporary setback in a long, righteous struggle. Though the Red Army had been humbled at Kiev, the resilience of the Soviet state ensured that its capacity to fight on remained intact. In retrospect, the Battle of Kiev revealed both the strengths and weaknesses of Hitler's war in the East. On one hand, the Encirclement showcased the Wehrmacht's mastery of mobile warfare, and its ability to annihilate enemy armies with speed and precision. On the other, it highlighted the overextension of German forces and the dangers of diverting attention from the central objective, Moscow. While Hitler exulted in his triumph, his generals worried about the delay it imposed on Operation Typhoon, the final drive on the Soviet capital. The victory at Kiev also gave the Germans a false sense of invincibility, reinforcing Hitler's belief that the Soviet Union was on the verge of collapse. Yet the Red Army, battered but unbroken, continued to resist with growing determination. Within months, the tide would begin to shift as winter descended and German supply lines buckled. For the men who fought and died at Kiev, the battle was a tragedy of staggering proportions, a testament to the brutal nature of the Eastern Front. The fields around the city became a graveyard for armies, littered with wreckage, corpses, and memories of futile heroism. The Kiev encirclement remains a symbol of both German tactical brilliance and the terrible human cost of war without mercy. In the late summer of 1941, as the Wehrmacht's spearheads plunged deeper into Soviet territory, Stalin's government shifted from shock to determination, unleashing the machinery of total war. The Soviet leader, once reclusive and shaken by the enormity of the invasion, re-emerged before his people with fiery words, declaring the struggle a great patriotic war against fascism. Factories that only months earlier had produced tractors, harvesters, or consumer goods were ordered to switch overnight to the production of tanks, artillery, and rifles. Propaganda posters appeared on every wall, depicting German invaders as monstrous beasts to be slain by the working class and peasantry. Radio broadcasts thundered slogans of resistance, telling every man, woman, and child that the fate of their nation rested on their endurance. At every level, the language of the state fused with a spirit of national survival, binding together Russians, Ukrainians, Georgians, Kazakhs, and dozens of other peoples under one desperate cause. The NKVD, Stalin's secret police, intensified surveillance to stamp out defeatism and desertion, ensuring unity was not merely voluntary but enforced by fear. Every speech, every proclamation, framed the war not as a conflict of armies, but as a titanic struggle for civilization itself. The Soviet Union, though battered and bleeding, would not submit. Instead, Stalin sought to summon the boundless manpower and industrial strength of his empire to turn the tide. Central to Stalin's strategy was the ruthless policy of scorched earth, designed to deny the enemy any benefit from the vast territories they seized. From Belarus to Ukraine, entire towns were ordered burned, warehouses emptied and torched, bridges demolished, and crops set alight before they could fall into German hands. Livestock was slaughtered or driven eastward, leaving behind barren fields and smoking ruins that turned advancing German supply columns into scavengers. The destruction was deliberate, systematic, and massive in scale, with Soviet engineers mining railways and demolishing power plants as part of a vast defensive withdrawal. Civilians were often caught in this firestorm, forced to abandon homes and possessions, fleeing eastward on overcrowded trains or on foot through mud and smoke. The policy created scenes of biblical desolation, villages consumed by flames while columns of peasants trudged along dirt roads carrying bundles of their remaining belongings. German officers complained that they had captured land but no sustenance, and Wehrmacht soldiers, hungry and exhausted, began looting what little survived. The scorched earth exacted a terrible toll on the Soviet people, but Stalin calculated that the suffering of the present would buy the survival of the future. To him, it was better to see entire provinces laid waste than to allow Hitler's armies to thrive off their bounty. It was a brutal measure of necessity, born of desperation, but executed with ruthless resolve. As the land burned behind them, Soviet industry was uprooted and transported eastward in one of the largest logistical operations in history. Entire factories, including their machinery, blueprints, and skilled workers, were dismantled, piece by piece, and shipped by rail to the Urals, Siberia, and Central Asia. Steel presses, lathes, and furnaces were loaded onto endless trains, their cargo stretching for kilometers, moving steadily eastward, even under German bombing raids. In many cases, production resumed even before the facilities were fully reconstructed, with workers building tanks in half-assembled workshops under open skies. Families were uprooted and sent along with the factories, enduring cramped, freezing conditions but compelled to continue their labor. By late 1941, entire new industrial cities had sprung up in the east, belching smoke and fire into the air, symbols of Soviet resilience. This relocation preserved the Soviet Union's war-making capacity, ensuring that even as Western Russia lay in ruins, the arsenal of socialism would keep producing weapons. The sacrifice was immense. Workers endured malnutrition, long shifts, and deadly accidents. But the flow of tanks, artillery, and planes to the front never stopped. It was industrial warfare on a scale Hitler had not anticipated, and it turned the vast geography of the USSR into a weapon in itself. The Germans had thought they could cripple the Soviet war machine in months, but by autumn, the machine had simply shifted east, out of reach. Stalin's gamble had worked, production was preserved, and the war could go on. The mobilization extended far beyond the factories. It swept through the countryside, the schools, and the very fabric of Soviet society. Millions of men were conscripted into the Red Army, swelling its ranks even as the front lines suffered catastrophic losses. Boys barely in their teens and old men past their prime were pressed into service, their youth or age no shield against the demands of the state. Women, meanwhile, filled the factories, farms, and even the ranks of combat units, serving as snipers, medics, and pilots in the now famous Night Witches squadrons. Teachers turned classrooms into workshops, producing grenades and Molotov cocktails with their students. Farmers worked under military supervision, with quotas raised and punishments severe, ensuring that food production, though meager, did not collapse entirely. Every profession, every trade, was reoriented toward the singular goal of survival. Soviet propaganda elevated these sacrifices, portraying them as heroic acts of ordinary citizens rising to meet extraordinary times. Yet behind the slogans lay immense hardship, with hunger, overwork, and exhaustion becoming daily realities. Still, the people continued, driven by patriotism, fear, and the instinct for survival. The Soviet Union, vast and diverse, was transformed into one enormous war camp, mobilized for the fight of its life. The Red Army itself was reorganized, hardened, and prepared for the brutal campaigns ahead. Initial defeats had revealed glaring weaknesses in leadership, coordination, and equipment, prompting Stalin to enforce sweeping reforms. New commanders were promoted, often young and untested, but willing to show initiative and fight with ferocity. Harsh discipline was imposed, with desertion punishable by execution and entire blocking. Detachments of NKVD troops positioned to shoot soldiers who attempted to flee. Training was accelerated, weapons were standardized, and a renewed emphasis was placed on defensive tactics that could grind down the German advantage. The soldiers were taught to rely on massed artillery, prepared positions, and counterattacks launched at the moment of German exhaustion. Political officers embedded in every unit, ensured ideological zeal, reminding soldiers that surrender was treason against the motherland. Supplies were meager, often a rifle shared between two men, but the determination to fight grew with each passing week. The Red Army was no longer the disorganized mass that had collapsed in June. It was becoming a force tempered by fire. By the autumn of 1941, despite terrible losses, it stood ready to defend Moscow and the heart of the Soviet Union. The transformation had been costly, but it was laying the foundation for eventual survival. Equally vital was the role of propaganda in sustaining morale and unity amid the horrors of war. Newspapers, films, and posters depicted the conflict in stark moral terms: the Germans as barbaric invaders and the Soviets as defenders of their homeland and families. The figure of the peasant with a rifle, the worker with a hammer, and the mother sending her sons to battle became enduring symbols of resistance. Songs were broadcast across the radio, blending sorrow and defiance, rallying the weary with the promise of ultimate victory. Writers and poets, often working at Stalin's direction, crafted stirring verses meant to steel the spirit of the people. State propaganda also drew heavily upon Russian history, invoking the memory of Napoleon's invasion of 1812 and the heroism of medieval defenders of the motherland. The war was framed not merely as a political struggle, but as a continuation of a centuries-old Russian destiny to resist foreign conquerors. Even religion, long suppressed, was cautiously allowed to re-emerge, with priests permitted to bless soldiers and speak of divine justice against the invaders. This fusion of ideology, nationalism, and historical memory proved potent, strengthening the will to endure the unimaginable hardships ahead. Propaganda did not erase suffering, but it gave it meaning, and meaning was essential for survival. Without it, the sacrifices might have seemed unbearable. With it, they became part of a larger, almost sacred mission. Behind the front lines, partisan warfare intensified, feeding into Stalin's call for total resistance. Civilians left behind in occupied territories formed underground cells, sabotaging German supply lines, ambushing convoys, and cutting railways. These partisans often lacked proper weapons, relying instead on hunting, rifles, improvised explosives, or even captured German arms. Women and children played crucial roles as couriers, scouts, and saboteurs, weaving the threads of a vast invisible army across the occupied lands. The Germans responded with savage reprisals, burning villages, and executing civilians, but this only fueled the desire for vengeance. Soviet High Command encouraged these efforts, coordinating partisans with the Red Army's needs and supplying them by air when possible. The partisans turned the occupied rear into a constant battlefield, forcing the Wehrmacht to divert troops from the front lines to guard against ambushes. Their resistance symbolized the Soviet resolve that Stalin had demanded, proving that even in defeat, the USSR would not yield. Every derailed train, every destroyed bridge was celebrated in Moscow as a blow against the invader. This clandestine war became a vital part of the Soviet response, an extension of the total war effort that blurred the line between civilian and soldier. In the forests and marshes of Eastern Europe, the struggle continued with relentless ferocity. By the autumn of 1941, the Soviet Union had undergone a transformation that stunned its enemies. What had seemed a colossus on clay feet in June had, by September, begun to reveal its true depth of endurance and resources. Stalin's call for total war had mobilized not only armies but an entire society, turning defeat into defiance. The scorched earth had denied the Germans their hoped-for plunder, while the factory relocations preserved the lifeblood of industrial power. Millions of men and women, driven by fear, patriotism, and coercion, labored ceaselessly to keep the Red Army in the field. The propaganda machine gave these sacrifices purpose, binding them into a larger narrative of survival and destiny. The partisans behind enemy lines carried the fight into occupied territory, ensuring that no German could feel secure even far from the front. The Soviet Union bled starved and suffered, but it did not collapse. Instead, it grew harder, tougher, and more determined with every passing week. Stalin's gamble to mobilize a nation of millions into an unstoppable war machine was beginning to bear fruit. The storm had not broken Russia, it had forged it anew. By late September 1941, after months of fighting that had carried German armies to the very gates of Leningrad and deep into Ukraine, Hitler turned his gaze toward the ultimate prize, Moscow. The capital of the Soviet Union was more than just a city. It was the nerve center of Soviet politics, industry, and communication, the very symbol of Stalin's regime. Hitler believed that capturing Moscow before the onset of the brutal Russian winter would end the war in the east with one decisive blow. He called the offensive Operation Typhoon, a name meant to convey overwhelming force and irresistible momentum, sweeping away everything in its path. The plan envisioned nothing less than the encirclement and annihilation of all Soviet forces defending the approaches to Moscow. 3 massive pincer movements were designed to converge, trapping the Red Army in great pockets before the final push toward the capital. German intelligence estimated that the Soviets were already broken, their reserves exhausted, and that the Wehrmacht could finish them with one last concentrated blow. To Hitler, the campaign was both military and psychological, he imagined German troops parading down Red Square as Stalin's government collapsed in chaos. The drive toward Moscow was to be the culmination of all that Barbarossa had promised, the fulfillment of the Nazi vision of a lightning war. The stakes could not have been higher, and the Germans poured everything they had into this final gamble. Operation Typhoon began on October 2, 1941, with the roar of thousands of guns and the grinding advance of tanks across the autumn mud. General Fedor von Bock commanded Army Group Center, the most powerful force on the eastern front, spearheaded by the 2nd and 3rd Panzer groups under Guderian and Hoth. The initial thrust was aimed at encircling Soviet forces near Vyazma and Bryansk, west of Moscow, where entire Soviet armies were deployed in defensive belts. The German plan relied on speed and precision, with the armored spearheads slashing deep into Soviet rear areas, while infantry divisions followed to seal the encirclements. Within days, vast battles erupted along the highways and villages of Western Russia as Soviet soldiers fought desperately to stem the tide. German aircraft filled the skies, bombing retreating columns and supply lines, while artillery pounded Soviet defensive positions. The Red Army, though battered and disorganized, resisted with a tenacity that surprised even hardened German veterans. Yet, the Wehrmacht's initial progress was spectacular. In the first week alone, hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops found themselves trapped in new pockets. Roads became littered with destroyed Soviet vehicles, burning villages, and endless streams of prisoners. To the German High Command, it appeared that Moscow was within reach, its defenders shattered and demoralized. The Vyazma-Bryansk encirclements were among the most catastrophic defeats the Red Army had yet suffered. At Vyazma, west of Moscow, 4 Soviet armies were surrounded as German Panzer units linked up behind them, cutting off all escape. At Bryansk, south of Moscow, the same fate befell 3 more armies, their supply routes severed by Guderian's rapid advance. Entire Soviet divisions were swallowed whole, with men marching into captivity in columns that stretched for miles, watched over by exhausted but triumphant German guards. German reports claimed that nearly 700,000 Soviet troops were taken prisoner in these operations, along with thousands of guns and vehicles. The sheer scale of the disaster shocked Soviet commanders who had believed their defensive lines could hold long enough to regroup for winter. For the Wehrmacht, the encirclements seemed to validate the theory of blitzkrieg, proving once again that maneuver and speed could topple any opponent. Yet beneath the triumph, cracks were already forming. The Red Army, though mauled, did not collapse entirely, and new units were already being rushed to Moscow's defense. Meanwhile, German troops were weary from months of campaigning, their equipment worn and their supply lines stretched dangerously thin. The victories at Vyazma and Bryansk, while massive, delayed the drive on Moscow by weeks as the Wehrmacht mopped up the pockets. Time, always the most dangerous enemy in Russia, was slipping away. As the Germans resumed their advance toward Moscow in mid-October, they encountered conditions that bore little resemblance to the swift campaigns of summer. The autumn rains had begun, turning Russia's primitive roads into quagmires of mud that swallowed tanks, trucks, and horses alike. Supply convoys bogged down in endless lines, sometimes taking days to cover a few miles, leaving frontline units short of fuel, ammunition, and food. Soldiers trudged through knee-deep mud, dragging artillery by hand when vehicles could no longer move, their uniforms soaked and caked with filth. The famed German efficiency faltered as columns became disorganized, with vehicles abandoned by the roadside for lack of spare parts. For the first time, the Red Army gained breathing space as the weather itself became their ally. Soviet reinforcements, drawn from newly raised divisions and militia battalions, arrived to strengthen Moscow's defenses. The population of the city dug trenches, built barricades, and prepared for street fighting, determined not to let their capital fall without a fight. Stalin himself refused to leave Moscow, broadcasting fiery speeches urging his people to resist at all costs. The German timetable, once so precise, now fell apart under the weight of mud, resistance, and overextension. What had begun as a lightning strike was turning into a grueling slog. Despite the deteriorating conditions, German troops continued to push forward, driven by Hitler's insistence that Moscow must fall before winter. Towns such as Mozhaisk, Maloyaroslavets, and Kaluga became fierce battlegrounds, where Soviet defenders used every street, house, and forest line to stall the German advance. The Wehrmacht still inflicted heavy losses, smashing Soviet units in open battles and forcing retreats under devastating artillery and airstrikes. Yet the defenders of Moscow fought with growing determination, often holding positions to the last man. In villages along the approaches to the capital, civilians joined in the struggle, helping dig trenches or providing food and shelter to exhausted Red Army soldiers. The German advance slowed to a crawl, with gains measured in kilometers rather than sweeping breakthroughs. Meanwhile, Soviet counterattacks struck at exposed German flanks, harassing their supply lines and retaking ground in surprise assaults. The Red Army was adapting, learning from earlier defeats, and no longer simply collapsing under pressure. Every kilometer closer to Moscow cost the Germans dearly in blood, fuel, and time. By late October, the spires of Moscow were tantalizingly close, yet they might as well have been on another continent. The Wehrmacht's dream of a swift, decisive capture of the Soviet capital was slipping away with each passing day. As October gave way to November, the weather delivered its next blow. Winter arrived early and with merciless severity. Temperatures plummeted far below freezing, catching German troops unprepared as they lacked adequate winter clothing or equipment. Engines refused to start, machine guns jammed, and lubricants froze solid in the bitter cold. Soldiers, still wearing their summer uniforms, wrapped themselves in rags, blankets, or whatever they could scavenge to stave off frostbite. Frostbite and exposure claimed thousands of casualties, weakening units already strained by combat losses. The Red Army, accustomed to the climate, found itself in a stronger position. With troops better supplied with winter gear and aided by local civilians, Soviet resistance stiffened further as newly formed Siberian divisions, trained and equipped for winter warfare, began arriving at the front. These elite units had been freed from the Far East after intelligence confirmed Japan would not attack the Soviet Union. Their presence tipped the balance, giving the Red Army both fresh manpower and morale. For the Germans, the freezing weather was a nightmare that no amount of willpower could overcome. Operation Typhoon was stalling in the snow, its promise of rapid victory buried beneath ice and exhaustion. By late November, German forces reached the outer defenses of Moscow, coming within sight of the city's suburbs. From some forward positions, soldiers could see the faint glow of the Kremlin's towers. On the horizon, a haunting reminder of how close they had come to their goal. Yet, every attempt to break through was met with ferocious resistance from the Red Army, which threw division after division into the battle to hold the capital. German tanks struggled to advance in blizzards, while infantry shivered in shallow trenches, enduring constant Soviet artillery fire. Supply shortages worsened, with ammunition, fuel, and food dwindling. as the overextended supply system collapsed under the winter strain. Horses, which the Germans relied upon heavily, died by the thousands from starvation and cold, leaving guns and wagons stranded. The Red Army, by contrast, mounted increasingly bold counterattacks, striking weak points in the German line and threatening encirclement. German commanders pleaded for reinforcements and supplies, but little could be done. The Wehrmacht was at the end of its strength. The dream of parading through Moscow was gone, replaced by the grim reality of survival. The offensive had reached its culmination point, with the German war machine grinding to a halt in the snow before the gates of Moscow. Operation Typhoon, conceived as the final blow to the Soviet Union, had ended in failure and exhaustion. The Germans had destroyed vast numbers of Soviet troops and advanced deep into Russian territory, but they had not achieved their ultimate goal. Moscow still stood, defiant and fortified, its defenders bloodied but unbroken. The Red Army had suffered terrible losses but emerged stronger, hardened by experience and bolstered by new reserves. The early winter had turned the tide, halting the Wehrmacht at the very peak of its power, and marking the first time the Germans had been stopped in their relentless advance. Stalin, who had refused to flee, proclaimed that the failure of Typhoon was proof that Hitler could be defeated. For the German soldiers freezing in their trenches, the reality was stark. The war in the East would not be short, and the Soviet Union would not collapse. The failure before Moscow destroyed the myth of German invincibility and foreshadowed the grinding, attritional struggle that lay ahead. Hitler, furious at the setback, refused to admit defeat, ordering his men to hold their positions at all costs. What had begun as a campaign of conquest had now become a brutal war of survival on the frozen plains of Russia. As Operation Typhoon surged forward in October 1941, the German High Command believed the decisive moment had arrived. Their armored spearheads lunged eastward, aiming to encircle massive Soviet formations that barred the road to Moscow. Near Vyazma, west of the capital, 3 Soviet fronts had dug in, believing they could halt the German advance. Yet the Wehrmacht's carefully coordinated assault, combining the armored strength of Guderian, Hoth and Hübner with relentless Luftwaffe bombing runs, shattered this fragile defense. Within days, panzers had swept deep into the Soviet rear, slicing through command structures and cutting supply lines. Panic spread among the Red Army ranks as communication collapsed, and units found themselves surrounded. The speed of the German maneuvers stunned Soviet commanders, who realized too late the scale of the disaster unfolding. By the first week of October, vast pockets began to close around Vyazma, trapping entire Soviet armies in a tightening noose. The Germans saw the encirclement as a masterstroke, while the Soviets braced themselves for annihilation. The trap had been sprung, and what followed was among the most devastating defeats of the Red Army in the war's opening months. South of Vyazma, the city of Bryansk became the focal point of a second German pincer movement. Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army, fresh from its victories in Ukraine, thrust northward in a wide arc, while infantry armies closed from the west. Soviet forces, already battered from weeks of retreat and counterattacks, struggled to mount a coherent defense. They had been ordered by Stalin to hold the line at all costs, but reality soon betrayed the futility of such commands. German armor poured across open ground, outflanking defensive positions and forcing withdrawals that quickly turned into routs. Soviet commanders like Yeremenko tried desperately to rally their divisions, but they too were soon encircled in vast pockets around Bryansk. The Luftwaffe dominated the skies, strafing retreating columns, destroying bridges, and making Soviet supply efforts impossible. Partisan bands had not yet fully mobilized, leaving German convoys largely unharassed in these early weeks. The momentum of the German advance appeared unstoppable, and once again, Stalin's armies seemed on the verge of total collapse. Bryansk was reduced to rubble, its defenders facing the same fate as those at Vyazma. The Vyazma pocket was a scene of chaos and desperation. 4 entire Soviet armies, the 19th, 20th, 24th, and 32nd, were trapped within it, numbering nearly 700,000 men. For days, these armies fought bitterly to break out, hurling divisions, against German armored walls that steadily tightened around them. Ammunition dwindled, rations disappeared, and communication with Moscow was severed. Soldiers found themselves abandoned in forests and villages, surrounded by panzers and artillery. German commanders reported taking tens of thousands of prisoners daily, columns of disarmed Red Army soldiers stretching endlessly down the roads. Some units tried to escape in small groups, melting into the woods, where they would later become the nucleus of partisan detachments. Others resisted to the last bullet, knowing surrender meant starvation or death in captivity. German soldiers noted the determination of Soviet troops, even as their positions collapsed around them. Entire regiments were annihilated, often after hours of close combat, in which bayonets and grenades became the weapons of last resort. It was a catastrophe of colossal proportions, unparalleled in the scale of men lost in so short a span. At Bryansk, the story was no less tragic. The 3rd and 13th Soviet armies, alongside remnants of mechanized corps, found themselves encircled by Guderian's forces. Fighting in dense forests and marshlands, the Soviets resisted with extraordinary courage, but their situation was hopeless. German reports spoke of fierce ambushes where Soviet infantry would suddenly burst from cover, firing rifles and throwing grenades before being cut down by machine gun fire. Soviet tanks, often outdated and short on fuel, made desperate charges that ended in burning hulks across the fields. As German artillery pounded their last strongholds, the Soviets attempted scattered breakout attempts, many of which ended in slaughter. Villages became battlegrounds where civilians were caught between retreating Soviet units and advancing Germans. The Luftwaffe, circling overhead, ensured that every movement was met with bombs and strafing fire. By mid-October, the Bryansk pocket had ceased to exist, with thousands of Soviet soldiers either dead, wounded, or in German hands. The destruction was so vast that even German officers admitted astonishment at the scale of their victory. Once again, the road to Moscow lay open. The human cost of Vyazma and Bryansk was staggering. German records estimated that nearly 1 million Soviet troops were captured across both battles combined. Tens of thousands more lay dead on the battlefield, their bodies scattered across forests, fields, and ruined villages. Prisoners were herded into makeshift camps, often without food, shelter, or medical care. The German High Command had no logistical capacity or willingness to feed such vast numbers, viewing them as expendable. Disease and starvation soon ravaged the captives, leading to mass deaths even before they reached permanent camps. For the Soviets, the loss of so many men and material was a blow of catastrophic proportions, stripping the Western Front of its ability to resist. The destruction of entire armies in 2 swift encirclements left Stalin enraged, yet determined to continue the fight. Soviet propaganda downplayed the defeats, instead emphasizing heroic resistance and the necessity of total sacrifice. Among ordinary Soviet citizens, the news brought both despair and resolve, a grim acceptance that survival itself demanded extraordinary endurance. For the Germans, it seemed as if victory was within their grasp, the gates of Moscow looming ever closer. On the German side, the victories at Vyazma and Bryansk were hailed as masterpieces of blitzkrieg warfare. Newspapers in Berlin declared that the Red Army had been smashed beyond repair, and that the fall of Moscow was imminent. German soldiers, many of them veterans of Poland and France, marveled at the scale of the encirclements, claiming they had never seen so many prisoners in their lives. Commanders like Guderian and Hoth believed the Soviets could no longer field effective forces before the capital. Yet beneath the euphoria lay cracks in the Wehrmacht's campaign. The rapid encirclements had stretched supply lines thin, fuel and ammunition were running low, and autumn rains had begun to turn roads into seas of mud. Tanks bogged down in the quagmire, trucks broke down, and horses collapsed from exhaustion in the mire. The further the Germans advanced, the more their logistics unraveled, slowing the pace of operations. Soldiers began to sense that the war in Russia was different, harder, and more brutal than anything they had experienced before. Still, orders pressed them forward toward Moscow, with no thought of stopping. For Hitler, delay was unacceptable, Victory had to come before the onset of winter. In Moscow, the scale of the disaster shook Stalin and the Soviet leadership. Reports of massive encirclements poured in, detailing losses that seemed impossible to absorb. Yet instead of collapsing, the Soviet system bent and adapted under pressure. New reserves were scraped together, drawn from Siberia, Central Asia, and newly mobilized recruits barely trained for combat. Factories evacuated to the east began churning out weapons, and fresh units were rushed to the front despite being under-equipped. Stalin, furious at the incompetence of generals who had allowed the encirclements, demanded executions and purges within the officer corps. Yet at the same time, he called for total resistance, declaring that Moscow must be defended to the last man. Ordinary citizens were mobilized to build defensive lines around the capital, digging trenches, laying mines, and erecting barricades. Propaganda stressed that despite the losses, the Soviet Union remained unbroken. For the defenders of Moscow, there was no choice but to stand and fight. The disasters at Vyazma and Bryansk, while catastrophic, steeled Soviet resolve rather than shattering it. In the crucible of defeat, the Soviet will to survive only grew stronger. Thus, the twin battles of Vyazma and Bryansk stand as grim monuments to the brutality of the Eastern Front. They epitomized both the devastating power of German encirclement tactics and the staggering human cost inflicted on the Red Army. Entire armies had been erased in weeks, leaving scars on Soviet society that would linger for generations. Villages and towns across the region lay in ruins, their populations decimated by war and occupation. The Germans, flushed with triumph, believed Moscow was now within reach, that final victory was only weeks away. Yet beneath the surface, the defeats became a rallying cry for the Soviets, proof that their struggle was one of survival itself. From the ashes of these disasters would rise new armies, reinforced by Siberian divisions and fueled by the knowledge that retreat could mean national extinction. The encirclements were a military triumph for Germany, but also the beginning of its logistical unraveling. For the Soviets, they were tragedies of unimaginable scale, but also crucibles in which resilience was forged. On the road to Moscow, Vyazma and Bryansk marked both the nadir of Soviet fortunes and the faint stirrings of a coming reversal. As the German juggernaut rolled ever closer to Moscow in October 1941, the Soviet state issued an extraordinary call to its people. The capital had to be defended at all costs, and every citizen was now a soldier in one form or another. Tens of thousands of Muscovites streamed out of factories, offices, and schools, abandoning their usual lives to take up shovels, picks, and wheelbarrows. They dug trenches, built bunkers, and constructed anti-tank ditches across the approaches to the city, often working in bone-chilling rain that quickly turned the earth to thick mud. With the front collapsing near Vyazma and Bryansk, the German spearheads threatened to break through at any moment, and every hour of labor became a matter of life or death for Moscow. The sound of gunfire could already be heard on the western horizon, a grim reminder of how little time remained. Entire neighborhoods were organized into work brigades, moving in shifts so that digging never stopped, even through the night. Factories, instead of producing consumer goods, turned out barbed wire, steel beams, and prefabricated bunkers to reinforce the defense lines. Men too old for military service stood shoulder to shoulder with teenage boys and girls, while Red Army engineers guided the frantic effort. Moscow's streets emptied not because of evacuation, but because its people were fighting for survival with picks and spades. The sense of urgency was overwhelming, and even the NKVD reported little resistance. To these demands, everyone understood that Moscow itself was at stake. The role of women in this great mobilization was unprecedented in Russian history, and it became one of the defining features of the Soviet total war effort. Housewives, secretaries, and students, many of whom had never performed heavy physical labor before, now spent 12 to 16 hours a day moving soil and stones to erect earthworks. They carried logs, assembled makeshift barricades, and laid mines under the supervision of army officers who trained them on the spot. Mothers brought their children to the work sites, where even young boys carried buckets of earth or gathered branches to reinforce trenches. These were not token gestures of patriotism. They were essential contributions that physically altered the battlefield. The Soviet propaganda machine quickly seized upon these scenes, capturing photographs of women with blistered hands covered in mud, but still smiling defiantly into the camera. The reality, however, was exhaustion, hunger, and the constant fear that the Germans might arrive before the defenses were ready. Despite their suffering, many women wrote in their diaries that they felt a profound sense of duty, that if Moscow was lost, there would be nowhere safe left in Russia. Families divided themselves between front and rear, with fathers and sons, sent to fight while mothers and daughters fought with earth and timber. In the process, gender roles shifted almost overnight, as women became the backbone of the Soviet war machine's home front. Their work slowed the Germans in ways that modern historians now recognize as decisive. Children, too, were mobilized on a scale that astonished even foreign observers who later studied the Soviet war effort. Soviet schools did not close simply because the war had come to the capital. Instead, lessons in mathematics and literature were supplemented with mandatory civil defense training. Youngsters learned how to identify enemy aircraft, how to extinguish incendiary bombs, and how to carry water buckets in relays to put out fires. Many were assigned directly to the construction battalions, where their small hands proved invaluable for placing stones or weaving camouflage nets. Some were even tasked with feeding soldiers, carrying messages, or scavenging for scrap metal and wood to reinforce positions. Far from being sheltered, the youth of Moscow were told by their teachers and party officials that they too were defenders of the motherland. There are countless testimonies of teenagers collapsing from exhaustion after digging ditches for 10 straight hours, only to be woken and sent back to work. The NKVD documented cases of children hiding their age so that they could serve. At the front, a reflection of how deeply the call for sacrifice resonated. For many of these young people, the war was their coming of age, forging an identity bound to struggle and survival. They sang patriotic songs while they worked, voices trembling but steady, providing strength to their exhausted parents. In the Soviet narrative, they became symbols of youthful heroism, the next generation already baptized in fire. Factories in Moscow and its surrounding towns became arsenals of war in the most literal sense, with workers laboring around the clock to supply the Red Army. Production of civilian goods was abandoned, and every machine was redirected toward making rifles, ammunition, helmets, and artillery shells. Families slept on factory floors between shifts, unwilling to lose even a single hour of output, while air raid sirens interrupted work but never stopped it. Women made up the majority of this workforce, and for many it was the first time they had been asked to perform heavy industrial labor. Sparks flew as they welded tank armor, and the rhythmic pounding of presses echoed through the night as shells were stamped and loaded into crates. Trains leaving Moscow carried not only weapons, but also entire factories dismantled and evacuated to the east, where production would be safer from German bombs. Workers often faced dangerous conditions, with little training and no protective gear, yet they accepted the risks as part of their patriotic duty. Every rifle and every artillery piece seemed to carry with it a sense of personal ownership. Workers knew that their loved ones at the front might be using the very weapons they produced. Stalin himself praised the laborers of Moscow, declaring that their sweat was as valuable as the blood shed on the battlefield. In this crucible, the Soviet Union forged the industrial backbone that would eventually turn the tide of the war. The factories, like the trenches, became battlefields in their own right. The atmosphere in Moscow during this period was a strange blend of fear and defiance, a city waiting for its fate but determined not to surrender. Every street corner bore propaganda posters urging citizens to stand firm, depicting heroic Red Army soldiers alongside images of peasants and workers defending their homes. Loudspeakers broadcast patriotic songs, speeches, and constant reminders of duty, while the NKVD patrolled tirelessly to ensure order and suppress rumors. Food shortages were already biting, with bread rationing introduced and long queues forming in front of bakeries, yet people endured with remarkable patience. Families huddled in basements at night, listening to the distant thunder of artillery or the ominous drone of Luftwaffe bombers passing overhead. Anti-aircraft guns dotted rooftops, and searchlights swept across the skies in great arcs, a silent duel against the unseen enemy. Churches, theaters, and even museums were turned into storage sites for supplies, or shelters for civilians, as every building was pressed into service. The sense of living history was palpable. People whispered that they were reliving the days of Napoleon's invasion, when Moscow too had stood on the brink of destruction. The party carefully cultivated this comparison, reminding citizens that Russia had defeated invaders before and would do so again. Fear never disappeared, but it coexisted with a stubborn willpower that made surrender unthinkable. Moscow became less a city and more a fortress of spirit. The international community, especially Soviet allies in Britain and the United States, observed these developments with awe and disbelief. Reports smuggled out of the Soviet Union described a people transformed into a militia of millions, where every citizen carried either a rifle or a shovel. Western newspapers printed photographs of old women digging trenches, children carrying ammunition, and factory workers in grease-stained uniforms holding up rifles fresh from assembly lines. These images shocked audiences abroad, challenging preconceptions about Soviet society and earning Moscow a newfound respect. Churchill himself spoke admiringly of the Russian people's determination, even as he doubted whether Moscow could hold. Foreign correspondents described a city of iron hearts, where despair was outlawed and sacrifice had become second nature. The Soviet propaganda apparatus eagerly shared such coverage, understanding the value of international sympathy and support. These efforts helped pave the way for increased Allied aid, including the first shipments of Lend-Lease equipment that would later play a critical role. To outsiders, it appeared as if an entire civilization was willing itself to survive against impossible odds. The world began to see the Soviet Union not merely as a communist state, but as a nation embodying resistance against fascist conquest. Moscow's ordeal thus had global significance, shaping both perceptions and alliances. Yet beneath the heroic imagery lay a brutal truth. The mobilization of civilians often came at terrible human cost. Exhaustion, malnutrition, and exposure to the elements claimed countless lives long before a German soldier set foot in the city. People fainted at work sites, collapsing in trenches they had just dug, while others contracted illnesses from unsanitary conditions. Medical supplies were scarce, with doctors overwhelmed by the number of cases and forced to prioritize soldiers at the front. Families were torn apart not just by conscription, but by sheer physical strain, as those left behind worked themselves into the ground. The party portrayed these sacrifices as noble, but in reality they reflected desperation. A system willing to spend human lives as freely as it spent bullets. Civilians were also subjected to strict discipline. Shirkers faced punishment, and rumors of collaboration were enough to invite NKVD interrogation. Still, most endured without complaint, driven by fear of occupation and the memory of atrocities already reported from captured territories. Their suffering was immense, but it was largely hidden behind the veil of propaganda and patriotic slogans. When viewed from the present, it becomes clear that Moscow's salvation rested as much on the bodies of its civilians as on the rifles of its soldiers. This was total war in its most unforgiving form, leaving no one untouched. By the time the German panzers reached the outskirts of Moscow, the city had been transformed into a fortress unlike any the Wehrmacht had faced before. Layer upon layer of trenches, bunkers, barbed wire, and anti-tank obstacles surrounded the capital in concentric rings of defense. Every approach road had been mined, every bridge prepared for demolition, and every open field cut with ditches deep enough to trap advancing armor. Behind these defenses stood not only the Red Army, but also armed workers' battalions, militia, units formed from civilians who had been given rifles and a few days of training. It was not a conventional army, but a fusion of state, society, and military into one body determined to resist. The Germans had expected a swift conquest, yet what they found was a city that refused to be cowed, defended by people who had poured their last strength into its survival. The work of women, Children and elderly men had bought precious weeks, slowing the German advance and forcing them into a winter campaign they were ill prepared to fight. Stalin's call for total mobilization had been answered with a ferocity that stunned even his own generals. In the end, the defense of Moscow became a turning point, not only militarily but also psychologically, proving that the Soviet Union would not collapse under pressure. The people of Moscow had risen as one, and their labor became as decisive as any battle fought with guns and tanks. This unity, forged in desperation, would carry the Soviet Union through its darkest hours. As October 1941 began, the German armies pushing toward Moscow were already showing signs of strain. Their initial victories, the vast encirclements at Kiev, Vyazma, and Bryansk, had been dazzling in scale. Yet they had also stretched supply lines to the breaking point. German supply depots were still hundreds of kilometers to the west, back in Poland and East Prussia, and every additional kilometer eastward made the task of feeding and fueling the army more daunting. The roads in Russia, unpaved and primitive, quickly turned into deep ruts as the weight of thousands of trucks and artillery pieces ground through them. When the autumn rains came, those ruts filled with water and dissolved into mud so thick that vehicles sank up to their axles. This mud, known in Russian as the Rasputitsa, had been feared by invaders for centuries, and now it ensnared the Wehrmacht's war machine. Trucks could no longer reach the front lines in time, and food often spoiled before it arrived. Horses, which were still the backbone of German logistics, collapsed from exhaustion in the muck. The rapid advance envisioned by Hitler slowed to a crawl. Instead of blitzkrieg, the Germans found themselves bogged down in a nightmare of mud and delay. The mud affected everything, from the ability to move troops to the delivery of ammunition. Tanks, which had once spearheaded the offensive with speed and shock, were reduced to sluggish beasts, crawling across fields at walking pace. Sometimes it took entire crews with wooden planks and shovels to free a single Panzer from the sucking mud. Soldiers, exhausted and hungry, trudged through knee-deep swamps, their boots coated in heavy layers of clay. Every march, every maneuver, became a battle not against the Red Army, but against the Russian earth itself. Entire columns were immobilized for days, waiting for drier ground that never came. Engineers tried laying logs, boards, and makeshift corduroy roads, but the sheer number of vehicles made such efforts futile. Even communication suffered, as radios faltered, and telegraph lines could not be quickly repaired across the sodden landscape. The dream of a swift dash to Moscow now collided with the grim reality that the German army was not prepared for such conditions. Frustration set in at every level of command, from generals who saw their timetables slipping to ordinary infantrymen who cursed the endless swamp that was Russia in October. While the Germans wrestled with mud, the Red Army seized the opportunity to regroup. Units that had survived the Vyazma and Bryansk encirclements retreated eastward, buying precious time for Moscow. Soviet commanders understood that the German advance had lost its momentum, and they used this window to strengthen defensive positions along the Mozhaisk line, west of the capital. Factories in Moscow churned out more weapons and ammunition, while fresh divisions were raised and dispatched to the front. Civilians, too, played a critical role, digging trenches and building obstacles in the rain-soaked fields. Stalin and his generals recognized that nature itself had slowed the German juggernaut, and they intended to use every day of delay to fortify the city. Propaganda emphasized the mud as a sign that the German machine was not invincible, that the Soviet Union had allies in its vast geography and climate. Soldiers were told that the Russian soil itself was helping them resist the fascist invader. The morale boost was subtle but real. For the first time since June, many Soviets began to believe that the Germans could be stopped. The first frosts of October thus became more than weather. They were a turning point in the psychological battle. For the Germans, however, optimism still lingered at the highest levels. Hitler and his generals insisted that the offensive could be resumed once the ground froze solid. Frozen earth, unlike the mud, would allow vehicles to move more easily, and the Panzers could once again resume their thrust toward Moscow. Orders went out for units to press forward despite the conditions. creating even more strain on already exhausted soldiers. Men marched with blistered feet and soaked uniforms, often sleeping in the open with little shelter. Food shortages worsened as kitchens and supply trucks lagged behind in the bog. Rations were cut, and soldiers sometimes survived on little more than dry bread and thin soup. Morale began to fray, as many realized they were fighting not only the Red Army, but also the elements themselves. Yet commanders pushed harder, desperate to keep the offensive alive. The troops cursed the endless rains, but they obeyed orders, believing that Moscow lay just beyond the horizon if only the mud would relent. The illusion of a quick victory persisted, even as conditions made it increasingly impossible. Logistical breakdown became the defining feature of October. Fuel shortages were acute, with many tanks abandoned simply because there was no gasoline to move them. Ammunition supplies dwindled, leaving frontline units underarmed at critical moments. Horses, once thought of as reliable, perished in great numbers, their carcasses left along the roads where they had collapsed from exhaustion. German field hospitals filled not only with wounded, but also with sick soldiers suffering from dysentery, trench foot, and respiratory illnesses brought on by damp and cold. Medical supplies were insufficient, and many men simply deteriorated without proper care. Units began to straggle, their strength worn away not by Soviet attacks but by attrition from the environment. Entire battalions were reduced to a fraction of their nominal strength. Letters home reflected growing despair, with soldiers writing about endless mud, sleepless nights, and the creeping realization that the war would not be over soon. German efficiency, so celebrated in the opening months of the invasion, now seemed a distant memory. The logistical web that sustained the army was fraying, and no one knew how long it could hold. Soviet resistance took on new forms in this period, capitalizing on German difficulties. Partisans behind the lines grew bolder, sabotaging railways and ambushing convoys already slowed by mud. Supply depots were raided, bridges blown up, and telephone lines cut, further crippling the Wehrmacht's ability to operate. Soviet soldiers who had survived encirclement battles often rejoined units or formed irregular detachments that harassed German flanks. In Moscow, Stalin continued to pour reinforcements westward, sending divisions from Siberia and Central Asia to prepare for the decisive defense. These units, accustomed to harsh climates, would later prove critical when winter set in. For now, their arrival added weight to the defenses forming around Moscow. The mud gave them precious time to entrench, organize, and strengthen morale. Every Soviet commander knew that once the ground froze, the Germans would try again, and that Moscow's fate would hang in the balance. The lull in large-scale fighting was deceptive, for the storm was gathering on both sides. The Germans waited for solid ground, and the Soviets waited for winter. Among ordinary German soldiers, bitterness grew toward their commanders. Many felt they'd been promised a swift campaign, yet now they were stuck in a quagmire with no end in sight. Stories spread of vehicles abandoned in the mud, of comrades collapsing from exhaustion, of officers demanding impossible marches. The sight of Moscow on maps seemed tantalizingly close, yet the reality on the ground was endless delay. Letters back to Germany revealed a mix of frustration and disbelief. Soldiers who had once written proudly of victories now complained about being trapped in a land of mud and misery. Commanders tried to maintain discipline, but desertion and insubordination began to increase in small ways. Men hid from work details, shirked duties, or sabotaged equipment to avoid endless marches through the bog. The once proud Wehrmacht was still dangerous, but its aura of invincibility was beginning to erode. For the first time, cracks appeared in the morale of an army that had swept across Europe without serious challenge. October's mud was proving as powerful an enemy as any army. By the end of October, the rains finally began to give way to frost, but the damage had already been done. Weeks of delay had allowed the Soviets to reinforce Moscow and prepare for the battles to come. The German army, once poised for a lightning strike, had lost its momentum in the mire. Vehicles and men alike were worn down, supplies depleted, and morale shaken. The offensive could still continue, but it would do so under far worse conditions than before. Hitler, unwilling to concede defeat, ordered preparations for a renewed push. The final assault on Moscow, which he believed would bring the Soviet Union to collapse. Yet his generals knew that the Wehrmacht had been battered, not by the Red Army, but by the Russian landscape itself. The first frosts hardened the ground, making movement possible again, but winter loomed with its own deadly challenges. The campaign that was supposed to end swiftly in triumph was now dragging into a struggle for survival. October's mud had rewritten the timetable of the war, giving the Soviets a fighting chance to save their capital. By late November 1941, the Wehrmacht stood on the very threshold of Moscow, the city that symbolized the Soviet Union's heart and soul. German reconnaissance patrols pushed so close that through binoculars they could glimpse the distant spires of the Kremlin rising above the cityscape, their outlines ghostly in the winter haze. These sights filled the soldiers with the intoxicating belief that victory was within their grasp, that months of bloody battles and exhausting marches were about to culminate in the capture of the enemy's capital. Officers informed their men that just a few more pushes would deliver them the greatest triumph of the war, a blow that would cripple Stalin's regime and perhaps force the Soviet state into collapse. The propaganda machine in Berlin echoed this sentiment, boasting that Moscow's fall was imminent, and that Hitler's gamble in the East was about to pay off in spectacular fashion. For the German rank and file who had endured endless mud, cold, and resistance, the vision of Moscow's skyline was a tantalizing reward. Yet beneath the surface of this apparent triumph, cracks were already spreading through the Wehrmacht's strength. Supplies were stretched beyond breaking point, winter uniforms were still lacking, and casualty lists grew longer each day. Even as soldiers dreamed of parading through Red Square, many also felt gnawing doubts about whether their exhausted formations could finish the job. The city lay before them, but it was guarded not just by barbed wire and trenches, but by the grim determination of an entire people. Moscow in late 1941 was no ordinary city under threat. It had become a fortress of unprecedented scale, prepared for a last stand that would decide the fate of the war. Soviet authorities, under Stalin's direct orders, had mobilized hundreds of thousands of civilians, workers, women, elderly, and children, to dig vast networks of trenches, lay anti-tank ditches, and construct defensive strongpoints ringing the capital. Entire neighborhoods were dismantled to provide timber and bricks for bunkers, while factories converted their machinery to churn out barbed wire, landmines, and ammunition. The metro system, pride of Soviet urban engineering, doubled as a bomb shelter, with thousands of Muscovites spending nights underground while artillery thundered outside. Stalin himself chose to remain in the city, refusing to evacuate even as German shells fell within range of Moscow's suburbs, a decision designed to stiffen the will of both the army and the people. Propaganda posters plastered on every wall declared, "Defend Moscow to the last drop of blood," instilling a mixture of pride and fear in those who read them. The mobilization of Moscow's citizens was total, transforming a city of culture and commerce into a bastion of trenches and gun emplacements. German intelligence underestimated this phenomenon, assuming civilian resistance would crumble in panic once the Wehrmacht appeared at the gates. Instead, they faced a city whose streets were lined with barricades and whose people, armed with rifles, Molotov cocktails, and shovels, prepared to resist house by house. The spires of the Kremlin were not only a prize to the Germans, but also a sacred symbol for the defenders who vowed they would not fall. On the German side, however, reality clashed brutally with expectation. Operation Typhoon, launched in October, had drained divisions of men, ammunition, and fuel, and now the Wehrmacht staggered forward on dwindling resources. Supply trucks bogged down in rutted mud or froze in the bitter cold, leaving soldiers to scavenge food from the countryside or slaughter their own horses to survive. Weapons malfunctioned in the freezing temperatures, and the lack of winter uniforms condemned thousands of soldiers to frostbite as they huddled in inadequate shelters. Yet commanders still drove their exhausted formations onward, determined to claim Moscow before winter fully set in. General Heinz Guderian's Panzer divisions, once so swift and decisive, now crawled forward, their tanks struggling with both fuel shortages and frozen engines. Artillery units were forced to ration shells, unable to maintain the relentless barrages that had carried German forces through earlier victories. Infantrymen, their boots worn through, wrapped their feet in rags, but still pressed on through snow-covered forests and fields. The prize was close, mere kilometers away, yet each step forward felt like an eternity. The soldiers knew they were fighting not just the Red Army, but also the elements, and for many, the latter proved the more punishing adversary. The once unstoppable machine of blitzkrieg seemed to sputter and choke on the icy winds that swept across the approaches to Moscow. The Soviet High Command, or Stavka, recognized the mortal danger but also perceived the growing desperation of their enemy. Intelligence reports revealed the strain on German logistics and the vulnerability of their overextended lines. Stalin, though brutal and paranoid, demonstrated an unyielding clarity in this moment. Moscow must be held at all costs. Reinforcements were drawn from every corner of the Soviet Union, including Siberian, divisions hardened by extreme winters and equipped with proper cold weather gear. These troops, trained in skiing, camouflage and winter warfare, arrived just as the German advance slowed, providing the Red Army with a fresh reserve of hardened fighters. Soviet commanders like Zhukov orchestrated defensive belts that absorbed German blows while conserving strength for the counter-offensive being prepared. At the same time, partisan activity behind German lines disrupted supply routes, ambushing convoys and sabotaging railroads, further strangling the Wehrmacht's lifelines. Moscow's defense thus became a carefully balanced act of resilience, buying time through trenches, delaying actions, and endless human sacrifice. Every delay imposed on the enemy meant more Siberian troops arriving, more reinforcements positioning, more artillery rolling into place. German commanders, once confident of swift victory, began to realize that their enemy was not collapsing, but gathering strength. What had seemed like a final sprint to the Kremlin was turning into a grinding struggle against time, frost, and a resolute foe. The psychological atmosphere at the front lines was one of stark contrast between attackers and defenders. German soldiers were tormented by visions of victory slipping away, their morale fraying as each day's advance gained little ground but cost more lives. In their diaries, many recorded both the exhilaration of seeing Moscow as outline and the despair of realizing they might never reach it. Soviet defenders, on the other hand, were driven by the raw terror of annihilation and the burning pride of protecting their homeland's capital. Civilians who had dug trenches by day now joined militias by night, patrolling streets and preparing to resist if the Germans broke through. Red Army soldiers, many barely trained conscripts, fought with an almost suicidal determination, knowing that retreat was not an option under Stalin's ruthless orders. Fear of execution by NKVD blocking detachments combined with the will to protect families in the city behind them, forging a desperate resolve. Propaganda ensured that soldiers were constantly reminded of what was at stake. The loss of Moscow meant the loss of Russia itself, a fate no patriot could endure. Germans saw this determination firsthand in ambushes, night raids, and sudden counterattacks that erupted from snow-covered forests. Each clash left the invaders with more casualties and the dawning realization that this battle was unlike anything they had fought before. Moscow, it seemed, was not just a city but a living symbol defended by every ounce of Soviet willpower. By early December, German formations stood only a few dozen kilometers from Moscow center, their advance slowed to a crawl but still threatening the city. Some patrols reached the outer suburbs, close enough to see tram lines, factories, and even civilians moving in the distance. The Wehrmacht unleashed artillery bombardments on industrial districts, attempting to cripple production and terrorize the population, but these strikes only hardened Soviet resolve. Air raids rumbled over the capital, dropping bombs that shook the very walls of the Kremlin, yet Stalin refused to flinch. The Soviet leader continued to broadcast speeches from Moscow, his voice echoing through radios across the country, assuring his people that their capital stood firm. The German command weighed desperate options, trying to decide whether to gamble on one last push or halt to regroup for spring. But time was running out. Temperatures plunged further. Snowstorms blanketed the roads, and reports arrived daily of men freezing to death in their foxholes. Tanks stalled in the cold, machine guns jammed, and horses collapsed in the snow from exhaustion. The spires of Moscow were tantalizingly close, yet unreachable, as, though shielded by an invisible wall of winter and determination, the dream of parading through Red Square turned into the nightmare of enduring a Russian December without preparation. Hitler's vision of victory had carried the Wehrmacht across a continent, but now, at the gates of Moscow, it faltered in the icy breath of the Russian winter. For the Soviet people inside Moscow, those weeks were a crucible of unimaginable tension. Blackouts plunged the city into darkness each night, broken only by the flashes of anti-aircraft guns and the distant rumble of artillery. Families huddled in basements or in the subway tunnels, listening to the thunder above and wondering if German tanks would soon roll down their streets. Bread rations were cut, hunger gnawed, and yet the will to resist held firm, strengthened by both fear and pride. The Orthodox churches held quiet services for the living and the dead, while cultural institutions organized patriotic concerts, proving that even under siege the spirit of Moscow would not be broken. Children were drilled in emergency duties, while women staffed fire brigades to combat the aftermath of bombings. Soviet authorities encouraged resilience by celebrating small victories, such as the destruction of German tanks outside the city or the downing of enemy aircraft overhead. Propaganda films and newsreels showed heroic defenders on the front lines, giving Muscovites a sense of direct participation in the historic defense. Every citizen understood that the eyes of the world were upon them, and that their survival would shape not only Russia's fate, but the entire war. As December deepened, the sense of impending catastrophe mingled with the flicker of hope that the Germans might yet be stopped. Moscow's endurance became a symbol for the Soviet Union's refusal to bow. Thus, at the gates of Moscow, history reached a moment of almost unbearable tension, with the outcome hanging in the balance. The German army, exhausted, under-equipped and frozen, stood poised to deliver the decisive blow. It had pursued since June, yet found itself paralyzed by the very elements it had underestimated. The Soviet defenders, battered and bloodied, refused to yield, drawing strength from their leader, their capital, and the reinforcements arriving from the east. For weeks, the battlefield seemed suspended in uncertainty, as if time itself had frozen along with the rivers and forests of Russia. German soldiers cursed their fate, staring through icy binoculars at the prize they could see but not seize. Soviet soldiers clutched their rifles, shivering in the trenches, aware that survival meant holding the line one more day and then another. Civilians endured hunger, cold and fear, yet their spirits fueled. The defenders, for the entire city had become a fortress of will. The clash of ambition and resistance, of pride and endurance, defined these desperate days. The Wehrmacht's dream of victory at Moscow would prove to be its undoing, for the spires of the Kremlin remained unconquered, standing tall above the city that refused to fall. In this struggle at the gates of Moscow, the fate of the war in the east began to shift irrevocably. In late October and early November 1941, as the German armies closed in on Moscow, panic swept through the Soviet capital. Government ministries prepared to evacuate, trains were loaded with archives, and foreign embassies rushed to leave the city. Rumors spread wildly that the Soviet leadership itself would abandon Moscow, leaving it to the advancing Wehrmacht. For many ordinary citizens, such an act would have symbolized defeat, a collapse of authority that could trigger mass desertions and chaos. Stalin himself faced immense pressure from his generals and advisors to relocate eastward, where the Soviet government had already begun setting up in Kuybyshev. Yet, unlike many dictators who prioritized personal survival, Stalin recognized the psychological impact his decision would have on millions. If he fled, Moscow might crumble, and with it, the Soviet Union's will to resist. It was a moment where political theater and military necessity merged into one. Stalin weighed the danger against the symbolism and chose to remain in Moscow, defying both the German armies and the fear within his own ranks. This decision, as history would prove, became a turning point in rallying Soviet resistance. Life in Moscow during these weeks teetered on the edge of collapse. Blackouts plunged the city into nightly darkness, broken only by the flicker of searchlights and the dull glow of distant fires. Anti-tank obstacles sprouted on wide boulevards, while citizens dug trenches and barricades within sight of the Kremlin walls. The German Luftwaffe bombed the capital relentlessly, dropping high explosives and incendiaries that left apartment blocks smoldering and shattered glass carpeting the streets. Food shortages worsened as rail lines strained under military demands, leaving civilians to subsist on dwindling rations. In the midst of such hardship, the whispers that Stalin would abandon Moscow hit the population like a fresh blow. Ordinary people clung desperately to the idea that their leader was still with them, watching, deciding, and refusing to yield. The very sight of Stalin in the city would prove more powerful than any propaganda poster. When the Soviet leader chose to stay, his presence calmed a frightened population and gave them reason to endure. In those bleak nights, the endurance of the capital was as much about psychology as it was about tanks and rifles. The symbolic climax of Stalin's decision came on November 7, 1941, the anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution. Traditionally marked with a massive military parade in Red Square, the idea of holding such an event while German troops stood only a few dozen kilometers away seemed reckless, even suicidal. Advisors counseled cancelling it, fearing German bombers could turn the square into a massacre. But Stalin insisted that the parade must go on. He understood that the act itself, under the shadow of the Kremlin towers, would proclaim defiance to both the Soviet people and the watching world. On that freezing morning, soldiers assembled in Red Square, their breath steaming in the air, their boots crunching on the cobblestones. Stalin appeared before them, wearing his long overcoat and cap, the embodiment of calm authority. Tanks rumbled past the reviewing stand, not towards training grounds or ceremonial displays, but directly through Moscow and onto the front lines. The city became both a stage and a fortress, where political symbolism and military reality intertwined seamlessly. The speech Stalin delivered that day has since entered the canon of wartime oratory. Standing before thousands of soldiers, many of whom would march directly from the parade to the battlefield, he spoke not in lofty abstractions, but in stark, urgent appeals. He invoked the memory of Russia's great heroes, Alexander Nevsky, Dmitry Donskoy, Mikhail Kutuzov, figures who had once repelled foreign invaders from the nation's soil. In doing so, Stalin deliberately tied the Soviet struggle to a 1,000-year-old Russian tradition of defense, framing the war not merely as an ideological contest, but as a continuation of national survival. His words carried a rhythm designed to stir the spirit, calling upon the Red Army to defend the motherland with courage and sacrifice. To soldiers in the square, many barely trained conscripts, this fusion of history, patriotism, and determination struck deep. Outside the capital, across the vast Soviet Union, Stalin's speech was broadcast on radio, carrying the voice of defiance into towns and villages facing their own crises. In those moments, Stalin was no longer the distant tyrant feared in peacetime, but the embodiment of resistance itself. The parade in Red Square on November 7th was not merely symbolic, it was also practical. By staging such a bold demonstration, Stalin aimed to project confidence both to the Soviet people and to the international community watching from afar. Foreign journalists and diplomats who had remained in Moscow were stunned by the spectacle, reporting back to London, Washington, and elsewhere that the Soviet Union had not collapsed and its leader had not fled. This mattered greatly, for Western governments were still hesitant about the long-term viability of the Soviet war effort. If Moscow fell or Stalin abandoned the capital, the Allies might lose faith and reduce support. Instead, the parade, coupled with Stalin's decision to remain in the city, reinforced the impression of determination and staying power. It also sent a signal to the Wehrmacht that the Soviet leadership would not surrender, no matter how close German forces came to the Kremlin walls. The psychological value of the parade far outweighed its immediate military cost, making it one of the most brilliant propaganda moves of the entire war. For the people of Moscow, seeing Stalin in person during those perilous days transformed despair into resilience. Civilians trudged through freezing streets, laboring on defenses, often half-starved, but they did so with the conviction that their sacrifices mattered. Children saw soldiers marching through Red Square and felt pride instead of fear, clapping their mittened hands as tanks rolled past. Workers cheered when Stalin's voice echoed across the airwaves, despite the gnawing hunger in their stomachs and the constant thud of bombs. The psychological stability of the capital hinged upon Stalin's refusal to leave, a refusal that carried far more weight than bureaucratic orders or party slogans. Even those who despised him privately acknowledged that his decision to stay held the city together. Rumors that he lived in a hidden underground bunker beneath the Kremlin only added to his aura of impenetrability. Stalin was both visible and untouchable, simultaneously vulnerable to the same bombs as everyone else, and yet larger than life in the imagination of his people. It was this paradox that allowed Moscow to endure when logic suggested collapse. From the German perspective, Stalin's decision to remain in Moscow complicated their psychological warfare strategy. The Wehrmacht had counted on terror, bombardment, propaganda leaflets, and rapid advances to break Soviet morale before the harsh winter set in. They believed that capturing Moscow would cause the Soviet system to implode, especially if Stalin fled and government authority disintegrated. Yet the opposite occurred. Reports filtered through German intelligence channels that Stalin was still in the Kremlin, still giving orders, still refusing to yield. The parade on November 7th baffled the German High Command, who could scarcely believe such an event was staged in a city they expected to capture within weeks. It was as if Moscow had declared itself unconquerable, if not in military fact, then in spiritual defiance. Hitler himself fumed at Stalin's audacity, interpreting it as arrogance, but beneath the anger lay a grudging recognition of the Soviet leader's resolve. What the Germans underestimated was the power of symbolism in warfare, the way a single decision could shift the psychological balance of an entire campaign. In hindsight, Stalin's decision to remain in Moscow during the darkest days of 1941 proved decisive in maintaining Soviet cohesion. It solidified his image as the indispensable leader, willing to share the risks of his people and to embody their resistance. The parade on Red Square became a legend retold countless times, a symbol of courage in the face of overwhelming odds. For soldiers at the front, knowing their leader had not abandoned them provided a wellspring of morale. For civilians, it gave them a reason to endure hunger, cold, and fear with stoic determination. The speech he delivered on November 7th echoed long after the day had passed, reinforcing the belief that Moscow would not fall, that the Soviet Union would fight on. In the broader arc of the war, this moment marked a shift from the expectation of Soviet collapse to the realization that the Red Army and its people would resist to the bitter end. Stalin's decision to stay in Moscow was not just an act of defiance, it was an act that altered the psychology of the entire Eastern Front. Against the looming shadow of the Wehrmacht, it became a flame of resilience that would guide the Soviet struggle through the winter and beyond. As November gave way to December 1941, the Russian winter descended with a vengeance, transforming the battlefield into a frozen wasteland that tested the endurance of every soldier. The temperatures plunged far below freezing, often reaching -30 or even -40 degrees Celsius, conditions for which the invading German forces were utterly unprepared. Their supply lines had been stretched to breaking point, their logistics shattered by months of rapid advance, and their soldiers still wore the same lightweight uniforms they had used in summer campaigns. Frostbite spread like wildfire among the men, eating away at fingers, toes, and ears, leaving thousands crippled without a shot being fired. Machine oil congealed in the bitter cold, making weapons seize up and tanks refuse to start, turning modern warfare into a struggle against nature itself. The Luftwaffe, once dominant, found its aircraft grounded on frozen runways, their engines cracking under the strain of the cold. Horses, still essential to the German war effort, collapsed and died by the thousands, their bodies freezing solid on the roadside. Campfires offered little relief, for fuel was scarce, and soldiers huddled together in shallow foxholes, wrapping themselves in anything they could scavenge. The once proud Wehrmacht, which had swept across Europe with speed and precision, was now locked in combat with the Russian winter, a foe as deadly as the Red Army. What had been envisioned as a swift campaign was turning into a nightmare of endurance, survival, and despair. The German command had underestimated not only the Soviet resistance, but also the ferocity of Russia's climate, a mistake that now carried catastrophic consequences. The assumption had been that Moscow would fall before the onset of winter, leaving little need to prepare for a protracted campaign in freezing conditions. No adequate winter clothing had been issued, and the army lacked insulated boots, fur coats, or sufficient shelter for their men. Soldiers wrapped themselves in blankets, rags, or captured Soviet gear, improvising in a desperate attempt to stave off the cold. Frozen earth made digging trenches nearly impossible, forcing men to sleep in shallow pits exposed to the icy winds. Frostbite claimed more casualties than bullets, with entire units rendered combat ineffective simply by exposure. Medical services, already overstretched, could do little but amputate limbs and field. Hospitals filled with groaning men whose flesh had turned black from gangrene. The psychological toll was just as severe, as morale plummeted among troops who had once believed themselves invincible. Letters sent home revealed despair, with men writing of hunger, cold, and the endless snow that swallowed the horizon. It became increasingly clear that the Wehrmacht was not just fighting the Soviet Union, it was fighting Russia itself in all its brutal elemental fury. For the Red Army, the arrival of winter was both a curse and a blessing, harsh to endure, but devastating to the enemy who had come unprepared. Soviet soldiers had at least some winter gear, though supplies were uneven, and many still suffered in the bitter cold. Civilians from Moscow and surrounding towns knitted scarves, socks, and gloves for the front, knowing that such small items could mean the difference between life and death. Russian units moved more effectively across the snow, using skis and sleds to maneuver where German vehicles bogged down or froze. Horses and men adapted to the conditions with a familiarity born of centuries of endurance in harsh winters. Food was still scarce, but the Soviets had shorter supply lines, and their soldiers received hot soup when possible, providing at least some relief against the biting cold. Tanks built in Soviet factories, such as the T-34, proved more reliable in the extreme temperatures, their wide tracks and robust engines functioning better than their German counterparts. Unlike their enemy, Soviet troops had the advantage of knowing that the cold would punish the invader more severely than themselves. To them, the winter was an ally, a silent comrade that would weaken the enemy before counterattacks began. The snow became more than just weather, it became a weapon, wielded by the vastness of the Russian land. And as German troops froze in their trenches, the Soviets prepared to exploit their suffering. The scale of suffering among German troops in December 1941 is difficult to overstate, as even basic survival became a daily battle. Boots froze solid overnight, forcing men to thaw them with their own body heat before they could march. Rifles, when fired, often cracked under the strain of metal contracting in the bitter cold, leaving soldiers defenseless in sudden engagements. Tanks refused to start unless crews lit fires beneath them, a risky practice that exposed them to Soviet artillery or air attack. Vehicles abandoned along the roads became eerie monuments, their steel, hulks encased in ice, testimony to the army's logistical collapse. Frostbite cases soared, with tens of thousands incapacitated, many losing limbs to amputation. Hunger added to the misery, as supply trucks could not reach the front through snow-clogged and frozen roads, leaving men with little more than frozen bread and thin soup. Fires for warmth were often forbidden, for they attracted Soviet artillery. forcing soldiers to choose between freezing and being shelled. At night, the sound of men groaning, coughing, or dying filled the frozen air, creating a chorus of suffering that broke even hardened veterans. The proud German divisions, which had marched with confidence into the Soviet Union, now resembled ragged shadows of themselves. What had begun as a lightning war was now a grim war of attrition, dictated by the merciless hand of winter. High command in Berlin received reports of the worsening conditions, but often dismissed them as excuses or failures of willpower. Hitler, still intoxicated by earlier victories, refused to authorize a general retreat. Believing that sheer determination could overcome the cold and the enemy, orders demanded that positions be held at all costs, even when units were freezing and starving. Generals pleaded for winter clothing, fuel, and reinforcements, but the overstretched supply system could deliver little. Luftwaffe transport planes dropped supplies when weather permitted, but these were a fraction of what was needed to sustain entire armies. Soldiers scavenged fur coats from captured Soviet civilians or stripped them from the dead, acts that highlighted their desperation. Some units slaughtered horses for meat, even though the animals were needed for transport, a sign of the dire circumstances at the front. Reports of frostbite casualties rivaling combat losses were quietly suppressed, as Berlin sought to maintain the illusion of progress. Yet within the ranks, the myth of German invincibility was being shattered daily by the relentless cold. The once unstoppable war machine had met a foe it could neither bomb, shoot, nor outmaneuver, the Russian winter. Life for the common soldier became an endless cycle of misery as the days grew shorter and the nights grew longer. Frost clung to uniforms and equipment, creating a crust of ice that weighed men down during marches. Sleep offered no refuge, as men shivered uncontrollably, their bodies unable to escape the cold even under blankets. Firewood was scarce, and when fires were lit, the smoke betrayed their positions to Soviet gunners. Ammunition froze in its cartridges, making rifles misfire or fail entirely. Helmets and metal canteens stuck to bare skin, ripping flesh away when touched without gloves. Simple tasks like eating became ordeals, as rations turned to blocks of ice that had to be hacked apart before consumption. The cold crept into bones and minds alike, dulling senses and sapping willpower. Many soldiers began to believe they were not fighting men, but the very elements of nature itself. In such conditions, discipline frayed, morale collapsed, and even the strongest wondered if survival was possible. The Soviets, recognizing their advantage, launched local counterattacks that inflicted heavy losses on the weakened Germans. Soviet ski troops glided silently through forests, striking at supply depots and isolated outposts. Artillery fire shattered the frozen stillness, while infantry advanced with a confidence born of resilience. German troops, already exhausted by the cold, found themselves unable to resist these offensives with their former ferocity. The Red Army's morale rose with each success as they saw their enemy brought low, not just by their bullets, but by the very land itself. Propaganda leaflets emphasized the suffering of the invaders, portraying them as doomed foreigners crushed by the Russian winter. For Soviet civilians, enduring starvation and bombardment, this knowledge offered hope that their sacrifices were not in vain. The failure of the Germans to capture Moscow before winter solidified the belief that the tide could be turned. The Soviets prepared for a wider counteroffensive, believing the moment had finally come to strike back. General Winter had weakened the invader, and the Red Army would finish what the frost had begun. By the end of 1941, the myth of German invincibility lay shattered upon the frozen fields before Moscow. Hitler's dream of capturing the Soviet capital before Christmas had turned into a nightmare of suffering and attrition. The once mighty Wehrmacht, ill-prepared and overextended, now found itself locked in a brutal stalemate, crippled by the cold and harassed by a resurgent Red Army. Thousands of soldiers lay frozen in the snow, silent witnesses to the folly of invading Russia without regard for its climate. Equipment broke down, morale crumbled, and the momentum of blitzkrieg had ground to a halt. The Soviets, battered but unbroken, sensed that the balance of the war was shifting. Stalin's gamble to stand firm in Moscow had paid off. and the winter had delivered an ally more powerful than any general. For Germany, the failure before Moscow marked the first great turning point of the war, a signal that their advance could be stopped. For the Soviets, it was a moment of survival, defiance, and renewed determination. And for the world watching, it was proof that even the most powerful war machine could be undone by nature and the indomitable will of a people defending their homeland. By early December 1941, the German army had reached the very edge of Moscow, their soldiers, exhausted, their equipment failing, yet still hoping for one last push to seize the Soviet capital. It was at this desperate hour that the Soviet High Command, under the direction of Joseph Stalin, finally unleashed the reserves that had been held back with grim patience. Marshal Georgy Zhukov, entrusted with the defense of Moscow, had been quietly gathering fresh formations from across the vast Soviet Union, waiting for the precise moment when the enemy was most vulnerable. Among these reinforcements were the fabled Siberian divisions, hardened soldiers accustomed to the brutal extremes of winter, trained in skiing, survival, and warfare in conditions that would paralyze their German counterparts. Their arrival at the Moscow front was nothing short of transformative, bringing not just manpower, but also confidence and morale to an army that had been clinging to survival. The Red Army now possessed men equipped with white camouflage, fur-lined coats, and the spirit of veterans who had faced nature's cruelty and endured. For weeks, intelligence reports from the Far East had confirmed that Japan would not attack the Soviet Union, freeing Stalin to redeploy these divisions westward. The Germans, unaware of the true scale of Soviet reserves, believed the Red Army had been nearly exhausted. This assumption would prove catastrophic, as December's icy winds set the stage for reversal. The counter-offensive was no longer a desperate dream, but a carefully timed and coordinated blow. The opening of the Soviet counterattack came with the shock of a thunderclap on December 5, 1941, when units of Zhukov's reserve armies launched simultaneous strikes along a broad front outside Moscow. Soviet artillery, carefully massed and concealed, unleashed a devastating barrage that shattered the brittle morale of freezing German infantry. The Siberian troops spearheaded assaults, advancing swiftly on skis and sleds, across snow-covered plains where German soldiers could barely march. For the Wehrmacht, the experience was utterly disorienting. They had expected the Red Army to collapse, yet instead faced ferocious assaults by fresh, well-prepared troops. Entire German positions, already weakened by cold and supply shortages, buckled under the sudden pressure. Soviet cavalry units, long thought obsolete in modern war, now galloped through forests and snowfields, cutting German communications and isolating forward elements. The carefully coordinated thrusts struck not just one sector, but multiple points, forcing the Germans to spread their dwindling reserves dangerously thin. Panic spread across some divisions as Soviet breakthroughs threatened to encircle German regiments that had advanced too far. The Wehrmacht's offensive momentum, painstakingly built over months of sacrifice, was suddenly reversed in a matter of days. German generals, stunned and angered, scrambled to hold their lines as Moscow slipped further from their grasp. The Siberian divisions became legendary in these weeks, their training and resilience perfectly matched to the cruel conditions of the Russian winter. Clad in thick fur hats, padded uniforms, and boots lined with felt, they could fight, effectively at temperatures that froze German weapons and immobilized tanks. Many of these men had spent years guarding the Soviet Union's eastern frontier, where winters were even harsher than those near Moscow. They carried with them not only superior clothing, but also tactics designed for snowbound warfare. Machine gunners dug into frozen hillsides, snipers camouflaged in white robes disappeared into forests, and ski battalions glided silently across terrain where German troops floundered waist-deep in snow. The psychological effect was immense. German soldiers, emaciated and frostbitten, watched in horror as these ghost-like figures struck from the whiteness, disappearing before counterfire could be directed. Reports spread through Wehrmacht ranks of Soviet soldiers who could endure conditions that Germans described as unearthly, further breaking their spirit. For the Red Army, the Siberians were a symbol of endurance, proof that the Soviet Union still had the strength to not only resist but strike back. Their discipline and ferocity turned the tide in sector after sector. Against this onslaught, German units found themselves retreating for the first time since the invasion began. The myth of invincibility that had carried the Wehrmacht across Europe began to crumble in the snowdrifts outside Moscow. Behind the Siberian spearheads, Zhukov orchestrated a counter-offensive of enormous scale, directing multiple armies across a front hundreds of kilometers long. The Soviet command, once paralyzed by chaos, now acted with increasing confidence, deploying reserves with precision and forcing the Germans into defensive battles for which they were unprepared. In the north, Soviet forces struck near Kalinin, threatening to cut off German supply lines feeding the drive toward Moscow. In the center, fierce assaults pushed the Germans back from Klin, Istra, and Solnekhnogorsk, forcing them to abandon positions perilously close to the capital. To the south, Soviet armies pressed forward around Tula, halting Guderian's Panzer group and driving German units into retreat. Each thrust was coordinated to keep pressure on the overstretched German front, denying them the ability to regroup. German commanders, including Heinz Guderian and Fedor von Bock, pleaded for reinforcements. That did not exist, their exhausted formations barely able to hold on. The offensive was not merely a local pushback, but a strategic counterstroke that threatened to unravel the entire German position before Moscow. As the days passed, the red arrows on Soviet maps expanded outward, while the German arrows that once pointed menacingly toward the Kremlin began to bend backward. For the first time since June, the Red Army was advancing rather than retreating. The sound of Soviet artillery and the cry of "Ura" from charging infantry became a symbol of rebirth. German troops, who had once believed themselves unstoppable, now experienced the agony of retreat under winter's grip. Many soldiers lacked winter coats, relying on makeshift coverings of straw, paper, and blankets stolen from civilians. Machine guns jammed, rifles froze, and vehicles refused to start in the bitter cold, leaving men to fight with what little they could carry. Retreating through waist-deep snow, they abandoned equipment and wounded comrades, desperate simply to survive. Soviet pursuit was relentless, exploiting every weakness and cutting down stragglers who fell behind. Horses, themselves weakened by starvation, collapsed in their harnesses, leaving artillery pieces stranded on icy roads. German officers tried to maintain discipline, but morale sank as men realized that the drive to capture Moscow had failed. Villages once used as winter quarters were overrun by Soviet troops, and the thin German lines found no refuge. Casualties mounted not just from combat but from frostbite, starvation, and exhaustion, further sapping the Wehrmacht's strength. The retreat from Moscow was the first major withdrawal of the German army since the war had begun. Its psychological blow was as severe as its material losses, and the aura of invincibility that surrounded Hitler's armies was shattered. For the Soviet people, the counter-offensive carried enormous symbolic weight, offering hope in a war that had seemed nearly lost. Moscow, which had braced itself for annihilation, now breathed again as German troops were pushed back from its outskirts. Civilians who had dug trenches and built barricades now celebrated the Red Army. His resurgence, though the city still bore scars from the months of terror. Stalin, who had refused to flee Moscow, used the victory to reinforce his own leadership, claiming that his defiance had steeled the nation's resolve. Soviet propaganda broadcast images of triumphant soldiers, Siberian ski troops, and captured German prisoners, emphasizing that the Red Army could fight and win. Across the Soviet Union, factories redoubled their output, workers encouraged by the knowledge that Moscow had been saved. The counter-offensive also rallied international opinion, with Allied leaders taking renewed confidence in the Soviet Union's ability to resist the German onslaught. For the Red Army itself, the victory provided momentum, demonstrating that the Wehrmacht could be defeated not only by weather, but by Soviet arms. The myth of German superiority was being dismantled piece by piece. The Soviet counter-offensive at Moscow was a turning point in morale as much as in strategy. The nation that had been on its knees in the summer of 1941 now stood defiantly against the invader. The broader strategic implications of the counter-offensive were profound. altering the trajectory of the entire Eastern Front. Operation Typhoon, Hitler's grand plan to capture Moscow and end the war in the East, lay in ruins, its objectives not only unmet but disastrously reversed. German forces had suffered staggering losses in men and material, with divisions shattered and supply depots abandoned. Hitler, enraged at the failure, dismissed several generals and assumed direct command of the army, a decision that sowed discord in the high command. Meanwhile, Soviet generals gained new prestige, with Zhukov in particular emerging as the hero of Moscow. The success of the counteroffensive proved that the Red Army could launch large-scale operations, not merely defensive stands. It bought the Soviet Union precious time to rebuild, rearm, and prepare for the long war ahead. For the Germans, the setback marked the beginning of a grueling stalemate they had never anticipated. Instead of marching triumphantly into Moscow, they now faced the prospect of endless battles across the frozen steppes. The momentum of Barbarossa had been broken, and with it, the illusion of a quick victory. The Eastern Front was transforming into a war of attrition, one the Soviet Union was increasingly prepared to fight. By the end of January 1942, the Soviet counteroffensive had pushed the Germans back between 100 and 250 kilometers from Moscow, reclaiming territory and stabilizing the front. Entire German armies had been forced to abandon their positions, retreating into hastily constructed defensive lines under conditions of bitter cold and hunger. The Red Army, though still suffering massive losses, had proven its resilience and its ability to coordinate large-scale operations. Zhukov and his commanders now pressed for deeper offensives, seeking to exploit German weakness and drive them further west. Yet the counteroffensive, while successful, also revealed the limitations of Soviet power. Supply lines were stretched, and many attacks stalled in the snowdrifts. Nonetheless, the victory outside Moscow changed the course of the war, proving that the Wehrmacht was not invincible and that Hitler's armies could be beaten. The psychological shift was enormous. Germany had lost the initiative, and the Soviet Union had seized the mantle of resistance. From this point forward, every German advance would be haunted by the memory of the winter of 1941. The Red Army had turned a desperate defense into a triumphant counterstroke. The spires of Moscow, once within sight of German binoculars, now stood secure, a symbol of survival and defiance. The Battle of Moscow was not the end of the war, but it was the moment the tide began to turn. By December 1941, the Wehrmacht found itself facing a reality it had never previously encountered in the campaign against the Soviet Union: retreat. For 6 months, German forces had advanced almost without pause, sweeping across Ukraine, Belarus, and into the heart of Russia with overwhelming confidence. The troops had grown accustomed to victory, their commanders expecting one success after another. And Berlin had assured the German public that the Soviet Union was on the brink of collapse. But now, in the icy wastelands around Moscow, the momentum shifted dramatically. As Soviet counterattacks shattered the illusion of German invincibility, entire divisions, battered by frostbite and exhaustion, could no longer sustain coherent defensive lines against the relentless Soviet pushes. Villages once captured at high cost were suddenly abandoned under pressure, and roads became choked with retreating columns of soldiers and broken equipment. The reality of winter warfare, combined with Soviet resilience, forced commanders to order fallback maneuvers, something they had avoided admitting to until then. The psychological blow to the German rank and file was immense, for the retreat signified not only a tactical reversal, but also a rupture in the belief that the war in the East could be swiftly concluded. For the first time since the invasion began, the Wehrmacht was forced onto the defensive, and the dream of capturing Moscow dissolved into the snowy fields of Russia. Hitler, however, refused to acknowledge this military necessity, and his orders reflected his stubborn unwillingness to accept retreat. He believed that the German army must hold its ground at all costs, regardless of the conditions or the strength of the enemy. This doctrine of no retreat was rooted in his conviction that morale and willpower could triumph over material disadvantage, a view that ignored the logistical and tactical realities on the ground. High-ranking generals, including von Bock and Guderian, pleaded for operational flexibility, urging that limited withdrawals could save divisions from annihilation and preserve strength for renewed offensives in the spring. But Hitler saw any suggestion of withdrawal as weakness, tantamount to treason against the mission he had defined. Consequently, thousands of German soldiers were ordered to dig in, to fight in frozen foxholes, and to resist Soviet attacks with dwindling ammunition and fuel. The rigid adherence to static defense turned villages into death traps where entire regiments were encircled and destroyed because relief was impossible. While Hitler sat in his headquarters demanding reports of heroism and endurance, his front line soldiers froze, starved, and fought hopeless battles against overwhelming odds. The dictator's refusal to allow withdrawals deepened the crisis, transforming a tactical setback into a catastrophe for German military strength and morale. On the battlefield, the German retreat was chaotic and often desperate. Horses, still the backbone of German logistics, collapsed in the snow, leaving wagons of supplies stranded and abandoned. Fuel shortages meant that tanks and trucks were left behind, their engines frozen solid, or their fuel lines cracked from the extreme cold. Infantrymen trudged through waist-high snow with inadequate winter uniforms, many wrapping themselves in makeshift rags or captured Soviet coats just to survive the march. Roads became graveyards of frozen soldiers, dead horses, and burned-out vehicles, a grim testament to the scale of the German breakdown. Soviet forces, meanwhile, pressed the attack relentlessly, targeting weak points and overrunning isolated garrisons with superior numbers. The retreating Wehrmacht attempted to organize rear guard actions, but without adequate artillery or functioning armor, such defenses quickly collapsed. Commanders struggled to keep order, as panic began to set in among exhausted troops who had once believed themselves invincible. The sense of humiliation weighed heavily. After months of glorious advance, the same units were now stumbling backward, harried by an enemy they had been told was broken. The retreat around Moscow was not merely a military movement, it was the collapse of an entire illusion carefully cultivated since June. Hitler's refusal to sanction strategic withdrawals also sowed discord within the German High Command. Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, commander of Army Group Center, found himself caught between the reality on the ground and the demands from Berlin. Heinz Guderian, commander of the 2nd Panzer Army, repeatedly argued that a flexible withdrawal was the only way to save his mechanized forces, which were on the verge of collapse. When Hitler dismissed these appeals, relations between Führer and generals deteriorated sharply, with accusations of defeatism and cowardice hurled from above. Some commanders, such as Walter Model, reluctantly obeyed the no-step-back orders, while others quietly disobeyed, pulling back their forces in secret to avoid annihilation. The atmosphere of mistrust spread throughout the command structure, undermining cohesion at precisely the moment unity was most needed. Hitler began to interfere more directly in operational decisions, overruling his generals and issuing personal commands from far behind the front lines. This pattern of micromanagement, established during the retreat from Moscow, would become a defining feature of his leadership in the later stages of the war. It crippled German operational flexibility and ensured that setbacks would be compounded by rigid adherence to impossible directives. The retreat thus not only weakened the Wehrmacht physically, but also fractured its command hierarchy. The suffering endured by the German soldiers during this retreat was immense. Temperatures plunged to -30 and even -40 degrees Celsius, conditions that their summer uniforms could not withstand. Frostbite claimed thousands of fingers and toes daily, and cases of soldiers freezing to death while standing at their posts became tragically common. Rations dwindled as supply lines broke down, forcing men to eat frozen bread, horse meat, or whatever scraps they could scavenge from abandoned villages. Medical services collapsed under the weight of casualties, and frostbite cases often outnumbered battle wounds in field hospitals. Ammunition shortages were equally dire, with frontline troops rationed to a handful of cartridges and forced to conserve bullets in the face of Soviet assaults. Soldiers wrote letters home describing not glorious victories, but endless marches through snow, the gnawing, hunger, and the hopelessness of fighting an enemy that seemed to grow stronger as they grew weaker. Many units simply disintegrated, their survivors straggling westward in search of shelter. For the first time, German troops realized that the Eastern Front was not a campaign of swift conquest, but a brutal war of survival. This bitter lesson, learned amid the snows of Russia, left scars that would haunt the Wehrmacht for the remainder of the conflict. In contrast, the Soviet army gained not only tactical victories, but also an enormous morale boost from the German retreat. Propaganda trumpeted the successes loudly, portraying the Wehrmacht's withdrawal as the beginning of Germany's inevitable collapse. For Soviet soldiers, who had endured months of retreat, encirclement, and catastrophic losses, the sight of Germans pulling back from Moscow was electrifying. It proved that the enemy was not invincible, that, with determination, numbers and resilience, the Red Army could fight back and win. Stalin used this moment to inspire the nation, declaring that Moscow was safe and that the tide of the war had turned. For civilians, too, the retreat provided desperately needed hope after months of devastation. The Soviet counteroffensive and the sight of German columns fleeing west became rallying symbols for continued sacrifice and endurance. Villagers greeted advancing Red Army units as liberators, and partisan activity behind German lines surged with newfound energy. The retreat thus marked not only a battlefield reversal, but also a psychological transformation, instilling confidence in the Soviet war effort at a time when survival had seemed uncertain. For the Red Army, the winter of 1941 was not an end but a beginning. The retreat from Moscow also sent shockwaves across occupied Europe and even into Germany itself. The German public, accustomed to newsreels of rapid victories, was now presented with vague reports of difficulties on the Eastern Front. Goebbels' propaganda machine struggled to maintain morale, spinning the retreat as a strategic adjustment rather than a defeat. Yet, rumors filtered back through letters and returning wounded soldiers, spreading the grim truth of starvation, frostbite, and failure. Among Germany's allies, particularly Italy, Hungary, and Romania, the aura of German invincibility began to crack, and questions emerged about the wisdom of continued commitment to the war in the East. In occupied territories, resistance movements found new hope, realizing that the Wehrmacht could be beaten. The retreat marked the first real fracture in Hitler's myth of unstoppable conquest, one that could not be concealed indefinitely. Internationally, the news also bolstered Allied resolve, convincing Britain and the United States that the Soviet Union would not collapse and was instead a vital partner in the global struggle. Thus, the retreat resonated far beyond the snow-covered fields outside Moscow, altering perceptions and shifting strategies on a global scale. Ultimately, the retreat from Moscow in the winter of 1941–42 represented a turning point in the war. The Wehrmacht had suffered its first major strategic defeat, losing not just soldiers and equipment, but also prestige and momentum. The myth of the invincible blitzkrieg had been broken, and the aura of inevitability that surrounded German victories was permanently tarnished. Hitler's refusal to allow retreats had needlessly sacrificed countless lives and weakened the army's fighting strength for future operations. Though Germany would rebuild and launch renewed offensives in 1942, the shadow of Moscow lingered as a reminder of limits that ideology and willpower could not overcome. For the Soviets, the victory was proof that survival was possible, that the Red Army could fight back and defend its homeland, even against the most powerful army in Europe. The winter battles hardened Soviet forces, teaching them endurance and building confidence for the struggles ahead. The German retreat was thus more than a military setback. It was the shattering of illusions and the start of a new phase of the war, one in which Germany would no longer dictate the pace with unchecked dominance. From the snowbound fields outside Moscow emerged the first cracks in Hitler's grand design, cracks that would only widen as the war dragged on. Operation Barbarossa, launched on June 22, 1941, began as the largest invasion in human history, designed to crush the Soviet Union in a matter of months. Hitler's gamble rested on a belief in rapid, decisive warfare, the kind that had brought him victory in Poland and France. The Wehrmacht, at the height of its strength, poured nearly 4 million men across a 1,000-mile front with confidence unmatched in modern warfare. Yet by the end of December 1941, the swift victory that had seemed so certain lay in ruins. The German army had reached the gates of Moscow, but the Soviet Union still stood, bloodied but unbroken. Barbarossa's initial brilliance gave way to exhaustion, with massive losses of men and machines that could not easily be replaced. The dream of destroying the Red Army in a single campaign had vanished under the combined weight of distance, weather, Soviet resilience, and logistical breakdowns. Hitler had assumed the Soviet Union was a hollow state, ready to collapse at the first heavy blow. Instead, it revealed itself as a vast reservoir of manpower, industrial capacity, and sheer determination. The failure to seize Moscow before winter sealed Barbarossa's fate as a catastrophic miscalculation. The consequences of Barbarossa's failure were not just military, but also ideological, transforming the conflict into a war of annihilation. From the start, Hitler's generals and political leaders framed the invasion as more than a traditional campaign. It was conceived as a struggle for racial supremacy, with orders to show no mercy to Soviet prisoners or civilians. Barbarossa unleashed atrocities on an unprecedented scale, from the mass shootings of Jews by Einsatzgruppen to the starvation policies aimed at entire populations. The German vision of Lebensraum in the East demanded not only conquest but the destruction of existing societies. When the quick military victory failed to materialize, this ideological brutality only deepened, binding Germany to a path of genocide and total war. The occupation zones became laboratories of terror, where mass killings, forced labor, and systematic starvation were not aberrations but central policies. Civilians paid the heaviest price, enduring a nightmare that fused military defeat with the deliberate cruelty of Nazi rule. Hitler's war thus became not simply about defeating the Red Army, but about erasing the Soviet state and its people. In failing to win quickly, Germany committed itself to a war it could neither morally justify nor practically sustain. For the Wehrmacht, Barbarossa's failure marked the beginning of an inexorable decline. Though still formidable, the German army had suffered irreplaceable losses in men, tanks, and aircraft. Nearly 1 million casualties in just 6 months left divisions weakened, sometimes skeletal. The myth of German invincibility, carefully cultivated since 1939, had been shattered by the winter battles before Moscow. Soldiers who had once believed in blitzkrieg now trudged through snow, frostbitten, and demoralized, questioning their commanders and their Führer. Replacement troops arriving from Germany were often younger, less trained, and lacking the confidence of the veterans who had fallen. Even the much-vaunted Panzer divisions, the pride of the German military machine, found themselves worn down by endless marches, broken supply lines, and Soviet counterattacks. Every kilometer gained came at a cost the Reich could no longer easily pay. The dream of a quick, triumphant campaign had instead delivered a grinding war of attrition. And in a war of attrition, Germany's disadvantages in manpower and resources would eventually prove fatal. For the Soviet Union, the survival of 1941 carried immense symbolic and strategic weight. Barbarossa had devastated entire regions, annihilated armies, and left millions dead or in captivity. Yet the state had not collapsed. The relocation of industry beyond the Ural Mountains ensured that production continued, even as the enemy stood outside Moscow. The Red Army, though battered, remained a fighting force, reorganizing under new leadership and learning from its brutal defeats. Stalin's decision to stay in Moscow, his speeches invoking the Great Patriotic War, and the mobilization of civilians to dig defenses created a powerful narrative of endurance. Every village burned in scorched earth retreats, every partisan rising in the occupied rear became part of this colossal resistance. The winter counter-offensive in December 1941, though limited, showed that the Germans could be beaten. This victory restored Soviet morale, and signaled to the world that the USSR was not finished. The survival of Moscow became a symbol not just for Russians, but for all nations resisting Hitler's domination. In enduring the initial storm, the Soviet Union had proven it could withstand the most powerful military assault in history. On a global scale, Barbarossa's failure changed the entire trajectory of the Second World War. Until then, Germany had dictated the rhythm of the conflict, defeating one opponent after another with breathtaking speed. But in the snows of Russia, Hitler met an adversary he could not overwhelm in a single stroke. The war was now a multi-front struggle, stretching Germany's resources and exposing the Reich to prolonged attrition. Britain, no longer alone, now had a vast continental ally bleeding the Wehrmacht on a scale unimaginable in 1940. The Soviet Union's survival encouraged resistance movements across occupied Europe, feeding the hope that Nazi power could be broken. Meanwhile, Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 brought the United States into the war, aligning three of the world's greatest industrial powers against Germany. Hitler had hoped Barbarossa would secure his empire before America could intervene. But instead, it ensured he would face the combined might of East and West. What began as a gamble for quick supremacy now became a struggle Germany could not win. The strategic balance of the war shifted irreversibly in just 6 months. Barbarossa also left scars that would define the Eastern Front for years to come. The brutality unleashed in 1941 hardened Soviet attitudes toward the Germans, turning the war into one of vengeance as much as survival. Villages destroyed, civilians massacred, and prisoners starved created a reservoir of rage that the Red Army would carry with it as it pushed westward. Every battle henceforth was not only about territory, but about retribution. German soldiers, once hailed as liberators by some oppressed under Stalin, quickly became symbols of oppression themselves. The early atrocities poisoned any chance of cooperation, ensuring that resistance behind German lines remained fierce. This dynamic of hatred and retaliation escalated the conflict into one of the most savage wars in history. By failing to deliver the quick victory, Germany trapped itself in a conflict where both sides fought not only for victory, but for survival as nations and peoples. The Eastern Front would become the deadliest theater of the war, claiming tens of millions of lives before its end. Barbarossa had lit a fire that could not be extinguished until Berlin itself lay in ruins. For Hitler personally, Barbarossa was both an obsession and a humiliation. He had staked his prestige, his ideology, and his empire on destroying the Soviet Union in 1941. The failure to do so exposed the limits of his strategic vision and undermined the aura of infallibility he had cultivated. Yet instead of adjusting course, Hitler doubled down, demanding his generals fight to the last and forbidding retreats. His refusal to acknowledge reality locked Germany into a path of endless bloodshed. The dictator who had once claimed to master the art of war now made decisions based on delusion and pride. The tension between the professional military command and Hitler's ideological imperatives grew, but the Führer's grip only tightened. As a result, every campaign after 1941 bore the weight of Barbarossa's failure. The German war machine that had once dazzled the world would now grind itself down in battles it could not afford to lose. In this sense, Barbarossa was not just a failed campaign, it was the moment that sealed Hitler's eventual downfall. The legacy of Barbarossa, therefore, is not only measured in the battles of 1941, but in the transformation of the entire war. What began as an invasion of conquest became a conflict of annihilation, reshaping the Second World War into a struggle without mercy or compromise. Germany's failure to win quickly doomed it to face opponents with superior resources, while its brutality guaranteed that no peace was possible short of total victory. The Soviet Union's survival ensured that the war would drag on for years, consuming the lives of millions more on both sides. Every major battle that followed, Stalingrad, Kursk, the drive to Berlin, carried the imprint of Barbarossa's failure. For the soldiers who fought and the civilians who suffered, the invasion was not simply a military campaign, but the opening of a chapter of unparalleled destruction. Barbarossa's collapse demonstrated the dangers of hubris, the resilience of nations. under threat, and the consequences of wars fought with ideological fury. In the frozen fields before Moscow, the future of the world was reshaped. The failure of Barbarossa marked not only the first great defeat for Hitler, but also the beginning of the end for the Third Reich.